think I think it lends credence to the fact that everything is moving, and we can't pin everything down. We can't explain every single thing. So there's got to be something else, and that thing could be the ether.
It could be, yeah.
I mean, it's highly likely.
Right.
It's high. What's highly likely?
That it's something.
Which thing in particular is something? Or the ether, you mean?
In the background, there's something. It's highly likely there's something. Because vacuums can't be actually empty. It must be something. Do you think they're actually empty eggshells once you take all the air out? It's actually a completely just, void space? Have you thought about it?
I mean, like, to me, a vacuum is like infinity. It's just it's a thing you invoke to explore ideas, but it's not, that doesn't mean it exists, right? Infinite anything, or like a pure vacuum.
No, I wasn't actually even referring to the fact that you can't get all of the air out. I was referring to the fact that there's this, thought that once you pull the air out or as much as you can, then all that's left in there is those few molecules of air that you can't get out. There's not a mention that there could possibly be anything else left in there, like some sort of background field or whatever the situation might be, like ether, for example. So have you ever thought about the fact that just because you're pulling the air out, it's like you're either acknowledging the fact that there is basically an empty void other than a few air molecules and there's nothing else in there, or you're open to the fact, or maybe you haven't thought of the fact there could be something else in there we can't detect?
Sure, there could be something else in there we can't detect. Do you mean can't detect or haven't yet?
Can't or haven't yet. I mean, yeah, we don't know. That only time will tell the answer to that.
It becomes if we can't, it becomes unfalsifiable. If we haven't
well,
yet,
can't right
that
now.
would be interesting. Right, can't right now. That would be interesting.
Yeah, because I mean, at the end of the day, the definition of a vacuum is just really low air pressure, and it's suggested that light, can travel through a vacuum. Therefore, it requires no medium. And I just have a little contention with that because it should stipulate that because light can travel through a vacuum, it requires no air molecules. It shouldn't say it requires no medium. I think that's taking it too far because we don't know. And to assume that just because we've pulled the air out, there is nothing left in there, I think that's a little bit crazy and goes against what logic would dictate.
I don't know what logic you're using, but the logic I would use is like the stuff can exist and there can be more of it, so there can be less of it, and you can get less and less. That doesn't seem to me to be a problem. I don't.
Stuff,
that doesn't
you mean
strike
air?
me at all. I don't know, anything. It doesn't matter what it is. That you can have more. Just you can have in a given volume, you can have more stuff and you can have less stuff.
Right. But can you assume that because you've taken one particular bit of stuff out that all stuff has been removed?
No, that you've got less and less stuff in there seems fine. That you've gotten to a point of
Well,
absolute
less
zero
and less
or something.
of the particular stuff. Yeah. I mean, an air pump removes air, doesn't it? Could it remove ether, for example, if ether was a background field or whatever
the
you want
ether
to call
thing
it?
to me would be like it
Okay,
seems
I'm just
weird.
asking, could an air pump pull the ether out? Like, would you assume that an air
Right,
pump would
and
be
this is
pulling
my answer to
everything
that.
out if there's more than... Okay, right. Go on.
It is weird to me to go from Foucault's pendulum is actually doing ether to then go, we can't detect it. Because if the Foucault's pendulum is doing ether, you are detecting it. So you just narrow down those bars to such that you're detecting it. That an air pump pulls everything out and therefore what's left is ether is just saying, I'm going to call vacuum ether. It doesn't...
No, but that's not what I'm asking you. That's not what I'm asking you at all. You know, at all. Would an air pump, would you consider an air pump being able to pull out ether if ether was there? Like, would that satisfy
ether if it
you?
cannot be detected? That is an unanswerable question. Ether if it cannot be detected, how would I know whether
let's just say it can be detected, and we just haven't invented the equipment yet. And it turns out in 2 years' time that we've got some equipment that detects the ether. Are you under the impression that an air pump would be pulling the ether out as well, or not?
I've got no idea.
Okay, right.
How would I know this undetectable, as far as I'm concerned, imaginary thing? Can an air pump remove it?
Okay.
Sure, it can probably get rid of unicorns
imaginary or undetected. Yeah, no, exactly. I'm not saying it's real, but the fact that you definitively rule out
remove it, sure.
Yeah, but the fact that you rule out the possibility that there's anything else left in a vacuum other than a few molecules of air, I think goes against logic.
I don't.
Well, okay, what's left in a vacuum? What's left in a vacuum after you've pulled almost all the air out? What's left?
I don't know. Very little stuff is what I would say is probably there.
Very little air or very little stuff?
Very little stuff.
Very little stuff. Okay, so even if it's full of something that we don't detect yet, there's very little of it because we've pulled all the air out almost. Or could it still be very full of something else? In fact, be jam-packed full of something else.
How about you do it this way? Can you ask me these same questions? Ask yourself these same questions, but change ether to pink unicorns that are invisible.
It wouldn't matter to me. It's the same question.
Could you confirm for me that once I've evacuated the air out of a chamber, invisible pink unicorns haven't filled that chamber?
It
would be
matter.
illogical to presume that once you've removed the air, invisible pink unicorns haven't come in because that's their favorite thing. They love no air. Do you see what I mean? It's like, sure, maybe, possibly, if you showed me some evidence for it, but otherwise it's just going, maybe. It could be pink unicorn, it could be ether.
Okay. So let's go back to what I said at the start. So we pull the air out, and then we say light requires no medium to travel. Just because we pulled the air out. Do you think that's a fair statement to make?
It doesn't seem less logical than what you've been saying, that's for sure. Like whether light needs a medium to pass through is to me not... Like if somebody said, it actually doesn't need a medium, that wouldn't seem less probable than there is this undetectable stuff that is there that it is passing through. Both to me seem perfectly fine as explanations. That you see one is illogical and the other one is logical is confusing.
What else in nature requires no medium to do anything?
What do you mean, what else in nature requires no medium to do anything?
Well, what else do we experience in nature? Well, it'd be the only thing that can travel without a medium, surely. Wouldn't it? Wouldn't it be the first thing that we've discovered that requires no medium to go from one point to another?
I don't know. You tell me.
Well, I'm pretty sure it would be the first thing. I can't think of another thing right now.
Okay, because you can't think of another thing, therefore it doesn't exist.
Didn't say that. I just can't think of one. Can you?
Okay.
They're
Well,
obviously not. They're obviously not abundant, are they?
Well, that just doesn't strike me as a logical way to reach a conclusion.
Well, okay. My
There's probably something
logical
else
brain
there,
says
because it
we've
seems
pulled the
to me.
air out. We've pulled the air out of a vacuum and we pass some light through it. And my logical brain says, shit, look, fucking light still gets through. Clearly doesn't require any air to travel through that space. I wonder what else could be in there. I wouldn't just assume that means there's nothing. I'm not saying you should assume it's full. I'm just saying it should be very well open to the fact that it could still be jam-packed, full of something, and it should still be investigated, as I brought up the other day with the university money being spent.
So how would we test this claim of something not needing a medium to pass through if by your assertion, the thing we're trying to test your assertion would be that not having a medium isn't a state that exists in all of reality? What you're saying is when we get to a vacuum, let me finish. But what it sounds like you're saying is when we get to a vacuum, it's not actually a vacuum. Vacuums don't exist. So no medium is not a state of existence in that worldview. And then you're saying, given that worldview, can you present to me anything that travels but through nothing, when that worldview is nothing doesn't exist? How could I possibly
my contention is the terminology and the wording, just like level.
Okay.
That's all it is. So vacuums aren't empty, is what I often say. I don't say that they're full of anything in particular. Just because air is removed, in my mind, doesn't mean that they are a completely void space. You've just removed the air. The fact that light can travel through a vacuum simply states that it doesn't require air in that space to travel. It could be traveling through another medium or a completely void space. I believe it needs to be looked into, and the way that it is stated that just because we've removed the air, and then it straight away is linked to, therefore light can travel, light requires no medium, right? And that then, when you think about it, links to, therefore, all this space, light coming from the sun, and it doesn't require a medium, therefore there doesn't need to be a medium there. Like it just needs to be validated, in my opinion, and the words shouldn't be used.
When you
light
say
does,
it like that,
or
it
may
does
require a
sound
medium.
it does. When you say it like that, though, it does sound a little bit like what you're saying is, if vacuums exist and light could travel through no medium, that would validate the claims about the sun. And because that can't be true, I need to assert that it's not.
You're still missing the basis point.
Do you get why it sounds like that to me?
Vacuums exist. No, but listen. You just said, so if vacuum exists, therefore. So can we define vacuum? Is a vacuum a space of no medium, or is it a space of no air? Can we just quickly define that between us? Or even the actual definition. What is it? What is the actual definition? No air or nothing at all?
Nothing at all.
It's nothing at all. So a vacuum is defined as nothing at all. So I'm not mentioning that there's a space where there's nothing at all.
Yes, I don't think they exist. I mean, that's why I'm saying they're purely theoretical.
Right, but you
would
say that two particles left in a space is not empty, right? So if there's two particles left in there, okay, but I'm contesting that
photons pass through
air aside. Yeah, but that's right. Yeah, so air aside, what else could be in there? And should we assume that there is nothing just because we've got an air pump and pulled the air out and checked it with an air pressure gauge? It's like we're not even looking for anything.
Do you see the question I asked, though? Is that...
What was it again? Say it again.
Your reasoning when you got there sounded like what you were saying is, essentially, if I accepted this were true, I would have to accept some of the claims of the sphere Earth. If I accepted this were true, it would be saying things about where the sun is.
No, not at all. No, it's just science and use of wording. It's not about accepting anything. And no, it's because it's a follow-on. It's a follow-on from it. Because let's just say they assumed that there could be something else in there, then they would have to assume that all throughout space that there is something else as well. But the story is that there isn't anything, and there's all these gaps between the air molecules.
Really?
Right,
other than some theoretical physics, right?
Sounds like an argument from consequence.
Wow, for real?
No, not at all. It's about the wording. And do you think it's fair to say that light can travel through, light doesn't require a medium when all we've done is pull the air out?
Sure, I don't think there's anything wrong with the idea that light doesn't require a medium to travel through.
Yes, it does.
Wow. Even though they
It's
just take
traveling
the
through a
air
medium
out.
right now. It's ether. It's the ether.
Yeah, you got to prove that. If you're going to state that, you got to prove that. But at the end of the day, you
don't
can't
talk
I don't
say
have to prove
that
it.
it doesn't
Somebody else already
exist.
proved it. Search up Michelson-Morley experiment.
That doesn't prove ether, in my opinion.
Yes, it does. It proves that
Just
we're
like
in a
Aries
stationary
failure.
plane.
Yeah, stationary plane, but not ether.
I
It
mean, we're
shows
not
that
in the
things are
ether,
moving
but
above us.
that's what's out after the dome or the firmament. That's what's after the firmament, the ether. It's not vacuum of space. It's ether.
Yeah, well, hey, look, it's all open for science's exploration. I believe.
Right. You know what I'm saying?
Shit, yeah. And that's my point I'm trying to push here. Imagine how many people assume that there's nothing left in a vacuum just because that's the way it's postulated. Are there even people looking for
That's
other
just how
things
it's
that might be in a
defined.
vacuum?
And that's just how it's defined. If you found that there was something in there and it was ether, then it wouldn't be a vacuum. But already, it isn't a vacuum. Perfect vacuums are theoretical.
There
So
is a ether.
it wouldn't change a whole lot in terms of how one defines a vacuum. It would certainly fundamentally change a lot about physics. But this at the moment just sounds like a sort of
all right. So
a game
eggshells.
of definitions.
Eggshells. Do you really think that there is a vacuum of space beyond the Earth atmosphere? Do you think that that's really how it is? How they tell it is?
Of course he does. Hook,
Yeah,
line, and
wow.
sinker, mate.
Of course he does. That's why he muted himself. He didn't have anything else to say. Well, anyways, with the ether, I don't have solid base proof, right? I don't have evidence that the ether exists, but we can, because you know how we don't know the flat Earth exists, but we can base it off of debunking the globe Earth, right? By you know, by taking
Yeah,
what
we
they
can
say
determine
and
it's
certain
not
using
one
it
extent,
against
thing. We can determine it's not one thing, and then we definitely know it's this one other thing.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm
No,
talking about. But
not at all.
like
Yeah.
what I mean for the ether is that like all energy requires a medium to be transferred to, with zero exceptions, right? And certain materials transfer energy better than others. Like
Yeah.
water transfers kinetic energy better than concrete, and gold transfers electrical and heat energy better than rubber.
Well, hang on.
But if you
Here's
but
a
like
very pertinent one. Here's a very pertinent one. Graphene
okay, but like hold
oxide.
on, let me finish. But if
That
you have no
conducts
medium,
like you would not believe.
yeah, but like I'm saying, if you have no medium, then you have no transfer, and this applies to all energy and all the waves, because sound waves require an atmosphere or a material to transfer vibrations, and kinetic waves require water or a fluid to transfer kinetic energy. And the electromagnetic energy spectrum most certainly requires a medium, like from gamma rays to the visible light spectrum that we can see, to the radio waves, because they transfer through the ether as sound transfers through the air. And the thing is, they're hiding it, because it's you shouldn't believe in the lies of the pseudoscience cult. If you Google that's why I said Google the Michelson-Morley experiment, because all energy has a medium, and that the Earth is stationary. That's what I'm trying to say. You know, and the
Yeah, but
Sagnac.
see,
You know about
don't
the
get that
Sagnac's
from that.
experiment? Sagnac.
Sagnac, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
The Sagnac
Yeah.
experiment, did you say?
Yeah.
Tell me
Yeah.
about that.
So like in 1913, Sagnac, he carried out an experiment of passing light in opposite directions around a table and then recombining them, and this produced interference fringes. It produced interference fringes, and then he rotated he started like rotating the whole table at like 2 revolutions per second, and then he found that the fringes changed. So the result had it was a significant implication in science. Like it's not some of those pseudoscience things that they tell you, like Albert Einstein, like he's a pseudoscientist.
And then they
Even
went
though
and
that
did it
might
for
that
real.
might be a bold claim, but he is a pseudoscientist. And the thing is, Sagnac, he split a beam of light and sent the two beams in opposite directions around a path, and then recombined the beams and noted their interference fringes, and the whole system was on a turntable. And then he did all that, and what happened was this proved that the ether exists because once the light left the source, its speed was controlled by the comparatively stationary ether in the laboratory. And this is the reason why Einstein was a fraud, because this demolished Einstein's relativity theory, which had abolished the ether. So, and if you think about what the scientific establishment deal with the result by muddying the waters with the scientific gobbledygook, the pseudoscience cult, which is all of Stephen Hawking and all them pseudoscientists. Well,
Dude in the wheelchair, fucking. That's no different to that fucking car that's up in space, mate. You know, the Roadster. It's the same sort of fucking propaganda.
are
Except
you
one's
talking
a
about
fucking
the
human, which
Tesla
is sad.
SpaceX car?
Yeah, and
Yeah,
Buddy
I
Hawking.
was right in the live.
What do you
stream when
think's
I had
fake
this-
about
shit.
Stephen Hawking?
No, I was right in the live.
Oh, nothing's
stream when I
fake about him. No, he's real.
Right.
No, the
What were
chair
you
is
saying
real.
about that's,
I never
that's
said
like,
that he wasn't real, dude. I know
I'm
he
not
exists.
asking you, Dragon.
Yes, you
What
are.
were you saying about that's like the car in space then? I was missing the context of that.
Oh, the propaganda, like all the, you know how Stephen Hawking can't speak for himself, and we just have to take it for granted that you know.
Yeah. Oh, I just realized.
But
That's
what he's
actually,
saying is
that's actually.
he is intending on saying that, you mean?
How do you know that's what he's
Well,
saying?
who knows?
Well, it could literally be a robot controlling. Like he admitted himself. I mean, I don't know if it's himself, but he literally said in an interview, he was like, they were joking about it too. And as you know, they always use jokes to hide truth, right? There's always
It's really
truth in jokes.
AI.
In the
Actually,
interview,
AI in the chair.
in the interview, somebody asked Stephen Hawking if a robot was controlling what he was saying, and that it wasn't actually him. And then he replied, or whatever replied, maybe.
That's obviously proof that it's an AI in
It's
the
not
chair and a
proof, but
robot.
I'm just saying they.
It's a
How
glitch
it
in the
it could be a
AI.
possibility.
No, that's
Could be a
science,
possibility.
man. It's just the science is a robot.
Look, you're roboting right now. You're a robot. You're a controlled bot.
Yes. Help me.
Look at you. You come in here and say the same things every day.
Earlier you said that there was some science about the ether.
Science.
Yeah. How?
Apparently there
What
is
science? Yeah.
I'm not
How
gonna
did they
go over this
manipulate
again.
the?
You might as well just go back
Okay.
on the live stream and look.
No,
Yeah,
someone
that-
was
it
saying
about
the other day
experiment.
that there
It
are
was about the
universities actually studying it. So there actually is science
Yeah,
going
the
on
one.
about the
Yeah.
ether. There's people
it's
actually
theoretical
looking
science.
into it.
Yes.
I would like to
Yes,
see where
one.
this is published, see what they've actually done to look into it. That would be nice. All this money, all this funding that's going towards it. I wonder what they've done.
I think it was linked to you the other day, and you didn't check on it.
Do you know
if
it all?
you know
Did you check
Nikola
on
Tesla, if you know
Hmm?
Nikola Tesla, then you should know that he is an actual scientist.
No, he's a robot meat back too, just like Stephen Hawking.
Nah, he's one of
Prove
the
me
greatest
wrong.
inventors.
it?
What
Yeah,
did
he
he
could
invent?
just be a story, mate.
What?
He could just
Yeah.
be a story. I didn't
Yeah,
meet him.
he's a
Nah.
bone bag.
Nah. He
I
was
don't
the one who
believe any
found- he was the one
stories
who found
about a
out- He
man
was the one who
that
found
never
out
had a
about the
missus and
vibrations.
fucking
He was the one who
was
found
more
out about
concerned
the
about his
frequencies
work
and
and finding
vibrations.
pussy.
Why do you think?
That's just
when they asked
bullshit.
Albert Einstein who
Vibrations.
Why do you think when they asked Albert Einstein who the smartest man was, he said, "I don't know. Ask Nikola Tesla."
I don't
Yeah,
know.
well,
Was Einstein
it's a
smart?
nice quote.
Yeah, was Einstein smart?
Einstein. Well, he probably was. He worked in a patent
Dude,
office and
Mailman's
got
a
to
troll,
fucking see
dude. Don't
things
even talk about it.
firsthand.
No,
That's
but
pretty
Dragon,
intelligent.
Don't even
What a
pay
way
him
to
any
steal
mind,
shit.
White's word. Don't even pay him any mind. He's a troll, dude.
Oh yeah,
I
sure,
like
he's
trolls.
true. So, yeah. So if you say that
Evidently,
Einstein
you've
was
spent the
smart,
last 10
why are
minutes
you?
talking to one.
Yeah, and if like Einstein said, ask Tesla, and if Einstein isn't smart, so you're quoting a dumb guy saying that Tesla is smart.
Yeah.
That
let's
made
find a
no
quote
sense.
about
You
that.
could literally be dumb and call a smart person smart. What? That makes no sense. You literally prove nothing, buddy.
Yeah, but
Okay.
why are you quoting Einstein?
Yeah, if he's
Because
dumb.
that's what he said
Why quote
himself.
dumb things?
I didn't say he was dumb. I said he was a pseudoscientist.
Oh.
Okay,
he
so why
was.
are you quoting a pseudoscientist?
Because he knows the truth, moron.
He knows the truth, but he's a pseudoscientist.
Obviously, he's getting paid to shut up. That's why he made
okay.
the whole relativity theory,
Yeah,
so that it
sure.
can abolish the ether.
Sure. So
He didn't even
how
make
do you know that?
relativity thing. What did he do?
How do you know?
He did make the relativity
I don't
theory.
know.
What are you talking about?
Did
Did he?
Learn your history.
General
Did he
theory of
really, though?
relativity.
Do your
and
research,
what
dude.
was it? General theory of relativity, and then there was the other one. One was E equals
Special
MC squared.
Einstein.
Special.
All
Yeah,
on
he
his
came
own.
up with special, and
Of
then
his
he came
own
up with
accord.
general, but not all on his own. He borrowed a lot from
Yeah.
what other people had done, you know?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah,
I think
right.
he compiled it, sort of compiled the
Look at all
information.
these.
Yeah,
But
he just came up with a fully functioning framework, but there was, Lorentz interpretation. There was like a
Sure.
lot of other interpretations. Even Galileo had his own interpretation of relativity,
Sure.
you know?
so there's
Even Nikola Tesla had his own interpretation of relativity.
Sure.
I heard this thing where somebody was saying of the, I think it's special relativity, virtually, yeah, whichever the long one was, they were like, yeah, a bunch of people working on it at the same time. Like one of the people would have got it about then. The E equals MC squared was so from left field that if he didn't come up with it, we'd probably still be waiting for it. I was like, that's a pretty cool thought.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. That was pretty crazy. You know?
Interesting how simple it is.
There
Yeah,
was
for him
literally
to see that.
multiple
It doesn't make
experiments
sense to me
that
how it can be that simple. I'm like, how is this not also down to like what base
How do you
decimal system
prove
you
it?
use, which I know is definitely wrong. I know it's the wrong way of looking about it.
How do you verify
I
it?
don't get it.
How do you
Oh,
verify
that's-
E equals MC squared?
It's well beyond my understanding, but there are people who I, by my reckoning, seem very smart, and they seem to think it's very smart, and that's good enough for me.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, could you postulate how you might
I think it's a-
verify
it's a-
such a thing?
You could prove it, for example, using particle physics. For example, the way the protons work. So you could say that a proton gets all of its mass from the fact that it's made of quarks and gluons, which don't have mass, but they produce a lot of energy. So when you see strong nuclear force interactions, that could be proof that energy is mass.
Well, I suppose you could call that proof. I suppose, yeah.
There's,
Yeah.
I mean, there's also the fact that they had. I mean, I know you don't think satellites in space exist, but I think that's a pretty good one. That the way I heard it was when they sent the satellites up there, they were like, this definitely isn't a thing, so we won't really bother. And then set the clocks on them, which have atomic clocks, and the whole way it works is by trilateration and telling what time it's at. So that it's really important they have the correct time. And the story I heard is they just ignored the relativistic effects of time dilation because they were like, that's got to be ludicrous. And it didn't work, and they had to send software updates out to the satellites to correct for this dilation based on the speeds they were traveling, and then they did work.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's pretty cool.
I mean, that's a fantastic story. I mean, how would we verify as laymen that story is in fact true? And the first time,
Okay, you can prove it using electric charges.
It's like I'm saying there's this thing that's incredibly small. It's like I'm saying there's this thing that's incredibly small and you need to look through a microscope to see it. And like you're saying, yeah, but how can I see it without a microscope? Like you can't. That's kind of the point.
that's
it's
not
difficult.
Oh, okay, but you can get the microscope and look through it with your own eyes and see it and go, oh yeah, yep, there we go.
Yeah.
How can we as laymen do that with this time dilation? How can we do that?
It's not. The point I'm making is the world is not required to.
I'm
Make
not
itself
asking
EC2.
that it needs to be required. I'm asking you if it's possible. As layman, how could we do it?
All right.
If your
As a
answer is we
layman,
can't,
you
that's your answer.
You can though. You can. As a layman, if you understood how electric charges work, those prove relativity, right? So if you have a
No,
flow
time
of
dilation specifically.
Yeah,
time dilation,
relativistic speeds,
Yes.
atomic clocks, and relativistic speeds.
how would you as a layman prove time dilation? Yeah, if you had an atomic clock and you looked at how this clock ticked at different elevations, that would prove it.
Well, no, it wouldn't, because how do we know an atomic clock has a very steady decay rate? We know it's got a half-life, but how do we know the decay rate is very consistent? Yeah, but okay.
Well, you look at how
daylight is daylight. Like,
yeah,
this is the thing. If you just continually go,
yeah,
Because
now you're
here
just
it
getting
is.
silly,
not
man.
get an answer.
Now you're
It's
just
not
getting
nighttime.
silly, yeah.
No, I'm not. You guys
You
are
are,
just
man.
taking for granted what you hear and what you read. When it's
No,
daylight,
but you
it's daylight. When it's
you are
nighttime,
asking.
it's nighttime.
You are literally asking,
It's
how
not
do you
daylight.
prove it? We're giving you proofs, and then you're unhappy
No,
with the
you're
proofs.
not.
Like I don't
No,
know
you're
what
just
else to
giving
give
me
you.
more stories. You're not
Here's
giving
the
proof.
thing.
You're just giving more stories,
But
guys.
you, as a
You're not even
layman,
aware
can
of
get
it.
an atomic clock. You, as an ordinary individual, can go and purchase an atomic
Okay.
clock and then perform this experiment
Right.
yourself.
But
I mean,
why?
what
Okay,
else do you
sure.
want? Yeah, what
It's-
else do you
Sure.
want?
It's
So you can't
entirely
get an
possible
atomic clock?
that it's entirely possible that this is wrong. I'm not saying that I know this to be true. It's entirely true. But like, let's say I was like a guy saying it's midday at the moment.
Thank you.
How could I prove it wrong? How could I prove that wrong? You could say, well, the sun's at dead overhead.
That's not what I asked.
Doesn't necessarily. No, but I'm going to say use the same thing. But how do you know X works? I could say the sun's overhead. Well, you don't know just the sun's overhead. That means it's midday. Okay, what's halfway between sunrise and sunset? Well, that doesn't necessarily mean it's a half. How did you measure that it was halfway between? What did you use to measure it was? There is no end you will get to that. So you're left in a world where you're muddling through trying to find the best answers. But just rejecting those answers, I don't think is a very effective way to go about it, in my opinion.
Well, as a layman, you could check yourself when it's midday, right? That's very easy, and you can satisfy yourself. But as a layman,
You can get an atomic clock.
where I
Can't
can
you get an
satisfy
atomic clock?
myself.
Tell me
Seriously?
how you can. First of all, tell me how you can establish it, because this is going to require that you have something that measures time. Tell me how you tell it's midday.
Oh, I would just personally use shadows. Personally,
Shadows. Okay, so are you aware
yep,
of the
I would
fact
wait for
that,
the shadow to be as straight or as over the top as it could be. You know what I mean? As
okay,
small or
are
as straight.
you aware of the fact that will be at different times of the year, 15 minutes out, that the sun isn't dead overhead at midday every day of the year?
Or sure, if you want an actual zenith, like a solar, sub-solar point, then yeah, you'd need it to be right above. Yeah, definitely.
No. The point I'm making is when it's at its zenith is not because of the shape of our orbit. Well, you'd probably have to have a different definition for this, but if you measure it with a sextant versus the clock, you'll be 15 minutes out. So that would not be a good way of doing it. What tool are you using to, let's say it was working. You've got an immediate big problem there, but let's say it was working. What are you using to measure the shadows?
A tube, a plumb tube.
A plumb tube of what dimensions?
Yeah. Oh, who knows? Let's say a couple of centimeters.
How do you know it's a couple of centimeters?
All right. Fair enough, mate. Wait for their dicks.
How do you know it's a couple of centimeters? Somebody gave you a ruler that said 2 centimeters on it, but
I think he's conceding.
It's a convention we agree on, isn't it?
How did you test that this matches the convention we agree on? It's important this tube is accurate, right? Otherwise, your time's not going to be accurate. How did you test that this
No.
thing that you're told is a
about the
centimeter
tube diameter being accurate. It's got nothing to do with the width of the tube. It's just a 2-meter tube, for example, at a certain diameter, and the sun goes over, and when you see the sun through the tube at the bottom and the tube's plumb, you know it's directly above.
That's
okay? It doesn't matter how wide it is.
Yes, it will. Work.
Your sub-solar point, yep. I'm on the equator, and the sun's on the equator. I'm right there.
Right. So you're picking a very, very particular day of year. How do you know?
I said that before. I said I'd have to be under the tropics or I said that before.
Okay, so you need to be under the tropics. You need to, in order to figure out if it's midday, you now need to go and buy a pipe, travel to the tropics, trust that the
No,
standard
but as a
units
layman,
work,
I can
okay?
do it. Eggshells. As a layman, I can do this, and you damn well
I'm
know
still
it.
doubting it. I'm still
How
doubting
do I
it.
verify time dilation? Come on. Stop obfuscating. How would you verify time dilation? You'd go and buy an atomic clock and then what?
Well, I wouldn't be able to. I wouldn't be able to establish it with
Right,
noon.
thank you. So a layman can't do it. Thank you very much.
Yes, but I also wouldn't be able to establish noon. The same things that prohibit me from testing time dilation prohibit me from determining whether it is exactly noon. The problem you have in testing time dilation is testing time very accurately. And so far, you're traveling to a different part of the world and using a pipe. So you're not going to be able to determine anything.
So you're
as a
going to get an
layperson.
atomic clock. An atomic clock and do what? Get some pipe and travel the world.
I'm not going to do anything.
How does that show
I
time
don't know
dilation?
how to test
Okay.
relativistic effects. It doesn't really intersect with my life much, but I certainly have no reason to doubt it. Just
Okay,
because
that's
I can't
fine.
do it
So
myself.
again,
Just the same
thanks
as I
you for
don't
answering
doubt
my
midday.
question. A layman can't verify time dilation, but they can verify other things. Thank you.
They cannot
It's
to your
important.
standards. That's correct. They cannot test. They
My
could
standards.
not verify it to
So
your
what
standards.
standard could you
because,
verify time dilation as a layman?
well, because if
Do
you
you have a
don't trust an
standard with
atomic
which you
clock,
could do it?
but if you don't trust an atomic clock and you do trust a pipe, then you've got very different
Why-
standards depending on what question you're
Okay.
asking.
So why would I trust an atomic clock?
Why would you trust
What
a
reason
pipe?
have I got? How
What
many
reason
times have
would
I
you not
used
trust
an
a pipe?
atomic clock to make sure that something doesn't happen in my life? Like, come on.
Question: how many
Why?
times have you travelled to the equator and used a pipe to tell that it's midday?
No, but I don't need to. That was something you postulated. I don't need to do that. I don't have a
You don't
question
need to
to
know
do
that it's
that. That's not
midday.
something I need answering. No,
You don't
you
need to
do
know
for some
what day.
reason. It's a great obfuscation, but shit.
No, I think the point's. I mean, I think that you've missed the fact that the point was well made. That if you set the standard where you ask a question, how do we know that we trust atomic clocks? Then you can't trust anything, let alone what time of day.
That wasn't the standard. The standard was how do we as laymen verify this? And if you want to trust something you can't verify, that's up to you. But don't tell me it's fact if you can't even verify it, or give me a way to go and do it myself.
Right, and your method for
Don't
finding
assert it as
midday
fact. You
requires
can't
that I
even
travel
verify it.
thousands of
You
kilometers
trust? That's
and
fine.
use an inexact method that only works
No,
on
it
certain
doesn't.
days of the year.
You asked me to be as precise as I could, so I was trying to entertain your nonsense. You could do it from where I am right now.
Responded with nonsense.
The
and I
shadow
apologise
just
for
would
that.
be not as small as it would be if you were under the subsolar point. Yeah, fair enough. Obfuscation will get that.
Okay, I gotta jump on and talk to my mate.
Meanwhile, so no layman can verify time dilation, and we just must have to assume it's real because there's a really good story. And Eggshell likes it. Yet another very convenient globe, in quotes, proof, I suppose. Vacuums are empty too. Light requires no medium to travel. Fucking apparently equal altitudes are level, but not horizontal, which is weird because apparently horizontal would be level, especially if it's perpendicular to plumb. All these fucking conflations and nonsense. Definitely not fucking science. Fucking time dilation. Seriously? Physical contraction. Fucking joke. Just have to trust it, I suppose. Safe and effective. Just trust it. 2 weeks. Flatten that curve. All in it together. Just trust him. Vitamin D has no effect. Just trust him. Ban ivermectin the world around.
Vitamin D
It's
has
dangerous.
effect.
It's
Just
a
trust
fucking
them.
horse dewormer. It's never been
Earth
used
is
on
flat.
people.
Just trust them.
The government don't say that. You tweaker.
We need an oxygen in order to
I would
for us to
actually.
live. Trust
I would
them.
run the other way if I saw a fucking TV commercial telling me that the Earth was flat. I'd flip to a ball real quick.
That's the problem. The government said that the Earth is flat. I would say, fuck off. It's not.
You would start not believing CNN instead of lapping up everything they dish out right now as gospel. You would actually start questioning, wouldn't you?
Sure,
Oh, hang on,
that's another
CNN. You
lie.
probably don't even know
When-
CNN, do you?
I mean, I know you have to lie in order to be a flat earther, but it's quite ridiculous now.
Oh, CNN. Ah, the arbiters of truth. That's just solid
Can
journalism, isn't it?
Can you cite me saying that I trust CNN? Because you just said it.
No,
That I
I
lap up
can't.
everything that they
Right.
say.
My
Oh, yeah, so you
bad.
lied. So you lied. We know
I
you
didn't
lied.
lie. I didn't lie.
You did. You did. You said
It
that I
wasn't a
lap up
lie.
everything. You said that I lap
you were
up
free.
everything
You were
that
free
CNN
to
says.
say that you don't. You were free to say no, I don't, and I can go, oh, okay, I'm sorry, my bad. Not a lie. If I keep asserting
it
it
was a
after
lie.
you say that you don't, then it's a lie. No.
Ah, okay. So I can lie about you once, and it's not a lie.
Well, no, it's a false assertion. It's not a lie. A lie is if you continue to do it after you know it's not true.
Ah, okay, fair enough. Okay, so we can say things about others that are not true, but they're not lies. Then, okay, fair enough.
Well, you're entitled to falsely assert something. No one says you're not allowed to do that. But to then repeat it after you
but
damn well
it's
know
not
it's
a
not
lie
true.
then.
No, well, it's not.
Sure, but
Not
if I
lying.
say that you're a female, if I say that you're a female, it's not a lie.
Well, it would be a false assertion, but I mean, it's up to you if you're being honest with yourself. Like, I did believe you lapped up everything from CNN. I did
It's
believe
not a
that.
lie.
I wasn't actually actively making up a
And I
lie
don't.
about you, whereas that's what you're doing now about me being a girl. It's a different situation,
No,
and you're well aware of that.
how is it a different situation?
Well, because I was honest, but I was mistaken, and you're actually just being silly for the sake of it.
Sure. I mean,
For the sake of
if I
argument,
say
really.
you're a girl,
That's all you're doing.
it's a lie. Yeah. And you saying that I lap up everything CNN says is a lie. Just like saying that you're a girl is a lie.
Well, no. It was a false assertion, and you've corrected it. So that's it. Move on.
But it was initially a lie. So
Night, champ. Sleep well. Was it initially a lie?
Yeah.
Nah.
initially it
Back
was
to
a
that
lie
definition.
because it was a false assertion, made off of. I'm not even sure what the premise or what the facts are that assertion was based off.
Okay, well, it's
Still a lie.
previous conversations about certain things are safe and effective. So
Still a
I'm
lie.
under the impression that everything, is just
Still a lie.
accepted.
Still
And that's
a lie.
fine. I'll take it. A false assertion. If you want to equate that to a lie, that's fine.
It is a lie. Everyone
I'll let you do
equates it to
that.
a lie. I mean, a lie can
Fine.
never be a truthful assertion. That's why it's a lie.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Play semantics all you like. Take offence if you like, mate. Doesn't
I'm
bother
not
me.
playing semantics. I'm not taking offense. I'm just letting you know that
Good.
it's a lie.
You're letting
I
me know your
disagree.
opinion. That's fine. You're
No,
allowed to do
it's a
that.
lie.
I won't
It's a
hold
lie,
it
bro.
against you.
You don't have
we
to
can
agree
move
with
on.
me,
Fine.
but it's a lie.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Okay. If other people don't agree with you, it's still the same.
Let's move
No.
on. It's a lie. Let's just
Yeah.
move on.
It's
do.
not a lie if you believe it. If Mailman believes you're female, then
So beliefs make things true now.
well, no, I'm saying you can't say that he's lying because
He is
believes
lying.
it.
But he is
Lying
lying.
means that
By definition, it
Someone's breaking up.
is lying.
if you know the truth and you say falsehood, that's a lie. But if you believe,
It-
then you're not lying.
Someone's
By
trying to talk and they're breaking up. I don't know who it is.
No.
Who is that?
Wow.
Someone's breaking up real bad.
So,
Yeah, we
Mailman.
can't hear a thing that person's saying.
Yeah,
It's very
Miriam
important, probably.
deceive. It's my
Miriam.
connection is shit. Is it better now?
Oh, way better.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no.
Go ahead, man.
Yeah, it wouldn't even let me. It wouldn't even let me go to mute. Nothing happened. Fucking weird sometimes.
You'll be right.
It's fucking up again.
No, if some nut thinks that he's, George Washington, he's not lying. He really thinks
He's
he's
lying
George Washington.
because he's not George Washington. I mean, he can believe it to be true. That's
do.
fine. No one's. I'm not calling him. Well, if you tell a lie, you are a liar. But I mean, I understand he's not lying intentionally. He's not trying to deceive me. I agree
you
with
go.
you there, but he's lying. He's not George Washington.
Hang on a minute. How do you know he's not George Washington's been reincarnated? How the fuck do you know he's not George Washington?
Okay, hang on. His name might be George Washington. Cool. But if he wants to say,
All
I
right.
was the first president of the United States, I'm that guy that lived at that time, then he's lying, yeah.
Well, that's a claim that would need proof. He might
Oh my
not be
God.
lying.
Now you just being silly because you want to win an argument. Like
Just like-
everyone
no,
would
just
agree
like you
that's
guys
a
were
lie.
being silly.
Uh,
You guys are being silly. I'm just showing you how silly you are.
you taking this personally. I don't know why, but everyone would agree that's a lie. Like there's
I'm
nothing
not
more to
taking
discuss
this
on it.
personally.
Well, if you weren't
I
taking
tried
it
to move on
personally,
before.
you wouldn't be bringing up silly arguments. We all tried to move on, but you guys don't want to let the subject go.
The silly argument is trying to say I'm a liar when I said he laps up CNN. He said he didn't, and I went, oh, my bad. If you're going to try and label me a liar, then that's pathetic.
No one
And you
called
need to
you a
take a look
liar.
at yourself.
No one
Okay,
called
we
you a
didn't say
liar,
you're a
and this is
liar.
how I know
To
you're
say
taking
that
it
it's not a
personally.
lie.
This is how I know you're taking
Not
it
at all.
personally because no
You
one
seem
called
to
you
be
a liar.
hooked up on it.
I'm not, but you don't want to let it go. That's why you took us all the way back to the CNN thing.
I let it go ages ago.
Then why did you bring
I
up
said
CNN?
move on. Because
Why
you're
did you
still
bring up
going on
CNN
about
all
it.
over again? I'm not, bro. You're the one that brought
Because
up
you're
CNN, not
still
me.
going on about it, mate.
I'm not going
That's
on about
why.
it, bro.
You're hooked
Like,
up.
okay. Let's stop it now, right now. Let's just let it go.
Please. Please.
All right.
New topic.
So next subject.
Are they safe and effective? Let's go there. Are they safe and effective? We know what we're talking about. I don't
What
need to clear it
vaccines?
up.
Don't know if we're allowed to
Thought you were
talk about
talking-
that here, man. Let's not talk about that.
But you were
No, we're
talking
allowed to
about
talk about it.
vitamin D.
We're not.
You were talking about
I
vitamin-
know specifically Gio doesn't want us talking about those things here.
We're allowed to
We're
talk
live on-
about
we're
it.
live
And I
on
know
YouTube.
specifically as long as we don't use the words. We just have to be a bit cryptic. That's why I said we don't need to be specific.
Okay.
But do-
Okay.
Okay. So, are they
Alright.
safe and effective?
I would say mostly, yeah.
Mostly. Okay.
Just like everything.
Okay. So CNN say that as well. So I'm just making a connection here. So CNN say that. He believes that. So there is a little bit of
Does-
truth to what I
does-
was saying.
Does CNN say? Sure. Does CNN say that Australia exists?
I don't know, mate. That's not the topic.
It seems like you agree with
It's an eggshells trick.
CNN.
You're playing eggshells game again.
No,
Let's
but
not answer
if
a question.
CNN
Let's
said
bring
that
up a whole
Finland
nother fucking
exists,
topic.
I'm not lapping up CNN. Yeah, sure. I agree on some things with CNN, just like you. No problem there.
Okay, so you agree when they say Finland exists and Australia exists, and they say vaccines are safe. What don't you agree with?
No, what don't I agree with? The
Yeah, do you
political
lap
agendas.
everything up, or are there things
Nope.
you don't agree with? Okay, excellent. That's good.
No, there's some things that I don't agree with.
Nice to know.
But if they say that vaccines are mostly safe and mostly effective, then yeah, I'd agree with the science.
I've never heard that terminology. Mostly safe, mostly effective.
Yeah,
Is that what they
just
say
like I
now
said,
over
if
there?
they say that, then I agree. I don't know. That's why I said that if they say that, then I'll agree with them. Listen.
If okay, yeah, no. Well, you and I both know that'll never be the case.
Well, then I don't agree with them if they say something else. It's clean and clear.
Excellent.
You really have a hate boner for CNN, right?
A head boner. What?
A hate boner.
I still missed that because you were breaking up a bit. Was it a hate boner?
Yeah, hate boner.
Okay, right. Hate boner. I've never heard that before. No, I don't have a hate boner for just CNN, mate. All news outlets and journalists that don't just be honest with people. I don't like. I'm not alone. So don't pick on me.
I don't really watch the news anymore. It's too boring.
Well, it's all lies, that's why. I mean, if it was actually truthful and pertinent, you would watch it. But you know not to watch it, that's smart.
No, because I can't give a shit about what's going on the world, really.
Oh, fair enough.
Like
Not
it's all
interested, yeah.
Russia's gonna attack Finland, and I'm like, sure, yeah. It's like when they do, I'll be here. If they do.
Is that what you hear all the time if you turn the television on, that Russia's going to attack Finland?
Something about Russia and Ukraine. I'm like, yeah, I'm not interested.
Okay.
It's not gonna change my life, and if I have to go somewhere to fight a war, they'll just contact me personally. They don't do it through the news.
You get called up, will you? If that happens?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a good thing I know what I'll do if there's a war.
That is weird thinking. Yeah. I was just thinking that myself. That is an odd thought, even though you're obviously in a position where you think it's very unlikely. But if it was to happen, yeah, you've got a plan.
Yeah, I know they're gonna put me on transportation. I'm gonna be driving a truck for just a company delivering milk.
Oh, at least it's not fuel. You don't want to be fucking driving a fuel truck.
Yeah.
Milk's alright.
Yeah, and I mean, if Russia wanted to invade us, I mean, it takes 3 minutes, I think, maybe less, to invade Finland nowadays. Just drop 3 or 4 nukes, and it's done.
Who'd want to invade?
Uh-oh, they just did it. They just did it. He's gone. That was that.
Who's gone?
Finland. Finland's gone.
It's
They just
gone.
took him out there.
Where'd it go? What?
Just been fucking vaporized.
I mean, your only evidence
Oh,
for
no.
Finland is me and Laurie, so why do you even accept that it exists?
It doesn't until I've been there.
It's just water. Actually, it's like 1 or
they're
0
just
degrees and it's raining almost.
they're just borders, mate. They're just like imaginary lines. All of these different places. They're just imaginary lines. We're all
Finland's
part of the same
Russia.
pond.
It's part of Russia, Finland. I'm sure of it.
No, it isn't. Fucking
Yeah,
hell.
it is.
Part of Bangladesh, isn't it? Next to Bangladesh.
Yeah. Next to Swaziland.
Exactly. Exactly. Next to Bangladesh. Exactly. That kind of got under his skin a little bit, the whole Bangladesh thing. That was funny.
Not the Bangladesh. The Bangladesh thing is good, but the we as being part of Russia is. But it's interesting that between us and China, or us and Japan, there's only one country.
Yeah.
And between us and North Korea, it's just
There
one
we go.
country.
Prove that you're not part of Russia.
Oh, wow. We have different currency than the Russia has. They have rubles,
Uh-huh.
we have euros.
Yeah, not for long. Not for long.
Yeah, sure, yeah, that can change.
It's
But if
all
it
part of the
was to
illusion.
change, yeah, if it was to change, I'm gonna be moving. I think there's gonna be a lot of. We just invade Sweden.
I don't know. Apparently, there's a lot of in Ukraine at the moment with NATO.
But yeah, there's some kind of thing going on over there. I haven't paid too much attention to it. A lot of waffling about it on the news, but I didn't read.
There's a lot of waffle about Russia moving troops and America, aka NATO, moving troops as well.
Yeah.
Around Ukraine.
It's awfully good that we only have a defense force over here.
How big should
So we
a
can't-
defense force? What do you got? 5 or 6 people in it now?
I don't know, maybe 4 million, 4 million, something like that.
Damn, it's bigger than Australia's.
It's every male is eligible. You have to go either to there or to civil service.
What you have to, well, man, you have to do
Yeah, army or civil service.
Right. Okay. For how
But
long?
it's sort of the military is from 6 months to a year, and then the civil service, I think it was 9 months or something.
Right. Okay.
But nowadays it's different because you can just say that I'm a pacifist, and then you don't have to do anything.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful.
Yeah.
That's me. That's me hiding under the bed with my pacifier.
I was in the army for a year, but I mean I got my trucker's license there, so I saved like €1,000 by going there. It was a good deal. That's how a lot of people get their truckers' licenses over here from the army.
Here you go, Nate.
What's up, BSO?
There you go, my friend.
I'm alright, just getting ready for work. What's up with
I
the
just
username?
came into work.
What's a bandsaw bandit? I always wanted to ask.
What do you mean? What is it? My kids gave me the name.
Huh? But I mean, well, what does it mean?
Well, I like to play with bandsaws, and I'm a bit of a bandit.
Okay.
You stole a bandsaw before.
Yeah.
Stole a bandsaw.
They bloody stole from me with the price they charged me. I'll tell you that right now.
Nice.
So what do you bring to the party today, Lise?
Today, nothing right now.
Nothing? You got nothing? You got nothing?
I mean, it's real early in the morning, Ben, so you gotta give me some time to think of something.
Well, I thought that's when you'd be the freshest, ready to go with a bit of vigor. All right.
Yeah.
All,
true that, true
all
that.
us guys are ready to go in the morning.
Yeah, you're right. I don't know. Maybe Jeremy got something.
No, Jeremy's too busy farming.
Yeah.
It's quieting off a bit. It's been pumping today.
It's been what?
Pumping.
What does that mean?
Lots of activity. Lots of
Oh.
activity. So, well, when I've been around anyway. Now it's kind of quieting down a bit. So probably that time for the Pommy invasion to kick in.
Yeah, it got personal between. Well, I want to say personal, but I got a bit silly.
When was this?
I don't know. They were arguing about lies and whatnot. It was a bit silly.
When today?
Yeah, like 10, 20 minutes ago. They were really stupid. To the point where someone said if someone claims to be Abraham Lincoln and they believe it, it's not a lie. Like, no.
Damn. That's just taking it to the nth degree.
Yeah. What about you, man? You got anything today?
I don't know. I was here with a conversation about Polaris. That we're talking, and I think it was Northern said it doesn't move at all. It's just in a fixed spot, and anyway, a few people piped up that it doesn't move at all. Well, look, you know, the star trails tend to show a small little circular pattern of Polaris. All right. Now, that doesn't mean it is not fixed in position and doesn't move. Now that it could be from atmospheric conditions. It could be the fact, optics, just pure optics, right? You know, I haven't seen any footage of Polaris directly plumb underneath it, any video footage to show this same thing, right? And I did have a quick Google search, not really too in depth, but a very quick one, and I couldn't find any. Anyway, so I can't remember who it was. Northern Rebellion, yeah, because he's a firmament kind of guy. Says it's just one spot. I said, well, you know, I said, well, if it's stuck in the firmament, depending on the angle, couldn't that also give a slight appearance of a very small rotation, very small circular pattern? Anyway, a few other people asked for some evidence and whatnot. The only thing I could come up with was the Georgia Guidestones. You know how they got that hole through it? Yeah, I said, well, you know, maybe the Georgia Guidestones could put it to bed somewhat, you know. Anyway, we got a picture of that, and we worked out the size of the hole and the width and depth of the rock, and did some. Well, I actually didn't do it. I think Riding did the calculations. So right there, I'm a little bit suspicious of the calculations he worked out. But apparently,
so you fucking should be.
Yeah, exactly right. But yeah, apparently, the angular resolution of the rotation of Polaris can fit within the hole of the Georgia Guidestone, according to Riding.
Oh,
according to Riding.
Okay.
Yeah. So
you probably had Rui help him out. So yeah.
Oh no,
George.
Ruby wasn't here at the time. It was just me and Riding, and I was on his screen, and he had his calculator out and a ruler out, and he's measuring the width of the
Shit.
rock and all this sort of stuff. And it came to
Serious.
2.4 degrees or something, and I think it had to be less than 1 degree for it to hold any water. But anyway, like I said, Righty did the calculations, so I do not give that any credence whatsoever.
Nor should
Coming from a known person that
flat skeptic. That's what he should be called, a flat fucking skeptic.
Yes.
A lot of these guys are just anti-flat earthers. They don't even follow the globe narrative. So sometimes they'll go against DeGrasse Tyson or Cox or whoever, in a heartbeat. And these guys are the experts on the globe, but they don't care because they're anti-flat earthers, so they don't care.
Yeah, so you've got these experts out spruiking the word, and been taken out of context. Everything's been taken out of context with them. But anyways, 2.778 degrees it was. The angular resolution of the Georgia Guidestone hole. So,
You still haven't told me if you believe Polaris moves or not, though. Okay, so
that I believe that it is in have a slight circular motion. I don't know. Like, I can only go by what has been presented. Lisa,
Hold on, why do we have a number in degrees for how big the hole is? That doesn't even make.
Yeah. Well, that was the angular resolution at which you look through the hole and what. Yeah, that was the angular resolution. Yeah, I know. Convoluted, Jeremy. I know. But yeah, if I was to see some video footage, Nate, of that's directly underneath Polaris, right, that showed exactly the same thing, well, then I could turn around and go, you know what, there's something to it, more than just what I've been told.
Fucking spiders. Fuck.
You know what I mean?
I hear you.
Mm-hmm. I'm definitely not saying it doesn't, but I'm not saying that it does happen either.
Okay. Is there like any like great significance in whether or not it moves or not? Does it change?
I think it was just something else to argue about other than pressure.
Well, yeah, because even if it appears to rotate, we fucking damn well know that could just be optics.
Yeah.
I'd contest that, given that we have an atmosphere, we would never ever see it at true 90. It could never be at a true 90 degrees.
You always think it's going to be slightly refracted to one side, even if you are directly plumb underneath it.
Would have to. We've got atmosphere.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way light can just come straight through unhindered at all just because it's coming straight down. Like, there's nothing that says that's the case. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing at all.
I don't disagree either.
What, Dragon?
So it's impossible to know if it's moving or not?
Well, I think through optics, yeah. I think it's pretty difficult. Wouldn't you agree?
I don't know. I would have to think about it. I mean, I don't see the significance in it. I've never thought deeply about this.
No.
I would need to put some thought into it.
Because everything that's aligned with it that we know from thousands of years ago or whenever it was that these fucking stone things were built that align with things, they haven't moved, have they? And it's and the story that goes with that is the fact that, well, it moves over such a long period that we're never going to see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice story, isn't it?
Yep, you hit it right on the nail.
It's a
Like
nice
the
26,000 years, isn't it?
Yeah, well, that's what I said to writing when he said you're not going to different 1,000 years.
So the idea is if light is coming from directly above my head, it's being refracted. How?
How?
Say that again.
You guys are saying if light's coming directly above me, if I'm looking up and there's a star right above me, and let's just say
Yep.
I somehow knew the star was right above me. You know, I mean, before someone starts asking, how do you know it's right above me? Let's just hypothetically say that was a given. How is this light right above me being refracted? Would someone explain that?
Well,
It's
there's no
going
way
through
to
the
know.
atmosphere, and the atmosphere is a density gradient.
Mm-hmm.
That's why. So
That's
yeah,
all.
that's there you go.
It's that simple.
Well, yeah.
So the angle at which the light is coming towards me, like, you know, it was closer to the horizon, none of that matters. It's just because it's moving through an atmosphere.
Well, yeah. If it was a consistent medium, right? Like if you had a prism of some description, which was consistent, obviously angle of incidence is, you know, angle of whatever. So there you go. It would be, but this isn't a consistent medium. This is very much dynamic. It's moving around constantly, very different temperatures, levels, densities, water, you know, humidity contents. It's dynamic. You're not going to get a perfect fucking line
you guys
through
are
it.
just throwing out words. I don't think anyone here has really put deep thought into this. I would say if the light from a
Throwing out
star coming right
words.
above me comes towards me, it wouldn't be refracted. That's what I would say.
Would you
But I
say
think
that
we
the
all need to look into this.
Would you say that the
Do we have a-
atmosphere
okay.
isn't dynamic? It's
I
consistent.
know. I'm not saying that. I
Okay.
totally agree. It's dynamic. There's different density layers. There's different things happening.
Yeah.
I just
Yep.
don't see how all of this though would refract light coming directly overhead. Maybe
Okay,
I
so
don't
do
fully
you
understand
think?
refraction. There's something
Do
I'm
you?
missing.
Okay, well,
But
just
I don't
listen.
think any
Listen
of you
for a second.
could give me a proper. I'm not done talking though. You literally
Yeah.
try to interrupt me in the middle of my sentence. I don't think any of you can give me a proper mechanism that shows how light coming from right above me is refracted.
Okay, well, listen. So when light comes straight down, let's just say it's coming straight down at 90 degrees and hits a layer of our atmosphere that has, let's just say for argument's sake, fucking 50, 60, 80% humidity. Now, do you think that every photon or every light beam or whatever you want to fucking call it is hitting any of those water particles exactly at 90 degrees on the top? Or do you think some of those light beams might be hitting the edge of some of those water droplets and refracting not straight through? And you might get a scattering effect of light. Do you think that's possible or highly unlikely?
In the example you've given me, yeah, it's possible, definitely. I mean, we know light is refracted
That's
by
what
waters.
happens.
I mean, how rainbows happen. If you refract light at a certain angle, you're gonna get rainbows. But to then say
Oh.
that is what's happening with the star coming from right above, it's just not the same.
Okay,
I'm
but for
not gonna
you
buy
to
it. I'm not
say,
gonna accept it.
okay, but for you to say that light is definitely coming straight through when it's at 90 degrees, and we know that because we can measure the star not at 90 degrees, therefore it is coming straight through, and therefore it mustn't be.
I did not say any of that.
Okay, so what are you saying?
I'm saying I don't
Why?
believe you guys with your explanations when you tell me light coming from a star right above my head, if I somehow knew
Yeah.
it was right above my head, is being refracted. Just saying, oh, but you know, water refracts things, it's not going to convince me, bro. Come on.
But it does, doesn't it? Water does refract things, doesn't it?
It does refract things, but that's not going to do it. It's not going to cut the mustard. Think deep about it.
Okay, so if the light is going through water and water refracts things, why isn't it being refracted? What makes you think it's coming through straight?
Right, bro. Use your head, dude. Because you literally just admitted that it's not satisfying me.
Mm.
So the answer that water is refracting it is not satisfiable, so you're gonna deny it. But just because it's the truth doesn't mean you have to deny it. You have to just accept it. I mean,
Just because you guys are saying it
I'm pretty
doesn't
sure
make
in
it
your
doesn't make
Islam,
it the truth, though. That's the problem.
but you just agreed.
No, I'm
So
not saying it
you're
is.
not agreeing with yourself.
What?
You
So,
literally agreed that water refracts. So why are you just
Yeah.
yeah, so you're in denial. That's what it is, kind of.
no, let's not go there.
What?
So, lease.
Let's think
So,
about it, guys. Let's just talk about it. Yes, Spencer.
yeah, we are, mate. We are.
Mm.
The I've lost my train of thought now.
Something
Yeah,
about a
sure
go.
you did.
So light coming directly towards us, right, from a point, okay, from a fixed point coming directly towards us. Are you saying that will continue a straight line of path without being refracted through these different mediums?
I'm not saying that at all, Ben. So what I'm
Okay.
saying is I don't think any of us have put enough thought into this. We're just throwing out what we think always happens. But what I know is when you are at Polaris, when you are at that, type of altitude right below it, it's not the same as looking at something close to the horizon. It's not the same as being
course
at
not.
the
Yeah.
close to the equator and seeing Polaris on your horizon. It's a
Okay,
very
so-
different thing going on there.
Okay.
And I would just like us to put a bit more thought into this before
Yeah,
we just start.
agree. And
Yeah.
I would agree that looking at something that's on the horizon and in the distance is different to looking at something directly overhead. There is,
Fuck yeah.
all right, 100%. I'm all on board with that. Okay, but I think that common sense and logic dictates that there can still be a small amount of refraction, right? Because
Maybe.
okay, then now all we're talking about, Lise, is a small amount of refraction that gives the appearance of this small circular path that Polaris is making. We're not talking huge amounts. We're not talking huge amounts, right? We're talking very, very small amounts that gives it the appearance that it could be potentially taking a circular path and not fixed in one point. That's all. We're not saying that Polaris is at one stage directly overhead at 90 degrees, and then because of a
Not at all.
refraction, it's at 45 degrees. That's not being suggested, Lisa, at all.
I understand. I'm not.
Yeah.
I never made that claim. I totally understand what it is you guys are suggesting.
Yeah, I'm just saying, just a small bit, and it doesn't have to. It only really has to be the most minute bit, really, because we're only talking a very small rotation. We're not talking anything massive at all. So I think it is quite feasible and quite a quite reasonable explanation of the appearance of that. Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. I agree that maybe if I was under Polaris, refraction could move it off center. But do you think that refraction could make something move in an orbital motion? How is that possible?
What do you mean by that?
No, refraction.
Yeah, you don't
can't
see it move.
No, yeah. Refraction won't make something move in an orbital motion at all. The thing is either moving itself in an orbital motion, right, or it's
So
not.
it's not moving.
Okay. Yeah. But what refraction could do could give the optical appearance of something maybe moving in a
How?
So how did you say? Or ha?
Yeah. How would refraction make something look like it's moving around an axis?
No, you don't see it move, do you?
No.
No, so you don't see it move. But if it's refracted slightly off center, the fact that it's slightly off center leads one to speculate that it must do an orbit. It must circle.
Mm.
Right?
Circle what?
Simple.
Because it would just be off center, and I would just see it at that off center point all the time. It's not moving.
But that's
from
what you
that off
do.
center.
You look it up at Polaris and it's off center. You never see it center.
Cool. But now, how do we know that? Because it's off center. It's maybe I'm
We
missing.
don't know. It's assumed.
Okay, maybe to go back to what that other dude said, Ben. So the guy that you said was the dome believer.
Yeah,
He said
dome.
refraction doesn't orbit the central axis, right? It's fixed right in the middle.
He just said that the Polaris is
Mhm.
fixed and it doesn't move.
Okay, and we now don't know if that's true. We don't know if Polaris is fixed or whether or not it rotates around the central axis point.
But then
And the
he
idea
did-
is
But it's in the same
refraction
spot,
could
it's
make
in the
it
same position.
refraction could make it appear to rotate around the central
Yeah.
axis point, right?
he did
And
concede
that's what I'm.
in the
Uh-huh.
end that refraction could give it the appearance, even though he is certain that Polaris is in a fixed spot, a central spot, dead set in the center, and doesn't move. He did concede that refraction could give it the appearance of having a circular motion path.
Even if it does move just a tiny bit,
How?
even if it looks like it moves a tiny bit, it's still in the same position. And the thing
How
is,
is that possible, Benson?
and
How
the thing
does
is, if you
refraction?
think, and the thing is, if you think the Earth is on a tilt and it spins around, then that would mean it's wobbling. So how does the Polaris stay in position in that?
Well, we would say it's because Earth's moving that it appears to move, but we know it's not Polaris.
Mm.
So
would you know
Ben, so
that?
how would refraction?
Exactly,
If
you don't
let's
know that.
just
That's what they tell you.
okay, cool, whatever. So let's say we live on a flat Earth, and flat, stationary, motionless Earth,
We do.
and we can see We can see that Polaris is refracted off center, right above my head. When my line of latitude is what? What would it be, 0 or whatever?
Polaris.
How would refraction make? Yeah, so it's 0. How would Polaris? How would refraction make Polaris orbit the central point of axis?
No, I'm just saying the refraction would appearance that it's not central.
I agree that, but that's not what I'm arguing. That's what I'm saying. That's why I felt you guys weren't putting enough thought into it, because it was just this idea that
Well, that's where the
something
creator comes
coming.
into play. I mean,
Okay.
if you're asking why it's there and fixed in that
I'll
spot,
drop it. I'll stop.
No, you can go, Lace. Or we can take up pressure again if you. We're trying to thrash that out over the last.
Yeah, it just seems the answers I'm getting. I don't know.
Look, we know that we've got the star trails themselves, right? And we've got pictures of these, and they seem, from Polaris outwards,
literally a perfect circle.
They seem to make. Well, I haven't actually measured them perfect circle, but they very well.
Search it up, though.
Sorry.
No, we only see
can look
half
it
a
up, though.
circle because we only have half a night.
You can look it up though.
Well, okay then.
The other half of the circle is superimposed.
Obviously.
No, well, I don't know. Hold on.
But
I've got
if you're in
something.
the center,
I've got
if you're near
something.
the
I've
center,
got something here. Oh,
What have you found, Benson?
I'm trying to copy image.
Polar alignment refraction correction.
Paste. Here we go. Geo posted this. Now, if you look at that, image, which is coming up any second. So, one moment, caller. One moment. Thinking. Bloody hell. How big's the file? Come on. Boom.
Boom.
All right.
Still nothing there, so. Okay, there
What do
it
you
is.
mean nothing? Okay.
So you
I see it, I
actually
see
do
it.
Okay.
the pivot.
So now to me there in the closer to the center. I'm not talking about the outside edges, but closer to the center, it seems that those star trails make circles. So I don't know why you're saying we only see half circles. They look like full circles to me.
Exactly.
But you only have like half the day. Well, you only have the night time to actually capture stars. And if they're doing a full circle, that takes 24 hours. So how are you seeing the daytime stars to capture this?
What are you talking about, dude?
Am I roboting or what?
No, you're not roboting. I
So
think.
is this taken when it's like 24 hours dark time somewhere? Is that when this is taken? Like when's it taken?
Well, it's obviously taken at night time, and it's
Dude, do you even
Yeah,
know
but
how
my
star trails
stars,
work?
it's a time lapse. But where I am, I only get nighttime, and my stars don't do a full circle in the time I get to watch them. So my
Because you're
time
not
lapse
near
will
the
only have
celestial
half a
pole.
circle.
Because you're not near the
Yes,
celestial
I am.
pole. No, you're not.
Yes, I'm near the south one.
yes, we are.
I'm near
Don't
the
tell us
south
where
So
one,
we
and
are.
if I do
Australia is
it,
not
I
near
only
the
get half a
celestial pole,
circle.
buddy.
Yeah.
Okay,
Don't tell
right.
us.
Australia.
Don't tell us where we are and what we can and can't see. We know where we are.
So
Dude, you're from Australia. I know where you're at.
so where was this
So
positioned? And
okay, well I don't know whether the photo was taken or and the photo of the time lapse. I've got no idea.
I got something to say, guys, if you don't mind.
Go perspective.
Sure.
Go.
Hey, how's everyone doing?
Yeah, good man.
Good, yourself?
The photo you posted, I was just about to post, and I think the article that I put a link to is explaining that photo. In fact,
Right.
I'm sorry, what?
Awesome.
No, awesome.
Good.
Yeah, awesome.
Yeah,
Just
I think that's the link for that photo, or one similar to it. Does Polaris have a star trail? Is the link I put. But I was going to come on before that and just give you a piece of information. It's late here. I probably can't stay on long, but I was listening to the conversation, and I have a friend that did a lot of time-lapse photography and was really interested in finding out about Polaris's rotation. And it's going to sound crazy, or not that I should expect anyone to believe this, but this is what he came up with. And I don't have any screenshots of what he took. At least I can't find him if I took them. I think I did, or I'll get it from him. His name's E1. He did a lot of work with the flat Earth way back, and then kind of has gone into hiding a little bit to be off the grid, and postponed his channel. I could put the one thing that you can see of him if you're interested. I'll put a link for in the live stream as well. But he came up with something interesting that he did 6 months apart time elapse, and he found that it actually makes an elliptical orbit around a center, and it's kind of like an eye, and it actually has that little divot like you see with the Eye of Ra.
Right.
And he said the Eye of Ra is almost exactly what you would see with the one 6 months apart. You see the like in the photo we post or you posted. It has that little top with its little eye, like and then it goes into, and then the bottom curves the same way 6 months later.
Yep.
But it has a little divot, and then it goes back into its little rotation. And it's interesting if that's the case, if that's where the Eye of Ra comes from. No,
So you agree
maybe they knew
that
that's
it
how
had
it
a
is.
fixed position.
Hold on, Dragon.
Well,
Hold on.
it's an elliptical orbit around a fixed position, a small
Yeah.
little elliptical orbit
Yeah.
around a fixed position,
Okay.
according to him.
So
And he
yeah,
did it 6 months apart, and it does the top of the eye, one time, and then 6 months later does the bottom of the eye.
Wow.
interesting.
Yeah,
That's
so it
interesting.
is basically still in a fixed position. It's just
Yeah, around a fixed position.
yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. And so maybe that whatever writing came up with as far as the arc degrees that the hole is allowing us to see, that at any time you might be able to see the Polaris still, no matter what, because it's
Mhm.
a wide enough hole to include that small elliptical orbit.
Yeah. I think that's the conclusion we came to when we were working it out.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that would
and
make sense.
look, yeah, I'm definitely not saying that Polaris is in a fixed position. It all came about when someone else suggested that it was in a fixed position, and anyway, we were just spitballing just different ideas and all that sort of stuff about
Yeah.
why it could give the appearance maybe of not being.
You could say relatively fixed. Yeah, relatively
Yeah,
fixed.
yeah.
Well, they say the
It
precession. They say the
literally be
precession is
impossible
moving
to
it, causing a
literally-
whole new North Star once every 70,000 years or something. So,
Yeah.
well,
Because we
who can prove that?
we
Uranium.
can
will
check
literally
that.
be
We can check that, can't we?
it
Yeah.
would literally be impossible to see the same star trails every night exactly the same, because if the Earth spin and wobbled on its axis and orbited around the sun flying through the galaxy and changed its position every season, then that would be a fantasy.
Yeah, that's a globe killer.
Mm.
It's an absolute globe killer. The star trails in general are. There's no way
But
you
how
would have the
right
same.
when you joined, the move by pressure guy just left. Like, do they have are they actually characters? Like, they're actors. Like, they join, and then you tell them something, they deny it, and then they leave, and someone actually
No,
brings the proof.
I don't know.
Nate's not a character. He's got his
It
beliefs
has to be,
and
dude. It has
whatnot.
to be. It's always
No,
with it's always with all of them. Like all of them.
no.
But that's
He
less
is
important than what we're talking about right now.
exactly right. He's very open to having a good conversation and trying
But
to
it's
knuckle
interesting.
him
I don't
Bro,
know
he
who that
left
is,
right
but
when the best evidence just came out. Like, this guy
well,
just
I
said
don't even have the evidence. I just have a claim that a personal experience with someone that I know and trust and saw. And I saw what he was showing, and it did have a little divot. It was weird. It had a little divot, like it was just that it looked like a football, but it was 6 months apart. And the one line to the top of the football, and then the bottom line. But the bottom line or the top, I'm not sure which, had the little kind of like a little like indent, almost like it was skipping and then getting back on its orbit or whatever. Weird, huh?
And with a lot of these things, all we can go on generally is other people's experiences, observations, and stuff.
Mhm.
Just we've got to take it all on board and analyze it for ourselves, what we want to take on, and
it's not something we can't come up with on our own. If someone has a P900 and zooms in on Polaris and does the 6 months apart like he did, that's evidence that could be obtained by anybody with a time elapse.
Yeah.
I'm surprised there's not more of that posted.
So is he still doing it?
Oh, I'm sure he is. I just texted him recently, and we're planning to talk. So I'll ask him if he's he said he was going to put it all together. He was going to match the two and show the whole thing. So
what is he about to do?
I haven't talked to him in a little bit, so I'll ask him next time I talk to him and see if he's got something new on that. He hasn't been posting anything. He's kind of prepared for the worst right now with the COVID stuff and thinking that there might be some rations going and all that kind of stuff. He went and bought chickens. He's like, if I buy chickens, we're in trouble. But he might be a little bit more overreactive than a lot of people. So, but at the same time, he's got himself set up off grid with all the stuff you need to do that. So it's good. It's a good thing. He's not paranoid, but he's practical.
Nice.
Yeah, I'll post it. I'll post it. One thing, he's a really smart dude. Actually, he's got some different ideas than most flat earthers, and that's the reason he kind of left the scene a little bit in 2015, and then went and figured out shit on his own. And he had a whole presentation on this one thing that he had like the the overlays with the transparencies, and he acknowledges that there's southern star rotation, and that's part of the reason he left the scene, because he was like, this doesn't make any sense. Just saying that there's no southern star rotation doesn't add up. In fact,
Yeah,
it's two spirals. Seems to be two adjacent spirals in the sky, adjacent to each other, not on the top and the bottom of the ball, but two circles of star rotations. And if you could get out far enough on one side of past Tonga on one side or Easter Island on the other, he was convinced that you could zoom in and see that these stars separate from each other, go 360 degrees off from each other, and then meet up again on the other side. And he really had a lot of detail to this. And he said that, in fact, that the Milky Way gets torn apart and then reforms when it comes back through the celestial equator. And that might be kind of where they get the idea from Quetzalcoatl, the beast being torn apart in the sky, is one of the myths that people might be familiar with, which is interesting. If that's the case, the fact that it would meet up as if it never got torn apart on the other side again, and then go through the middle of the celestial equator. And he did a lot with the mapping of these things too, because he noticed that, or at least his research showed him that it seems like the three stars of Orion were the only three stars that didn't go one direction or the other. That they would almost have like a Pac-Man effect, that they would go through the middle of the celestial equator and then disappear and then show back up on the other side at the exact same time and position they should be in. What that means and what the explanation for that is, who knows? But that's what he seemed to observe. And then the positioning of the Orion's belt, you've heard, I'm sure, that matches up with the pyramids in Giza.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. And I actually was giving him some videos that gave him a eureka about not only did those three stars line up with the pyramids in Giza, but there's monuments all across the plain from Easter Island all the way over to Tonga. And some of those videos have been taken down. I've been searching for them, and it's really hard to find them again, which might tell you something. Where there's been monuments in those positions, those exact positions, just like the pyramids, all across the plain, where the three stars of Orion match up with monuments built and positioned exactly to line up for it. Reason being, well, if that's the case, that means that you could look at the three stars of Orion, and if you knew what monument they would line up with at any given day or a year and time, then you could look at the sky and know where you are on the Earth from knowing where the Orion's belt is. And maybe that's the reason the ancients did that. And those artifacts and the positions and squares are been built over, but they're still, you can still see them. You can still see that they're all across. And then, in fact, it would help with mapping out the continents, because if that is still the case, and Orion's belt hasn't moved and it still lines up with the pyramids of Giza, then you could line up all the other monuments and figure out, which is what he did, and figure out where the continents should lie specifically. And then you would have a real map. And this would be a big clue to figuring out where exactly the continent should be. And the celestial equator and the equator, two different things. And that was a big clue, because a lot of people think they're the same, just like people think that Polaris or true north is different, is the same as magnetic north, which they aren't. We know that magnetic north is way off and goes in its own elliptical orbit. Its own, it veers out and comes around and does a little rotation in the same way Polaris does, in a way. It could be connected. Of course, it would be
connected. It definitely sounds like it when you put it that way. There is some sort of connection between them. 100%.
And so that would be a big clue.
You got to get this guy to come into the server perspective.
Well, I'll put the presentation he talks about this, and I'll see if I can drag him in sometime.
Yeah, because I think you'll
he
find
did a sun and moon presentation. That's the only thing you can see from him right now.
think you'll find this a very good server to talk in.
Yeah, yeah. He kind of thought that maybe, you know, he should shut up for a little bit. There was a lot of people looking at his stuff going, hey, man, you might want to be careful. That kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what? You think you might be a little bit too bright. That kind of thing.
Yeah.
And that can be scary, you know, when people are warning you. I don't know who it was warning him necessarily, except for us. But, hey, you know, a couple of people we knew were like, hey, that's a little bit too close to good.
Yeah.
And who knows, you know, if there's his talk that he did on Sun and Moon. And smart dude, really good guy. You can say, and the whole idea with this two rotating star patterns in the sky is huge, because if flat earthers can acknowledge that that's the case, and you can see the star trails on both sides, and there's a celestial equator with everything, you know, he's talking about, then we're using that as a flat earth proof, not as something that the ballers can come in and say, oh, southern star rotation, that means it has to be a ball, because that is the strongest evidence for a lot of ballers. That's what really convinces them that it must be some kind of, you know, ball. Because if there could ever be proof that they separate on either side, then that would end it right there. It's almost like the continents have been positioned, or we've been confined to these areas so that we couldn't ever see that. Almost, you know.
Yeah. So
So it's interesting.
To nail it down, you know, we know what the land is. You know, where you are, where I am. You know, we can drive across the land. We can examine it ourselves. But when it comes to the water and where that land is placed in that's the big question. That is the big question, I think. You know, I've seen different flat maps where it shows, it looks all weird shape, which doesn't seem to marry up on a grid to what you can actually measure yourself, like with your car, when you're driving from point A to point B. Not that you drive in a straight line, mind you, right? You're zigzagging all over the countryside, but these measurements on our cars seem to, the odometers seem to marry up with what we're told. I think the real hidden stuff is in the water. The distances between lands. That's where the secret is, and that's where
that would be where the fudging could come in, right?
Yeah, that's where the misdirection is, I think.
Right.
It's the most logical place to put it, because it is so difficult to explore it yourself. You can go out and rent yourself a little canoe and paddle all over the country, all over the ocean side, but it's hard to measure anything like that. So if you know in the back of your head that people really can't verify any of these things, that would be the best place to fudge the figures, most definitely.
And it could be that there's some misinformation or disinformation intentionally injected into the flat Earth lexicon as well, which is what he suspected. The idea that Antarctica is surrounding us by 360 degrees. One of his things too is like, that's, first of all, we don't have proof that there's an ice wall 360 degrees around us, but then we're spouting that, touting that as if it's real, if that's the case, as if that's been proven. And if it hasn't been, then why say that that's the case?
Exactly.
And then it traps us in. It's almost like, okay, here's your ice wall with your dome, and then like a lot of these people that criticize that idea, then it just traps us into this small little area of land again. And it's the same thing the globe has done, right? So that could be the reasoning for that, if it is intentional. And Antarctica might be its own continent, and at some point they could show that people actually do travel around Antarctica, and then okay, there you go, flat Earth debunked, over, and then it's kind of set up to knock it back a ways down the line. So there could be an ice wall in Antarctica could be part of that area at one area, but then there could still be, land, some type of land, surrounding the continents we know of in this little pond, right? There could be that going on, but to call it all Antarctica, it seems a little bit of a stretch, because then you'd have a lot more land that you'd have to be saying is Antarctica. I mean, there'd be like a lot more land that we could say, okay, here's Antarctica, here's Antarctica. Wow, that's a huge amount of land to claim. So it's almost like impossible.
I'm definitely all over. There's possibly more land that we don't know of.
Oh yeah. Well, I think it's infinite until proven otherwise.
Exactly. Like I don't necessarily go with the whole infinite goes on forever, because to me it's just like logic too. I think there's a start to everything and there's a finish to everything. Now where that start is and where that finish is, I've got no idea. I'm definitely not a domer either.
Well, let me ask you this: if there is a stop, what would the stop look like?
Well, see, I don't know.
But can you even imagine?
No, I can't. I can't. And
Right.
there's
So
no
then
point me
how
even
could there
trying
be
to imagine. I'm not. Well, see, I don't even try and imagine. Is it a brick wall? Are we surrounded by 4 brick walls?
And even if it was a wall, and this is the way I put it, even if there was a barrier of some sort, what's on the other side of that barrier?
Exactly.
A non-reality? Is it a non-reality? How could reality have an end?
Yeah, it just opens up more questions than it does answers.
And
really,
is there really a start, a stop, and a start to everything? Really? I mean, we may die, but our energy goes somewhere. So is that really a stop? Just because things seem to live and die in our perception, then there's always a continuation. That means that, and by the first law of thermodynamics, energy can't be created or destroyed. So that means, by that very fact, if it is a fact, then everything that is here was always here and always will be in just a different form. Including God and whatever God is always existed. And he supposedly, that's the whole idea behind God, is it's eternal and within us and around us. So we are God. We are whatever God is within us. Whether there's something outside of us that's God, that's like saying, what is that reality? Is that a non-reality, or is that more of our reality? So if our reality, has an end to it, then on the other side of that end, would there be a non-reality? Could you stick your hand through the barrier and then have your hand disappear into a non-reality? Does any of that even make sense? And if it doesn't, how could we assume that even does exist? So we have to assume almost that it's infinite until there would be reason to think otherwise.
Look, I'm not assuming anything. Like I said, to me, like I said, just logically, there's a start and finish. Now that doesn't mean really that I'm not closed-minded to go, yep, there's there's 4 brick walls around us, for argument's sake, and there's a dome over the top, or or plaster of Paris on top of our heads, which covers those 4 brick walls. I'm not going there, whatsoever. But that's just my general thought. A start finish. I've got no idea what it is, but I am open to discovering more information and expanding that thought process. I'm not going to be rigid in my notion of my planar Earth. I'm not going to be
because if you're rigid and you think then you're done, right? It's like assuming you know anything, then you might miss what it really is because you think it's one thing and then you don't know. In fact, this whole thing becomes a false dichotomy, and the argument's been made out to be that we're supposed to define the whole thing as if we could, which is a false assumption.
That's
the fact that they made the ball Earth, seem like they're observing the whole thing, locks us into the idea that we should know the whole thing, when that could be very well, most likely, impossible to know. And so then we're supposed to be able to prove that it's all flat. When, first of all, it's a misnomer to begin with. It's not flat. So it's not even about flat against ball. So the whole thing's just a ridiculous, setup for an argument,
Yeah. And that's why, when you brought up, the IRR and orbit that that Polaris takes, and the magnetic fields have us shifting formation with them as too. This is new information that you go, you know what? This is new information.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at this information. Let's see where this information leads. But
Right.
if you're going to be
So
close
I
by
went
and
looking and I found the same picture you did, and it looks like
yeah,
that little star trail looks like it could be what he's talking about with the top
it does.
elliptical eye.
It
And then
does
maybe there's
slightly.
another one that matches. I found another one that seemed to match the bottom. I'll post those,
All right.
the ones that I found.
So
It could be, depending on where you are, I'll post the ones that I found. And it could be, one way or the other. But it's just interesting if that is the case. And that's where the Eye of Ra comes from.
yeah.
That could be a huge find. Someone could
Here we
confirm
go.
that. But
Here we
yeah,
go.
it totally looks like that.
Yeah. And if you look at that top one, you can definitely see that, that very slight arc with that top one, can't you?
And I think the bottom one's the same one you put, right?
Yeah,
Is that the exact same one?
Yep.
Yeah.
That is, yep, definitely.
So
from
there's an
same.
interesting idea for all this, and I agree. The refraction doesn't seem like refraction would seem to make to account for a trail of some sort. The refraction would make it look like it's moving necessarily. I guess it's impossible, but it would have to be consistent. And that's the other thing. With a lot of these star trails, there's such a consistency, and I don't see it on any of these now that I mention it. But another thing that one would talk about is that when he noticed that he did the star trails, that there was a pattern to the star trails themselves, and it's like they would skip and do like a beat, and he described it as dun, 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 like an Indian drum. And he would notice that there's like a skipping in the trails, which, yeah, you can see it, the little dots. Well, he would do like a close up of this of certain stars, and you could see that they were skipping in that kind of like dun 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 kind of pattern, which is also interesting if that's where the drumming comes from. Maybe that's something that the Indians knew. So a couple of things that might be the case that could be looked into or confirmed. And he wasn't even sure that they're necessarily physical objects. They could be manifestations of whatever it is that this frequency is, showing us. Maybe only at night. Maybe only when the sun is gone. Who knows? These kind of things are interesting. But when you look at the frequency to the P900 and close-up shots that we get, that's another globe killer, in my opinion. Even if you can't claim what something that's trillions and trillions of miles away would look like through a P900. I would think common sense tells you wouldn't be able to zoom in on and get much definition, and thinking that it's an in-camera malfunction to show different frequencies for each of these stars is a little bit ridiculous to even just to think that that's possible. Just in Cal, I know there's focus problems with some of the star observations from P900 or P1000s. That is the case, but there's lots of definition to a lot of them that are in focus, and you can see that there's different frequencies for each of them, and that would be a consistent in-camera malfunction, making them look all the same, not different. It was something in camera that was causing that kind of effect. So that's another globe killer. There's tons of them, right, guys?
Yeah.
Right, ballers? Any ballers here want to talk about it?
I don't think there is at the moment.
Or they run away. Anyway, I just wanted to drop that information. Also, I put some Jaslyn 111 videos in the chat, and he was talking about the land masses having two, like instead of the one circle, that there might be land masses just like the star rotations under these star rotations, and they would be separated as such. And that he's got one that talking about this is wrong flat Earth map showing the AE map, and he was frustrated with a lot of his stuff. I mean, he probably didn't become a huge popular channel because maybe he was right about too many things too. I don't know. But wrong flat Earth map. I'll put that one in there because with the time zones and stuff, he was noticing it doesn't work out. And I think that's what keeps a lot of the ballers convinced is that when you start to add up some of the stuff with the AE map or the Gleason's map or whatever it is, you're using for this quote unquote flat Earth model that we've been given. Maybe, these are given to us for a reason.
Yeah.
No. And maybe there's actually two circles on the land as well as in the sky. And that would solve a lot of things.
Yeah. Could
It's
most
just a matter of
definitely.
putting the continents in the right area. And if Antarctica is its own continent, that could maybe solve a lot of those issues. We wouldn't have to argue about that because that keeps ballers convinced, people sailing around Antarctica. Maybe that's true.
Yeah.
And it's still an ice wall possibly or land beyond us, but I'm more about this is a pond of continents we live in, and there's got to be more ponds.
Well, and then if there is more ponds that that would tend to make one think that there's also possibly more stars, more suns, more moons.
Right, sun, right.
Okay.
And maybe some of these other stars that we're seeing in the outer perimeters are coming from other ponds, and that's
exactly right. And then you have this footage of what they call star dogs or two suns in the sky and all this stuff, which is always put down to lens flare or something like that. Perhaps because everything goes in a period, and at certain periods these things slightly cross over. And very occasionally we get to see these things. See, all these things to me are quite within the realm of possibility. They really
absolutely are. Now that we know that there's been a constructed line, and there's all these possibilities.
Exactly.
Right.
It
definitely doesn't add up. The star trails definitely kill the ball, though, guys. I mean, unless you're going to believe that somehow it's always perfect, and there's just because they're that far away that we don't see any parallax. I mean, come on, really? Can you still make yourself believe that, ballers? Really? Is that really good enough for you? Still, be honest with yourselves. I mean, I know it's hard, but just be honest with yourselves. That's a little bit of a stretch to think that 360. I mean, think about it. If we're going around the sun, that's moving 500,000 miles per hour. That means every day we're displacing ourselves by 12 million miles in space and time. So that means that every day we're moving 12 million miles out of our original position, yet the stars look the same every night. And they're that far away that you can move 12 million miles a day out of your original position and there's no parallax. I mean, really, that's incredible that we could see these stars in the exact same position in relation to each other and to us. I mean, that they would have to be, I mean, even if they were that far away, you could add as many zeros as you want, and I'd still find that hard to believe. Because it would just a little bit of the position of moving in your relation to other stars, you would have a totally different pattern in the sky not only by the hour, by the day, by the after a year, and you wouldn't even be able to recognize the sky, even if they were trillions of miles away. It would seem. Yeah, but if everything's moving with you, though, no. Well, that would have to be perfect, man. I mean, if everything's moving with you, then that's not what they're saying, though, right? I mean, really, are they saying that everything is solid in position with each other? Really? Aren't these supposed to be suns of other galaxies moving in their own directions? Well, no, we're only seeing the stars we're seeing are only in our solar system, our galaxy. My bad. Yeah, but they're supposed to be. No. We're supposed to be seeing in our galaxy, yeah, but they're supposed to have their own little solar systems, right? Yeah. All the stars we see though are supposed to be moving, somewhat with us. I mean, some of them should be going faster and slower. Even if they're somewhat with us, just the slight angle changes would be noticeable.
Mm.
It
You
would
would think.
also, with the distance, would make as many as they that are up there with the distance they tell us. It would just be one light, like they would merge together at that distance.
From
They wouldn't be
diffraction.
separate. They have to be close and local lights to be separated like they are, and to give
Yeah.
distinct trails.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
All that would be just one blob of light in the sky if they were so far away.
Right.
Yeah,
Exactly.
you would think so. You would think so, Rocky, for sure. Yeah.
And that's why they have to make them so big relative to us, so that you could think that the distances would be possible for it to be that far away and still have and everything. I mean, that's how they have to reverse engineer everything and make
Well,
it so
they have
so
to make them
incredibly
big so we
ridiculous.
could see them, but that even hurts
Yeah.
their case more, because when you add that they're so big at that distance, it would just all like be a blanket of white light. It wouldn't be individual points.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't work out. Even I'm. That's why I'm saying it's hard to believe people that have been in this conversation for a long time are still being honest with themselves after going through some of these things that just are direct contradictions and impossibilities. And
To
so
me,
what
it's
our interest becomes.
one big paradox. Every path you go down on that particular model becomes a paradox where you have to have, the sphericity of water that you can't measure because it's so big. I mean, that one alone is troublesome, and that's a baseline that I like to go to, because everyone can relate to how they know water, and they can actually go out and try and measure it. You don't need, $1 million in a spaceship or a special tool to do this. You just, you can go rent the tools to do it.
Yeah, but even then, they've got it reverse engineered that you could convince yourself that that refraction, or some kind of they'll say 1 degree over 70 miles, right? So that and even though it's 1 degree of 360, they think of it as that.
That's another
less.
paradox. On a flat plane, as you move away from an object in the sky 60 something miles, it would change in 1 degree. On the sphere, that degree is caused by Earth curve, but they leave out the perspective part. You can't do it because distance matters. Once you move closer or further, perspective is in play. Well, they leave that out. They only infer a little bit of refraction because their numbers get off with distance. But distance is always a factor when you're looking at something, especially above you in a clear view without a lot of refraction. Perspective is a main issue. So they leave out perspective and add Earth curve, whereas in reality, you're on a relatively flat surface. As you move away in a plane, that object above you is going to change due to perspective by those degrees.
That's why I love your work, bro. Thank you for all you do. In fact, I don't know if I've told you that. I appreciate what you do. It's awesome that you're working out the details in the way you do. It's awesome, dude. Brian, right? Rakia.
It's Rakia.
Rakia. Is his first name Brian? I thought it was.
No, actually, my first name is Ryan.
Ryan, that's what I meant.
No, close.
Right.
Yeah, but I don't think anybody knew that until there's probably some trolls that's researched me, but
okay.
I don't go by my name. I go by Rakia. But you're welcome to call me, by my name.
Cool. Yeah. All right, Ryan, man, you're the man.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Yeah, ready to hear it and weep, ballers. But I gotta go, guys. But I had to come in and just give you something to
cheers
further that conversation.
It was good. Yeah, it was good, mate. Good. Thanks for putting in and
absolutely appreciate you guys working it out and talking. I'm listening all the time.
Yeah, it's a good call, Rock. Yeah, later, bro. Later, new perspective.
Later, Jerry. Talk to you soon.
It's a good call, Rock. Yeah. How much does it drop because of perspective? Because they say things drop at the 69 miles per degree linear rate in the sky, but then they say that drops at an exponential rate on Earth. So they're not accounting for the star drop for perspective at all.
No, they're just using
Strictly,
Earth
Right.
curve.
yeah.
That's how you know there's no Earth curve, because you know there's perspective.
Yep.
Yep.
And optics.
I heard you talking the other day, Rocky, when you tried to go out and measure water and the curve. And it took you. I had to drop out of the conversation. How difficult did you find conducting that measurement when you did it?
Suck. I can go out. I go out every day on a like a hard surface on dirt or whatever, and half a mile or whatever is no big deal. We do, like, I'm doing a huge building right now. We do airport runways, some local roads, but no civil work, private roads that we have to set up these horizontal planes and make sure the drainage and all that is right. I mean, I do that pretty much every day on a small scale, but there's nothing changes on a large scale. It's just straight line segments that are combined to create a horizontal, and then you measure from that. But over water, it sucks. I mean, we had boats and jet skis and people on the land and piers and communication, and it was like we were going to have a lot of fun doing it, right? Like a day out on the water, and we had a camp. We have a camp on the lake, so we had a place to go eat and hang out and all that, and it still sucked, right? And to be honest, I've always said this: over the first half mile, 1 mile, which is a long way in itself, we were really diligent, right? Double checking, just three different teams doing the same repetitive measurements using different tools to make sure that we were correct, and correcting our errors as we went, human error and tool error. And then by the end, we were like, oh, screw it, let's go further distances, like, because we were going back and checking, and there was no drop from horizontal. The only thing we found was a plus or minus within that first half a mile was a quarter of an inch plus or minus. Like, one of the grades would be low by a quarter, and one would be high by a quarter, like when you measure down to the water. And but honestly, it sucked. I would never want to do it again in that way, but it did give me a proof. Now, if someone came to me with a better way of doing it, like, you did it wrong because you're following the curvature of the earth, well, that's baloney. We double backed, right? There's different methods you can do to make sure you're not following any curve, and you have to measure the curve. You have to create a baseline anyway of horizontal. Everything starts from that baseline. You can't tell me something's arcing or curving if you don't have that baseline of horizontal. So they kind of double speak in that way when they say you can't create a long horizontal, yet we know it's curving because we measured from a horizontal. I mean,
yeah, it is a bit. It's going to double speak. Yeah, definitely.
But I'm actually on a site right now. We're using let's see what they got set up. We're using an auto level this morning. Sometimes we use a laser, but the first thing we normally do on each site is take a benchmark that a surveyor has set up, or an engineer says, okay, this plane that you're going to present here has to be 2 feet above this benchmark, and we can set that up. And then if we needed to, a year later, they come back and say, we want to extend this out on the same plane. We want to make this the same height, right? We could take that and extend it out in any direction at any time for any amount of distance. Now, what's under it, right? If the land curves away, or if it's over water and that water would be curving away, then as you go off into the distance, you would be further above that surface. Or, if the land rose up, you would be closer to the surface. That's what we measure. I mean, it's tough to get around this. This is back to basics and simple things. They say because it needs to be done over such a long distance that you can't do it, but geodetic surveying uses the same exact methods that planar surveying does. It just does it over a longer distance.
Yeah, and then they calculate the curve in.
Yeah, even then, they're only measuring the vertical change from the horizontal baseline, which is mean sea level, and then they calculate in the curvature of what they say is happening on the surface. Instead of being a flat plane and they just use their measurements of vertical change, they calculate it in as on a sphere, and it's the same thing. It's no relationship change. It's just they're creating a different surface. Same thing with the navigation. When you use a sextant, you create a horizontal plane and measure from that. And then you plot it down onto a surface of a sphere that isn't much difference than the horizontal plane. You know, within 100 miles, there's not much difference if you just plot down. You're not going to have that big drastic, I'm 50 miles off course type thing. Anyway, I'll be back in a little while.
Too easy, Rocker. Cheers, man. Thanks.
Are going good today. Phones are going good. Hope everyone's good.
Everyone is on top of the plane.
I'm good.
Jeremy, on top of the
We're all
plane.
on top.
How's your farm
Good.
going, Jeremy?
Yeah.
How's your farm going?
What's up with you?
Oh, it's going good. Going good. What's up? We got a new guy trying to get in. What'd you say?
Hmm?
Is this Smeagol?
You can call me Smil.
Smeagol, what
He's
up?
not new.
I just came back from school.
You came from school. What are you studying?
In science, we are learning about photosynthesis.
You're studying photosynthesis?
Learn. Yeah.
Yeah. How's it work? Tell me about it. Have you ever
The
seen
plan?
Have you ever seen two people photosynthesize?
People don't photosynthesize.
I don't know. My daughters were doing some weird shit one day, and I was like, "What are you doing?" And they said they were photosynthesizing. They had their like feet together, and they were holding their hands and like rocking back and forth on the floor. It was weird. They said that's what photosynthesis.
Yeah.
They said they're photosynthesizing. You sure
Should I
humans can't
explain
do
to
it?
you?
What's up?
Continue speaking.
Your mic's cutting out.
Oh. Shit.
Listen, I want everyone to take it easy on people that may be trolls or may be new or whatever. Like, we deal with branch guys. Just remember that when you're trying to like sniff out a troll. Like, is it really a big deal if they are trolling? You know what I mean? Like, we let branch in here, so
Let them troll, I reckon. But,
yeah, as long as it doesn't get crazy out of hand. Like, they were going hard on +1 last night.
Oh, yeah, but
Like, if
he was invoking. He was saying some stuff was out of line too, Jeremy.
No, I know. I heard him. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just don't want new people to come in and be like, "What are these fucking guys talking about? This is stupid." You know what I mean? I don't know. I talk about dumb shit too sometimes, so whatever.
No, we all do. We all do. That's for sure.
I just don't want to. I don't want someone to get scared. Like, oh my god, they're beating up on this guy. They think he's a troll, and he's not even a troll. Maybe they don't know. You know, I don't know. I just really don't want to scare new people away. Like, I'm sick of talking to these same fuckers every day. Not you in particular, just in general.
Thanks for
We need to get some.
clarifying.
We need to get some fresh meat in here.
Fresh meat.
Yeah, we gotta get some like Globers. Definitely. Like I would like to have conversations with other Globers. Some people may be more reasonable. I doubt it, but there may be some like reasonable Globers out there
I find Lee's pretty reasonable, I must say,
that
for the most
a
part.
little bit. I pointed out to Nate so many times where the Globers be bullshitting and like I don't know.
Maybe it's just the way I interact with. I haven't had any dramas with him so far, but
Like one day I bodied 3 Glovers like back to back. Not by I just pointed out like where they were bullshitting. Like I pointed it out and they saw it and where do you go from there?
but you do seem to get the same Globers in here day in day out, don't you?
Yeah. And you can't reason with them. Try telling them that you're on a bicycle. Right? And you're going to the grocery store. Like what? You can't reason with someone with that. Just keep saying that shit. Like, dude, I understand. So it's going overall, it's going a different speed since it took longer to get to the store, right? Obviously not traveling at the same speed to the store because it took them way longer. So if we do distance over time, they act like this is the one thing that we can't do the time, distance, speed triangle with. Like, you could use it, they'll say it. They'll be like, oh, yeah, you just figure out the speed, time, and distance or whatever. But then when it comes to this, you can't do that for some reason.
Yeah.
Stupid.
The fact that they want to argue that it's constant when it's obviously not. It's crazy. And I don't know how they can argue it's constant. Because depending on what medium it goes through to start off with, that's going to vary it, regardless of what they might do in a vacuum or with electromagnetism or whatever. The medium itself is affecting. So it's obviously not a constant speed. It's varying all the time. Hey, Mark.
You?
What's up?
I'm just about to cook an egg and some bacon.
Oh, nice. Nice. That's all
There,
right.
and that thin, crispy stuff.
The thing with the real bacon.
Yeah, I don't know what Australian bacon is. Kiwi bacon. I just know the Canadian bacon is.
Yeah, no. Canadians don't know what's going on half the do they?
I just don't know. That's probably why we never made them the first state.
Leave them hanging to
Yeah,
work it out for themselves.
them gay-looking police and
You
and
come from
you think
Gems?
that's bacon.
You come from
Yeah,
Gems, have you? Yeah.
yeah. It was Queenie, and I kind of like tired of her quickly.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Really, you come here a little bit, I've noticed.
Oh yeah, yeah. This is my home away from home.
You're home away from home now, yeah?
Yeah. That's a nice one.
Okay. Might start coming back. It's got to be quiet there for a while.
Quiet where?
Oh, it's got to be quiet here the last
Oh yeah.
hour or so. What time is it over there? Oh,
What do we got? Almost 9, quarter till.
okay. Yep. People probably still just getting up or on their way to work or whatever they're doing.
Yeah. I'm just commuted from the office back home. I can make an egg and commute back.
Oh, okay then.
I got the commute is about 50 feet.
Oh, 50, what, in the garage, is it?
The office, my computer office.
Oh, okay. You should put it in the garage.
Cold out there.
Too cold? Oh. Are you in part of the States where it gets extremely cold?
No. Yesterday, sort of t-shirt weather in the evening. But I think we started out today just above freezing.
Oh, God. Too bloody cold. For me, anyway.
We typically, I think the low we get is somewhere around maybe 20 Fahrenheit.
Okay.
Is
Yep.
about 12 degrees below freezing.
Yeah. Yeah, too cold.
I have bested that before, though. We actually had a good freeze come through here about 3 years ago. That was awesome. The pond froze, and we all got to play on the pond. It's the first time
Okay
that
then.
we were able to walk on.
Yep. Look, I've obviously seen those footage, all that sort of stuff. People, skiing on lakes and doing their ice fishing, and yeah, I think I wouldn't mind doing it for a day, right? One day, right? And then it would scratch my curiosity, and then that's it. Don't need any more than that. I like living in a milder climate.
Yeah, that's one of the things that's nice about here is it rarely gets down to. The summer is actually kind of brutal because and heat.
Mm-hmm.
I
We
mean,
do
up
get
in New York, we got the same temperatures, but we rarely had as much humidity.
yeah, we get some pretty brutal summer days here, so but it hasn't been too bad this year actually. Not quite the highs of what we did last year. So I don't know what's going on there, but I'm not complaining.
So 37 Celsius
Yeah.
or more.
No, well, when they're brutal, well, where I was born and bred, low 40s Celsius. Was it was a fairly common, when I say a common occurrence, Mike, I'm talking say middle of January to early February. You might get maybe anywhere between 10 and 2 weeks worth of those days. But then you're getting, the rest of the time where I'm from, Kerrang, or Murrabit actually, the your summers are pretty much 30 plus constant all the way through. Doesn't really drop below that. But it's a different sort of heat. So you can get in the shade and stuff like that. You can get some
Right, then
respite.
the sweat works again.
But further north where you get the humidity, that's what really knocks you about the humidity.
Oh yeah.
But I tell you what, when you're getting days in the low 40s, and it's hard to breathe. It's hard to get any oxygen in lungs. Really,
That's like when they talk like Nevada and stuff like that. It gets freaking hot out there, and when it gets up to 120 degrees Fahrenheit, it doesn't matter that it's a dry heat anymore. It's just fucking.
So you got any more glasses of water with laser beams going through?
No, not right now. I got a little olive oil I could probably use.
Little auto level, just to check the level of it and make sure it's horizontal.
I do have a I think it's called a dumpy level.
A dumpy level, okay then, yeah.
When my company went out of business, when I worked for, they just sort of closed up shop. And we took what was just going to go in the dumpster.
Sounds like a nice little clearance sale to take advantage of.
We weren't supposed to, but I knew that it was going in the dumpster because that's what they instructed me to do.
Oh yeah. And why are you going to throw it out? At the end of the day, that seems ridiculous.
Fuck you, man! I ain't throwing that out. That's cool.
Yeah, I remember a while ago seeing, I'm sure it was you, posting pictures of the transom of your boat. You're having to repair that. Yeah, was that you? Yeah. How'd that go? All right? You get it all done properly?
You know what? It's the engineering stresses on it are it works, but I really should have gone. I should have gone bigger.
Yeah.
I should have spread the load out over the entire transom instead of trying to do it piecemeal like I did.
Right. So you think that's going to come back to bite you in the bum later on, yeah?
It means that I can't just lift up the boat with the engine on it. I engine off it, which I have the capability. I got a little crane to do that. Yeah. But it would have been nice to just pick up the whole thing as a unit. But that extra 100 pounds on one of the davits, and you get into rough seas and start bouncing that thing around at 25 mile an hour.
Yeah,
you might just put too much load on there.
Yeah.
You know what? I took my egg, but I forgot to. That's a problem. So I had to commute back home again, get work. On the way to the office, I had a 4-dog pileup.
Oh, did you?
Huh. It's a rough commute. Yeah, but the dumpy level I got, that doesn't do a great job of doing angles of elevation and stuff. It just shows you. I guess it's like it's a manual auto level.
Yeah.
I wanted to do some tests with that. I found like a place where I could theoretically go,
Mm.
and I wanted to show drop. But then I started thinking about it. It's like, you know what, drop really isn't in question. Whether it's an optical thing is or not, but everyone kind of knows it's dropping. So started deciding I
Look,
was going to do that test.
look, I think you know more. Doing things through optics is very ambiguous.
I find it less ambiguous than you in that I kind of have an answer for why things or how things move in the sphere, density gradients and stuff like that. So
Well,
I have a lot more faith in my numbers.
with the refraction calculations you've been given, you're saying?
Essentially, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, the tendency is any drop I see is less really there in most weather conditions. So it doesn't matter to me that there may be refraction or not refraction. It's if I see anything, I've got flat Earth has a problem.
Yeah. Look, obviously, I don't quite see that. Well, but
Oh yeah, that's what I said.
I don't really, I don't really know the subject well enough to debate it with you either. So,
right.
I can't come out. I can't come out with equations and calculations.
Dude, that's not me. I'll tell you, I'm not equation guy. Math and me don't get along real well.
Oh yeah. Look, I do the basics, right, which has served me just well, right, through my life. But yeah, all this other sort of stuff, it's out of my league. And yeah, look, it's pretty impressive, the way people can rattle these things off and whatnot. You sort of sit back and you go, oh yeah, okay, then, sounds like a convincing sort of argument. But what we're looking at, especially at distance, Mike, especially at distance, through a medium that is dynamic and always moving and all that sort of stuff. I think, to me, it's never going to be a clear cut argument whatsoever. I would like to see some direct measurements, right? Absolute direct measurements. For example, like the rectilineator measurement or experiment, if you can call a measurement an experiment, but we'll call it a measurement. But the rectilineator measurement that was done, to me, that's something that is practical and tangible, even though there could still be considered to be errors in it, and the result of that measurement was concave, not convex. It was still an attempt at a tangible physical measurement, and that's what I would like to see. And these tangible sort of things that have a result, maybe one way or the other.
How do we get it to tangible for? How do we get it to tangible? Because I mean, it's tangible to me. I mean, I've got like LIGO and stuff. I've got my things that I think.
It's funny you should mention LIGO. Lisa and I were talking about LIGO a while ago, and how the arms of LIGO are built perfectly horizontal, flat, straight, and level to a central point. Right, they're as straight as an arrow, and the story goes, as you know, that they were built taking into Earth's curvature. Right? Okay, I can argue that quite easily one way or the other. But the point is, it doesn't matter because they were built horizontal from one central point. Okay, so we know they are perfectly straight and perfectly horizontal from one point. Now, alongside the arms of LIGO, there are some man-made canals, right? And I think they're for the cooling system in there potentially. Now, it would be interesting if someone like you or me, not that we can go down there because it's probably a highly restricted area, to be able to take physical measurements the surface level of that water to the arm of LIGO. So that
Right.
would be something that would be something tangible that I think both you and I could agree on, that this thing has been built horizontal from a single point because that's what they tell us, and the globe model says that water will follow the curvature of the Earth. So if this thing is perfectly horizontal and level from one central point, there should be a measurable distance, considering those arms go for, what is it, 2 or 3 kilometers. They're fairly long. So that would be something tangible right there for me.
Right. So I mean, like the one thing that I've thought about with that is, and I'm not, the angle at the end is not that much different than at the beginning. But I mean, I would think you should be able to, with a precision level, find out that this perfectly straight line is not level at the end, but it's level at the beginning, and it's dead straight. Of course, there'd be an argument whether it's dead straight or not.
All right.
But then the measuring, from the water, that's a pretty solid thing.
Yes,
And
exactly.
I thought about that. Yeah, stick a dumpy level right at the water, find your height above that dumpy level, above that, then transpose that onto the tube,
Mm-hmm.
and you'll be able to see that. Yeah, it's definitely 16 inches higher over here, 32 inches higher over here.
Exactly. And the other one, the one that White's word, you've probably heard of it, the one where he's trying to wrap the Earth with a line, pull it taut. You know the one I'm talking about?
Yeah.
To me, that is, whether or not it'll work or not, but that again is something tangible. Right? If you've got a line that is 5 kilometers long, you can put a scale in the middle of it, right?
Right.
And get some tension all the way through that line, right, from both ends. The theory being on a globe Earth that line should pull down on that scale in the middle.
Trying to cut the Earth in half.
Sorry?
That's what it should be trying. It should be trying to cut the Earth in half.
Exactly right. Now, to me, that all right. That on when you first look at it, you go, okay, yeah, that's tangible. The logistics of doing that and whether or not that can be pulled off logistically, that's a different question, right? But he's willing to give it a crack this winter, and hopefully I'm going to be a part of it too myself, because he's only actually just around the corner from me. So that that'll be pretty cool to be involved in that. But at least it's a flat earther out there that is going to hopefully try and do something and get something done, and then just put the results out there for people to see, and we'll see what comes of it. And look, most likely when it's done the first time, probably run into problems, or he'll probably run into problems that it may need a second shot and a third shot to try and do it, depending on what goes awry.
Yeah, the thing that always bugs me about that one is I think that the practicality always comes down to the amount of forces you're going to be dealing with. And I keep on, coming to the point of like, oh God, this is going to fall into that really tiny measurements, and it's going to be like, fuck, that's not good enough. It's the error bar on it's going to be bigger than the measurement. So yeah, it showed it's a flat. Oh yeah, it showed it's a globe.
Maybe, Mike, you might be right. It might equal out to be the square root of all at the end of the day. Who knows? But you won't know unless you give it a go.
It's fun.
These things of taking pictures and shooting lasers is.
I like the fishing line experiment with the mutually buoyant line. But again, it came to pretty close to flea fart category measurements. Like, I think that there's so many things you could make it go wrong that it'd be hard to confidently say, "Yep, I'm right."
Yeah.
And so, and
I understand
if
what
you
you
can't
said.
give an absolute, Yeah, if you can't give an absolute 100%, then it's just going to be dismissed either way.
Mm.
Yeah.
You know, it'd be nice to have something that would just smash it out of the park. And I know, Moyok, you'll say you've got a million things that will smash it out of the park.
We got that whole ISS thing done.
That whole ISS thing. Oh my God! Let's not go there.
We got satellites done.
Oh my goodness gracious! Well, look, we've got blimps and satelloons. I'll grant you that we do have blimps and satelloons. Yeah, I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one.
I think that like as far as has convinced me that it's not satellite is measurements I've sort of personally done. Like with my satellite dish on my house, I aimed it at a place, and then I looked at. This is where I didn't physically do it, but I looked at how other people are supposed to point theirs. I did 100 miles, and they're all pointing in one direction.
Yeah.
And it's like, God, if it was a balloon at any reasonable distance, 100 miles would give you different angles. No refraction, no nothing. It just would be totally different place.
Well, maybe
everybody
it's 120 miles. Who knows? I'm not putting any numbers. I'm not putting any numbers to these satellite blimps. Not at all, Moyok.
Well, but the numbers come out to be like 32,000 or 32,000 kilometers and stuff like that. The numbers are astronomical.
You reckon? Because if you're right from this thing that's, we can both agree at whether or not it's 100 miles or 3,200 miles. It's pretty high, right? It's pretty high. Okay,
right.
Whichever measurement. Now, this signal that is being transmitted, right? It's going to what's the word? Is it diverge when it splays outwards? Do you know what I mean? Does that make sense? Like it's not going down in a straight line, in a straight beam, right? It's got a path that diverges like a laser beam, so it gets wider and wider and wider the further it has to travel. So maybe that's got something to do with why they all kind of point in the same direction.
Well, let me explain it this way. I mean, you know how this is a simplistic analogy, and it's very close to when you look at a light bulb, a 100-watt light bulb,
yep,
that light's going out in all directions. It's diverging, going crazy in all directions. However, if you want to see the brightest light, what direction do you look? Right at the light.
At the light, yeah.
Right exactly. At the light. That's where the maximum number of photons are going. They're going directly to you. And that's kind of what a radio does. Radio is light, just at a different frequency. And it radiates out like, and that's what I do for a profession. I work with radio, and I like to make these analogies. When I was teaching people ins and outs of, using radio, I used electricity as an example, or I used water as an example, and like light bulbs. If you want to see how a cell site's going to cover and where it's going to cover, and how it's going to be shadowed by a hill, you can like use a light bulb as an analogy and just show how when that hill gets in the way, all the light sort of gets dampened out beyond it.
Yep.
And so that's how, when you're aiming, if you're dish, you're aiming at that light bulb. So you're aiming at the source.
Oh yeah, I don't mean to interrupt or anything, but
sure.
What is your stance on the flat Earth and globe Earth?
Oh, I am a globe Earth all the way.
Fully fledged, paid up member.
Wow.
Not even a question in my mind.
Yeah, not even a brainwash in your mind. You get me, Bandsaw?
You can say that. I have lots of good reasons for it. So.
Yeah, and
stick with it until I get other good reasons.
We're not gonna. Let's just get back on your topic, okay, Moyak? What were you talking about with the thing?
We were talking about satellites and how light, radio from them diverges.
Oh,
and if it was a balloon, if it was a balloon, you'd be able to point
right?
it.
Satelloons.
Right, and it's the things that mutually make it not possible or plausible. I should say not plausible.
Satellites aren't actually, There's no satellites. Like, you agree with that, right? Like, you agree that there's no
I'm
satellites.
not going to agree with that. I will tell you that I know that it's not a balloon between 0 and 3,000 miles away.
I'm not saying that
I
it's a
know.
balloon. I'm just saying that you don't need a radio to work with a satellite. You do realize that, right?
Actually, I'm actually describing
You
a
don't. I mean,
situation
the
where
other way around. You don't need a satellite to work with a radio.
We're not talking about radio. We're not talking about radio.
Well, he was talking about radio technology.
Yeah,
Yes,
he was
you
making
gotta
an
listen a little more.
analogy.
Yes,
Dude, why are
and
you
so
always
basically, when
defending the other bandit? Like,
I'm
dude,
not.
well,
switch
because
No,
you're
sides.
interrupting and you're out of sync, dude.
Yeah,
I'm
I
not even.
think
I'm not even being disrespectful. I'm literally just trying to engage. But you're like, you know.
I'm not saying you are being disrespectful. Understanding what we're talking about at the moment, and I'm
Radio
trying to get
technology,
an.
right? Radio technology.
No, not radio.
No, yeah, we
It's
weren't
why don't
talking
you
about
listen
that.
for a minute?
Go
Listen
ahead.
for a minute, and maybe you'll find out what we're talking about. Basically, we were
I
talking
was
about
listening.
satellite. Okay, you were? Okay, we weren't talking about radio technology per se. We were talking about distances. And the analogy of the radio was just in how one can look at radio. As you know, when he says, you know, you can point at a different place because light diverges. No, it always points at the source. Whatever refraction and stuff you can add into that, but you basically at the source in order to get the strongest signal. And I was talking about the dish on my house that I set, and then I compared how other people use the alignment tool at their houses for 100 miles going west. And I found that almost everybody points at the same angle as I do, whether they're 10 feet away from my house, a mile away, 10 miles, or 100 miles away. It's only like a degree difference.
Well,
And
I have.
that puts us at aiming at something that's not 3,000 miles away, not 10,000 miles away. It's pointing at something that's very, very far.
Okay. So
just not a balloon.
you're talking about. So you're talking about like a telecommunications link.
In this case, it's one way, but yeah.
Well, do you know the definition?
Definition of what?
Telecommunications.
Oh, telecommunications. I usually.
Yeah, are you talking about that in reference to radio?
This was in reference to my DirecTV dish alignment that I did.
Oh, like like satellite TV, right?
Yep.
Yeah, but you know that doesn't require a satellite, right? You know what they actually use are called high altitude platform stations.
Okay, now let's go with that. Let's go with that idea. And this is what I'm specifically speaking of.
International Telecommunication Union designed for radio regulations. And they're defined as a station on an object at an altitude of 20 to 50 kilometers and at a specified normal fixed point relative to the Earth. So
it doesn't seem as if you're
kilometers to miles, it comes out at about 31 miles, right? Can we let's keep that in mind. 31 miles, right? And I'm gonna Google how high is space in miles. And it says the shortest distance between Earth and space is about 62 miles, 100 kilometers straight up, which by record is where the planet's boundary ends and suborbital space ends. I mean, space begins. So, if we can put that in mind,
can we stop and start approaching some of this information?
Dude, I'm explaining it to you.
Okay.
Well, the satellite television on what it explains on Wikipedia is a service that delivers television programming to customers by relaying it from a communications satellite orbiting the Earth, right? That's basically what they say, right? And the signals are received via an outdoor parabolic antenna, usually referred to as a satellite dish. Now, I have a question for you. I said a helium-filled balloon can float very high into the atmosphere. However, it cannot float up into outer space, correct?
Correct.
So the air in the Earth's atmosphere gets thinner the higher up you go. The balloon can only rise up until the atmosphere surrounding it has the same weight as the helium in the balloon. Correct. So the balloons that contain helium, which would be heavier than the vacuum of space, which is the high altitude platform stations, and
Yeah,
that's where
that's
the
where I
satellite
disagree with you
TV gets
completely.
their. Yeah, you agree. So
No,
what I,
no. I said
so
that's
what
where I
I'm trying
totally
to say
disagree
is
with you.
that like the satellite TV connects to permanent balloons, and that only at a max height of 50 kilometers, which space is said to be 100 kilometers. Though they use this type of technology. I don't know if you ever heard of it. It's called troposcatter technology. It's for the they got the name
Tropospheric
from
bounce, yeah.
yeah, exactly. This is exactly why satellite dishes only point diagonally, and they never point all the way straight up. And
Oh, they
or
do.
no, they don't. Or
They
they
do.
never like point straight forward.
Nope, they're straight up in the air.
Nope.
Depends on where you are, but if you're on the equator, they point straight up.
Nope. I actually seen pictures of the satellites on the equator. Let me Google one. So, would you say South Africa is at the equator?
No, it's south of.
What would you say is the equator then?
That'd be Ecuador.
Ecuador? All right. Let's see. Bandsaw, is it okay if I send you some images and you can post them in text chat?
Yeah, sure, mate. Yeah.
All right, add me back, buddy. Actually, no, don't add me.
Don't add you. Okay, I won't.
All right. Yep, I found one.
All right. Send it to me.
This is from Ecuador, circa Alto. It's from Alto Tambo, Ecuador.
Okay, hold on.
It's not pointing straight up. It's pointing diagonally, like I said.
Paste. Here we
I
go.
have no doubt that there
Loading.
are few dishes that do that. The question is, what service is that one doing?
There you go,
What?
Mike. There's the image he wanted you to look at.
All right, that's very good. Let's see.
So what are you saying, that dish is pointing at about, I'm going to say, a 45-degree angle?
Yeah,
Dragon.
they never point straight up, which is what is supposed to happen at the equator, if it was a globe.
Okay.
What is the geometry of that dish? How does it focus the light or the
What'd you say,
radio?
my boy?
I said,
Here's
what
another
is
one.
the geometry of that dish? I basically, the way that feed horn is set up on there, what is technically straight up? And second
What
off,
do you mean
how do
by
we know
that?
this is Ecuador? Well, the geometry of the dish, like when you take all the angles of how things hit the reflector, go up to the horn, the angle that you see is not necessarily exactly the that of the incident.
Okay. And there's another one for you, Mike. That's
Right.
at about.
I'd like a round dish. The round dishes are a little easier to tell. That one, good.
Yeah.
That's that one. Just straight with. So geometry of that. Now, where is that? It's Ecuador, you say?
Yep.
Is that
And
pointing?
I'm also gonna go find some satellite dishes from Colombia because that's also at the equator. So, oh, all right. These are actual. Yeah, I found them instantly.
So what's this proving here, Dragon? That the satellites aren't directly overhead? Is that
Yeah,
what?
right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that like troposcatter troposcatter technology is tower to device based. It's not satellite to device based. So what the high altitude platform station does, which is it's a code name for permanent balloons, what they do is actually they transmit all radio towers, and they collect all the data from the radio towers that which is where the satellite dishes are going to, and then they equally distribute it. Like let me show you. I'm gonna send you.
Have you got an image of one of the platforms?
Yeah, I do. You want?
Okay, cool. I'd like to see something of one of these platforms. Have you seen these platforms, Mike?
Me?
No,
Hold on.
No,
No, I've seen satellites that have equipment. Sorry, not satellites. God, balloons with equipment package.
Yeah, no, I've seen those too, but the way he's described it, and I may be misunderstanding, I'm picturing some sort of platform of some sort up there for some strange reason.
It actually is kind of like a platform.
Okay, cool. Yeah, send me that, and I'll post that too.
Yeah, I was just thinking about the place where you could point straight up is only on the equator. However, now that I think about it, if I try and make a 3D sphere, and I put my satellite somewhere over the ground, it will still depend on where that thing is over the ground. So you're still going to have to tip that dish. Only a specific satellite, the ground position of the satellite.
Okay.
Place.
Oh, this is more like a. Hold on, I'll post these. That's like a glider. Hold on, paste that one. There you go, Mike. There's that one. And I'll grab the other one. Copy image and.
Yeah, most of them. I think the second one is. Yeah, I don't think both of them are real, but this is a real one right here.
Oh, okay.
Let me stop for 1 second here. Just looking at that rooftop image that you showed with the dishes. I was trying to figure out why they weren't pointing straight up, and I did actually come up with. I'd say that they would be pointing east or west, and that seems to be the case based on the shadow.
That last image that I just posted, Megan, is that a real one of these things where the other just a I don't know, a drawing of some sort. Okay.
Yeah, I've seen those. Those are kind of cool. The flying wings or flying drones. Now you're saying that we can't see those?
I mean,
and that's 200 feet long. Yeah, it's 200 feet long though. It's pretty freaking big. Wouldn't I be stumbling on this with my telescopes and stuff?
Yeah, probably. You could see it.
Especially since it's radio source, so I could just look at where my DirecTV dish is pointing. And if I look that direction, I should see the high altitude platform flying. Plus, that was a demonstration. As far as I know, there's
that's why
most people burned horribly.
Claim they see satellites because they usually see those type of things and they look like satellites.
Right, but those aren't high speed. Those are like 12 to 20 mile an hour items. They are just sort of.
How do you know that though? Like how do you measure the speed of a satellite passing by you?
You look at the ground position at point A and then point B, and when it goes by at 100 or 17,000 miles an hour, you say, "Oh shit, that fucking thing's hauling ass." Let's see. Any video.
You guys remember what's it called? The battle. What's that thing? What was that thing called? The battle. It was like where they said it was a UFO sighting in the middle of a battle, where all the lights shined at this UFO or something. What was that called? What was it called? It's on the tip of my tongue. What was it called? You know what I'm talking about, right?
When? What war?
Like it was like It wasn't a war, but it was like.
I'm not sure, Dragon. To be honest with you.
And then it's definitely not this platform, because this platform is propeller driven, and propeller driven things you can only go with the tip speed, not exceeding the speed of sound. They're little tiny propellers, and we've seen this lumbering thing. It does not fly at thousands of miles. This
Oh
particular.
yeah. It was called the Los Angeles UFO sighting. It was in the middle of
Oh, I did hear about that. I don't think there was any video of it.
Yeah, you know what that actually was? I'm gonna send it to you, Bandsaw.
All right, mate.
This is where all the alien conspiracies came from because of this photo. That actually is the high altitude platform station. It's not a UFO. It's a high altitude platform station balloon.
So this is an actual photo. What you posted, yeah.
Yeah, and people thought it was a UFO.
Well, okay. So when was this?
It was during the Battle of Los Angeles.
Okay.
And,
well, yeah. Okay. Sorry. What year? I got no idea.
It was in 1942.
Okay.
Looking at that, that's only a few thousand feet up. You know, a few tens of thousands tops.
You've seen that picture before, right?
No,
I know. I've never seen the picture before, but I've heard the story before.
It doesn't look. It doesn't actually look like a photo. If I'm being honest, it doesn't actually look like a photo.
Well,
It does look like some artist's rendering of a.
That's actually one of those high altitude platform balloons.
It's not that high.
If those points are converging from a single city, that's pretty low.
It's an airship. It's like a hot air balloon airship.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Okay.
What I'd think.
And they were able to see it and shoot
that's where
at
all
it.
the alien conspiracies came from because of that. Because during the Battle of Los Angeles, they decided to point their lights at that thing, and they thought, well, they didn't. I don't know, but everybody speculated that it was a UFO, and then the government kind of ran with it, and then started making alien conspiracy. So.
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm not into aliens myself per se.
You can, if you look at it right now, if you like picture a UFO, you're gonna see a UFO. But I'm looking at it, and it looks like the airship that you posted earlier, Bandsaw. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. I can see, like, in the middle of all those, like, where they're all pointing, you can see some brighter light that has, I don't know, perhaps the shape of a blimp.
Yeah, exactly,
maybe?
a blimp.
Yeah. You know, if I look hard enough, yeah, sure. But yeah, what it is or anything, I think, okay, it's a little bit inconclusive, to be honest with you, Dragon. Like, I'm not gonna
Like
die on
he
that
said,
hill.
I don't think that that's a photo, because if it is, it's a long duration photo, and this was an active scene. The white dots that are going up are tracer rounds, if I'm not mistaken, or supposed to be tracer rounds. And
why would it
those would appear as streaks.
Why would it appear? Why would it be a long duration photo?
Essentially taken right.
Yeah. It looks it looks like something you'd expect from like the cover of War of the Worlds or something. What's this from? What event is this from?
Which one?
There's a Battle of Los Angeles, the World War II thing. It was like the only battle Los Angeles saw, and they all shot at something that they perceived to be an enemy aircraft that I think moved in ways that it shouldn't be able to, according to technology at the time. So as far as like the equator, dishes will it's the only place where you can get dishes straight up to an equatorial satellite. However, not all satellites are directly over a given point on the equator. So you will have angles on those dishes. Only the ones that are directly overhead will be pointing straight up. The way you can prove that is all of the dishes will point either east or west. They will not point north or south.
What'd you say? They will not point north or south.
Correct. Not on the equator. All the ones in the northern hemisphere will point
But
in a
weren't you the
southerly.
one who said
Yeah.
that if satellite dishes were on the equator that they would point up, directly up?
God, it's like you don't listen at all.
But you said
Okay.
that.
Yes, and I was technically wrong. There's only one ground position for a satellite. Correct? A geostationary satellite, as we propose them. There would be only
Well,
one
if you
ground
admit
position.
that
You'd
you're
only be
wrong, then that would mean
only
that I
over.
already won.
No, you wouldn't.
Yeah, I already won because you admitted you're wrong.
Okay,
So
then
any statement that you now proceed that, well, how would I be able to trust you? Because you just admitted you were wrong. So how would I know that you're not wrong?
just the fact that you never admit you're wrong doesn't mean you're right.
No, it's not that. It's because you admitted. I'm not saying that you're wrong on everything. I'm just saying on this particular topic. Because now you're gonna you just switched it up and now you're saying, well, one facility is going. But if you look
One
it up,
region will point 10 ways.
if you look it up on Google, they don't agree with what you said. I mean,
Well, you know what doesn't agree with you? What doesn't
they
agree with
agree
you is
with
everything
they
that you
agree
said.
with what you said before, but not what you're saying now. Look, I will search it up right now. Do satellite dishes at the equator point up?
Well, they're all going to point up, just not. I guess you could pick one off the horizon. It's really far away.
So it's not geostationary.
No, they're geostationary. The geostationary is absolute because the dishes aren't powered. They don't move. They always point to the same spot in the sky. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, year after year, 20 years running.
So how would that work with the satellite orbiting the Earth?
How would that work with an aerial platform?
A what?
Aerial platform.
I didn't say that it got all of its stuff off of this aerial platform. I said it goes to the radio towers first. Did you not hear what I said?
Goes the radio. What does a radio tower on the to do with setting of my dish at
It's called
up
a
in
cellular tower.
Moyok,
It's called cell
are you aware
towers.
the dragon's a troll?
Is he?
Oh, he's not trolling.
Yeah, eggshells. I think that you should just shut up, dude.
Here we go. Look at this. Stay up in the air.
Anyways, it's the same if satellites were able to orbit the entire world and give you ability to have GPS and all Wi-Fi, well, not Wi-Fi, but ability to have a signal, then how come when you travel from highways and cities, like if you're in the middle of a desert, how come you can't get a signal? It's because you're connecting to a land-based cell tower with a 50
Hold
mile
on. What device are we talking about right now?
What the fuck is that? That is awesome.
Look at that. Now you tell me that can't stay up in.
Well, I will happily tell you that can't stay up in the air. I will happily tell you that requires regular refueling.
That is impressive.
It looks like
That's
a cow
quite
udder.
cool. What is it?
I don't know.
It's a cow udder.
It's a very American blimp. Yeah, it's like a blimp that's like, I'm bringing some freedom.
What is that
These are
label?
my
that
four
says
freedom
on the top left? What does it
udders.
say?
Sorry, Dragon.
What does it say on the top left? I'm wondering.
Top
Gonna
left,
find
don't
out what
know,
it
but
is.
it's that
SpaceX?
it's a Boeing. It's a Boeing blimp. That one.
Boeing blimp.
Well, if
is
they
it?
can make that, then imagine what the fucking government are making.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, Boeing blimp. Well, first off, Boeing makes all the shit for the. So that's a.
Yeah, but that's the stuff that they're releasing, so that you can see it. What about the stuff that's in secret?
Yeah, that you might claim is somewhere around 20 years ahead of what we're seeing today.
Yeah.
Not 20 years ahead.
We almost had a robot spy blimp. Oh, what, they didn't go into production with it. Lockheed Martin P791. Aerostatic and aerodynamic hybrid airship. What the fuck is aerostatic?
Step back from your mic. I think you're
Sorry.
very loud. You're very loud.
You're welcome.
Mhm.
Aerostatic would, to me, like just by the name, would kind of like make it can remain stationary.
What do you think about that blimp dragon? That last one I posted. It's pretty crazy, isn't it?
Yeah. Satellites are a hoax, dude. Plus, there's a GPS interference that blocks satellites from allowing your GPS to work
Oh, you had said something before, and we got
from the
sidetracked.
vacuum of space.
You had said something before, and I'd like to know what you're saying about in the deserts. You say you can't receive what?
A signal.
What signal in what device?
Any signal.
Horseshit.
I mean, not. I
There
mean,
we
I'm
go.
not talking about like a compass or anything. I'm talking about like on your phone.
Well, GPS will work fine out in the desert. It works everywhere on Earth that I've been able, everywhere in the U.S. that I've been able to go. And
Well, have you ever been
as
on
far
a
as I
desert?
know, people use it for navigation through the wilderness. So this doesn't seem to be tied in any way, shape,
No,
or
I
form.
don't think they do because I've personally experienced it myself. I've been in the desert. Your
Here we
phone
go.
does not have a signal, and you cannot use a GPS. I mean,
You can't use the map.
if you do use a GPS or a maps, it's a outdated version. Like let's
Right.
say you just
It's
the
all. It's all.
last time you were next to a cell-based tower, it's gonna save your data from that time, and then
That's
once you
because the
arrive
maps
at that
are.
location,
That's because the maps are
no, that's
separate
because
from the.
you're connecting to a
Would you
land-based cell
please shut
tower with
the
a
fuck up for
50-mile
1 second?
range. With a
Dan, so if
50-mile range.
you're not gonna control him, I'm gonna get out.
No, I'm going to, Mike. You gotta let Mike talk, Draggy. You can't just talk over the top, mate. All right. So it's got to be backwards, back and forth. Okay.
Not
Go,
backwards.
Mike.
I'm just
You're
telling
not
him that
required
in
to
the
speak
real world.
backwards.
I'm just telling him in the real world
No,
that
you don't tell me anymore. Shut your fucking mouth, or I'm leaving.
Okay. Come on. We want him here, Dragon. We want to have conversations with these people. So just let him talk, please. Thank you. Go, Mike.
Thank you. No,
You're right.
GPSs and the maps on the phones are two different systems. One is coming in over your data. It tells you that it updates maps, but your coordinates are gotten from the GPS, and the GPS will yield information, latitude and longitude, all the time. Whether your map is correct is a separate observation. You still are getting your coordinates, and that works just about everywhere.
nope. GPS simply works like this. Your GPS device, it gets the time and not the distance from minute 3 masts that are close to you, and since all the world is mapped and all latitudes and longitudes are known, it is just a simple math program that calculates where you are on the plane. It's a time grid calculation. It's not a distance it's not a distance calculation.
It's a distance from the
In
by
the real
your.
world,
For fuck's sake, Abigail.
and I'm telling you, dude.
Dragon,
And look,
hold on.
I didn't even finish. I'm trying to explain to him. I'm saying that
I don't
in the
fucking want to
real
hear your
world.
mouth anymore. You fucking shut your fucking mouth. You're a fucking rude cunt.
Why are you getting
Fuck
so
you.
mad? Why are you getting so
Because you're
mad?
a fucking rude
Easy,
cunt.
guys.
Look
Come
at you,
on,
man.
come on, bro. Let's bring it down. Oh, damn.
Dude, that's not even my fault. I didn't even finish my sentence.
You do.
See,
You
I
do.
let him talk, man. So bro, you saw the whole thing. I let him talk, and then I wanted to respond.
You do overtalk a little bit, Dragon. If I'm being honest, right? But anyway, it's too late now. I tried to.
I mean, it's not like I really give a shit that he left, because that's his.
We
That's what
do
he wanted.
is kind of the problem here, right? We don't give a shit about what you give a shit about.
He was gonna
give a shit
leave
about what we
anyway.
give a shit about.
And this ain't your server, right? It's Jerry's server, and he wants people here so we can have these discussions in a respectful manner, right? Now you can feel really strongly with your opinions, Dragon. I have no problems with that whatsoever. But Geo's trying to reach a larger audience, and that is done through conversation where people both get a minute for one person to speak, a minute for another person to speak. And the audience, right, is the one that is the discernment of that information. It's their choice to make, not your choice to make, whether or not he is right or wrong. Even though you can think he's right or wrong, we can't just cut people off. But
I wasn't the one that was going around
cutting
throwing
somebody
out
off
insults.
while they're giving you feedback about cutting people off.
You'll watch right here. Here's the experiment. He's not going to come back. He was going to leave anyway. He just wanted to blame somebody for why he was leaving.
Yeah, that's what
And
I
now,
thought too.
Dragon reached out. Look at Dragon reached out to him, offered an apology. He won't accept it because this is what he wanted for victory. See, look at he won't.
Dragon offered an apology. He said, "Mad, come back. Let's have a better discussion." That's a great apology.
Well, come on.
I mean, Moyoc was being a bit sensitive about it, but I mean, he's getting frustrated. He gave feedback, and then he got jack of it and left.
Yes,
Yeah,
don't be
left
mad.
5 minutes,
Want
guys.
better conversations?
All hell broke loose.
Yeah, I know. But anyway.
It makes it seem like somehow he's okay with this. If you go to Gem Panda's, Mike doesn't say anything about people getting interrupted. Man, he fuels the flames. He's like fanning it. More interruption.
I felt like there was steam coming out of his ears. Like he just started like calling me so many names, dude.
All right, he's thinking about it. He might come back, and then when he comes back, we're
you're
gonna.
Like, Ben. So the thing is, what you got? I'm just giving you advice here. Like it's like when you give people like these guys attention, like when they leave, it's like you're spoiling them. Like they're like spoiled brats. So
You know
like
what?
when you like,
or maybe just shut the fuck up and let people finish their sentences.
Yeah,
we could try that.
That's
dude, chill the fuck out, dude.
No. Right, this is what we want. We want to have discussions, whether or not you agree with them or not. Right, we're here to have discussions, not being dominating characters. Right.
Yeah, my bad.
Okay, thank you. Cop it on the chin, and we move on, and hopefully. But I'm waiting for Laurie to give me a list. Actually,
what are a list of?
He said to me about a week ago that the Satelloons balloon launchers have the same names as the satellites, and the guy's name. Yeah, and the guy's name is Rob Bassano. So I'm just wanting to know if there's a copy of that list anywhere, because that'd be really interesting to see that Satelloons up there that actually had the same names as the satellites. That would be interesting.
Yeah, well, you'd think it'd get really confusing, wouldn't you? I mean, it'd certainly get very confusing if anything close to the claimed number of satellites were all like if there was a 1-for-1, so for every claimed satellite there was actually a Satelloon. Because I don't know if you've ever looked at stuff in space, but there are thousands of them.
Yeah, let me tell you the problem with that. Those thousands of things in space. Earth gets hit with 25 million meteoroids and micrometeoroids every day. That's a day. That's a daily number. Now, it's not a problem for us on Earth because a lot of those are very small and they get burnt up in the atmosphere. However, if you're above the atmosphere where they're not getting burnt up, you're going to be in a world of hurt. It's a shooting gallery up there. I'm 25 million.
How do you even know they're
real
meteors, dude? How do you know they're real?
Dude, I'm going off what NASA said, bro. So he has to believe that. I don't.
I think I might have found that for you, Bandy. There's a video called Robert Bassano is back. All satellites still on balloons.
Oh, okay.
Why do they keep doing that?
Here's directly from NASA. NASA says SpaceX satellites could kill astronauts and threaten Earth.
So
what they're saying here is that if they launch this much stuff up there that they're faking, at some point there'll be too much fakery and there won't be any more astronauts. They'll just have to say, yeah, Earth is not a globe. These are not astronauts. None of this stuff is going to space. That's what the real message here is.
I don't even think Elon Musk is going to be able to go to Mars. I'm not going to lie.
He's only got a couple of years left.
Can you tell
Well,
me the
ask-
thing that they said again that you're getting that message from?
Yeah, just play back the video. If
Oh,
you
you're
need
not
to
willing
hear
to
it
say it
again.
sorry.
If you're the
Okay.
only one who didn't get it, it's a you issue. It's
Okay.
you, dude.
Sorry.
Yeah, that sounds like you problem,
Where you go?
I'm fast forwarding through that video that you posted. I can't see any list in it, but I might be
No,
fast
it was
forwarding.
on nasafails.com. All satellite, here you go. All satellites are balloons by Robert Bassano. It's not from an account that's his name, but I'll post another one in the chat.
What's his name? Lightwater will come through because he's the man. He comes through with everything.
Bassano got famous for doing those NASA calls, right?
The name is ringing a.
He's the one that used to call
Veritas.
NASA. He used to call NASA and ask him questions, and he'd have the guys admitting, like he would play dumb with them.
Oh, here we go.
But he would have these guys admitting so much wild shit. It's crazy.
That's
Like
quite
he wouldn't
cool.
call NASA and like go at him hard.
Ex-NASA people that used to work at NASA, they would like come out against it.
No, while they were working, he would
Is that
just
what you're
call
saying?
NASA.
I didn't hear you.
He would just cold call NASA people and just start talking to them, like asking them questions politely, not going at them crazy.
That's great. That's such a good idea because it would make for really easy to
Sorry,
listen
bro,
to
you're lagging.
content, easy to produce content, and it'd be super interesting.
Hello?
You should have heard what he had these guys admitting to.
Can anybody hear me?
We hear you.
What kind of things? Because I've only found his video and it's. Oh, hang on. Maybe. Oh no, I've got it. I think I've got his channel, Planete Veritas.
Yeah, I'm on it now.
That's it. Planet
Yeah,
Veritas.
Jen talks about it all
So
the
are
time.
these like ex-NASA, the people that used to work at NASA?
No, it was
Probably
like
now
human,
after they heard the tapes, they probably don't work there anymore. But
it's like human intelligence.
If
The
NASA
weakest,
was a fake
They're
organization and their
probably
job was
killed
to
right
keep
now.
the
They're probably
secret,
getting tortured.
it's like the weakest link, the human factor of any security system. You just gotta get one person to tell you, data point A, and that's all you need them to do. Just weasel in enough that they just a little bit out. Then you get someone else to give you data point B. You might not get C or D, but then you get other data points, and then you're able to connect the dot, and you just show the government conspiracy. They're faking it.
Damn.
It's a lot of things that happened that they did this where they're able to find out what government was up to with just whistleblowers, but sometimes whistleblowers who didn't intend to whistleblow, but once they realize they did, they're like, well, I need to get protected here because if I don't claim whistleblower, that's a criminal offense.
Really?
Sophia was Hubble.
So good.
Yeah, they had the same. What I heard about that was basically exactly the same optics that they sent up for Hubble. They had in Sophia. So the theory is that all of the stuff that they claim that like Chronic would have been getting from Hubble, he was in fact getting from Sophia.
Well, that's interesting. It's the same.
Yeah, that's a very cool theory, I think.
Yeah. Yep. Ah. All we got to do now is just connect the dots. That's all we got to do.
That's all you've always got to do.
try connecting
and if
those
you don't
meteoroids.
need to,
Breadcrumbs.
Yeah,
if you don't,
Wake up. You just gotta wake up, guys. Just wake up. Wake the
or
fuck
just
up,
wait.
America.
You don't really need to do anything. The numbers, this level of government spending is just not sustainable. It's mathematically not possible. So sooner or later, something's going to crack. There's like over 100% of debt.
When do you reckon? How long do we have?
As your legal counsel, I advise you not to answer that question.
I plead the fifth.
Wow, why can't he? Why can't he?
Just advice.
Why
I think
can't
he's
he?
just joking.
It was just advice, and it was a joke.
Dude, I was just joking too, dude.
Oh, fuck. I'll watch some soothing Rufford Falls.
But eggshells, did you hear what I said about the 25 million meteoroids and micrometeoroids?
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I mean, I think that the sort of counter is that does happen. I think many do get junked by getting hit by meteorites and other space events.
But have you seen a meteorite?
But
Like, have you
I mean,
you
I
ever
also
like?
think there's the challenge that if you look at, like, again, obviously, if you take what their word for it, this stuff in space thing, and you go out to the full sphere of stuff, there's going to be however many, you said there were 10 times out within that sphere of stuff.
Look at that.
But there's a lot of space between them.
Look at that. And you've got 25 million little bits of meteorites going through that every day.
Yo, solar panels would be getting trashed.
Yeah.
You would not be able to have a solar panel out there.
And remember, we're orbiting through the sun, so
Forget
shouldn't
about
we, like,
lenses.
be hitting that all day?
Forget about having
Should
a
we have,
lens.
like?
Go ahead, Dragon. My bad.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, dude.
Definitely ain't gonna have a lens like a Hubble lens or what's the new one, the James Webb lens. You're definitely not gonna have lenses out there just open looking at stuff with these 25 million micrometeoroids passing by.
Dude, it should be raining hail every day.
It wouldn't surprise me with the James Webb that there's actually far less, because they said there's not much junk in that orbit, and it shouldn't be getting pulled towards there. So while you probably could get hit by something, I think the likelihood would be far, far lower than if you're next to a mass that's pulling in objects.
Oh, come on.
It's like it's a million kilometers away. That's a long distance, man.
25 million of these things each day.
Right.
Towards
Why?
that big Why? I don't know. Apparently that's
Because they're being
the
pulled
facts,
towards the
right?
gravity of the Earth.
Hurtling, and they all
miss.
They're not being pulled by the gravity of Earth, dude. Stop saying that.
Let's just go with it.
If that
Let's
was
just
true,
go with it.
if that was true, then all the satellites that are around the Earth right now should be pulled as well.
Sure.
Hurtling.
Oh, that was something Bassano got the guy to admit about Hubble, the Hubble telescope. He got him to admit that with its trajectory and its path and all the numbers and shit and the orbital shit, that it should have crash landed to Earth years ago.
Really?
And the NASA guy was like, "Yeah, I don't know how it's still up there."
Damn.
Bullshitter.
It is, but that is, I think, isn't it a fairly common view, that one? I mean, that's one that Chronic says a bit, how impressive and surprising it is that it's, because it didn't outlast its expected whatever by quite a way. Like, I thought it was going to work for 5 years and it doubled that or tripled that or something.
Well, I mean, it's funny that the Hubble and Adobe Photoshop share the same anniversary. A little coincidence, maybe.
Really, Jeremy?
Coincidence?
We just
I
happen to
think
start
not.
getting all these phenomenal pictures of outer space and space clouds and shit, nebulas, and Photoshop comes out that same year, Adobe.
Because guess what?
I thought it was funny when they tried to turn it into like a women's rights issue, talking about that this way of cleaning up all this distortion in the photo is why the breast cancer research has been so successful. You know, like thank NASA.
NASA.
If NASA's real, that strikes me as that could be possible.
What?
If NASA's real, it strikes me that could entirely be possible.
What happened?
Moyox posted something for Greg.
Unless he's joining the VC, I'm not going to read that big ass paragraph. I'm dyslexic.
Well, it's only two little ones, but
it looks big to me.
That's what she said.
Yo, Bandsaw Bandit.
Hey, Nate, how you going, mate?
All right. So, what are your thoughts on refraction when looking at Polaris right beneath it?
Look. What are my thoughts on it? Like, obviously light can be refracted. Now, does that explain the rotation of Polaris? That small little circle? No, I don't think that explains that myself.
Well,
Do we
it's,
have
it's
any? Do we
orbiting.
have any
It's orbiting
views?
around a fixed position.
But
It's
Do we have
orbiting
any
around
views?
a fixed position, and it
We heard
stays
you.
in that fixed orbit.
All right.
But
Dragon.
that's not due to refraction, right, guys?
Hold on.
Just want
Jeremy,
clarity
you want
on
to say
Yeah, but
something?
there was a person that joined the VC right after you left, moved by pressure, that had a friend that actually is at the North Pole and always has been studying the rotation of the Polaris star.
Okay.
And you left the VC right when he joined, so I'm pretty sure you don't like getting told evidence. So
All right. So, do we have any?
seems like you like run away from proof.
Don't
Dragon.
engage him, please.
Dragon.
Don't engage him. Do we have any shots? Do we have any shots of us 90 degrees from Polaris?
No, not 90 degrees, right beneath it.
No.
Yeah.
A 90
so
degree
Polaris
shot
is 90
would
degrees.
be from the.
Do we have any shots where Polaris is 90 degrees?
I mean, like right beneath Polaris.
Yes, that's
So
90 degrees, bro.
That's what 90 degrees is.
Polaris. So if you're beneath Polaris and you're trying to use refraction, your
You
normal
need to move the
line
mic back to wherever it just was
be a
before.
We can't hear you.
right
We
between
can't hear
you
you.
and Polaris. It'll be
Yeah, put your
Do you
mic
have
back
any?
where
I don't think you
Polaris
can hear
starts.
us either.
standing at
Nate.
north.
What is wrong with this dude?
Hey,
And
Nate.
your normal
Nate.
line when you're doing refraction.
Yo,
We
move by
can't hear
pressure.
you, Nate.
Yo, move by pressure. No one can hear you, buddy. Hey, Lease.
He hasn't worked it out yet. He'll get there.
What is wrong with this dude?
Observable
No.
on your
He's a
He's unplugged
Glover.
his head. He's unplugged his headset, is my guess. And he hasn't noticed yet.
Oh my
He's
god.
like, they're listening to
Monologue.
this. I'm gonna keep going, man.
Is he still talking?
He's
He's
on a roll.
still
He's on a roll.
talking.
That's what I was hoping these guys would pick up on, but no one.
He's still going.
Hey,
Nate.
Nate, we can't hear you, buddy. We have not heard one word.
He's a
Not
troll,
one
dude.
word.
He's a troll.
I'm
He's a
so
troll.
sorry. I did no Bansko. I was driving and I turned my car off and then my phone connected to my headsets. I'm so sorry.
How close was my guess? How close was my guess? I love it.
Okay. Start again, Nate. Start again.
No, don't start again.
Should I start again? Let me start again.
You're a complete troll.
Guys, hold on. Dragon, shut up. Do we have any pictures of Polaris 90 degrees from us?
What do you mean by 90 degrees from us, Jeremy? Like right above us?
Yeah.
Above.
Yes.
Yeah, there's plenty of pictures of that.
Let's
of
see one.
Polaris right
That
above.
post it up.
But that isn't why.
Post
What
it.
is the significance? Why? Like what is that going to prove?
I've heard that we can't get 90 degrees from Polaris.
Why not?
Someone told me that once.
What was their
And
reasoning?
you believe
Now-
it?
now
That
it
was
does
the
work. I don't-
worst reasoning I've ever heard.
Dude, I'm
You
not saying
believe
I
it,
believe
Jeremy?
it, but I'm not saying I
Let me
believe
hear
it, but
something.
somebody.
Now I
I'm
have
not saying I
something.
believe it, but somebody. I'm not saying I believe it, but somebody said we can't do it. You're saying we can do it, so let's see it.
I'm not
Bandsaw,
saying
what
that we
was the-
can or cannot do it though. That's not what I'm saying,
Jesus
Jeremy. That
Christ.
isn't the.
Bandsaw.
That isn't the.
Dragon.
Were you here with me when Moved by Pressure left and that one guy joined and talked about the Polaris star? Was that you with me?
Oh yeah, we've spoken about Polaris a bit this
Yeah,
afternoon.
who was that guy? Who was the guy?
That was New Perspective.
Okay, that's cool. So, Jeremy, that isn't what's being discussed. We're not saying whether or not Polaris is real or you can stand right underneath it. What I brought up was whether or not, if I was standing right underneath Polaris, I would see any sort of refraction that not only would
So we're talking about
deviate
standing under
Polaris.
Polaris. You're talking about standing under Polaris.
Yes.
Yeah, but you are questioning whether or not it's possible. That
What are you
doesn't
talking
matter.
about? You don't
What
see
I'm
refraction.
Dragon.
hang on.
Stop it,
What
Dragon.
what I questioned was if I was standing right under Polaris, whether or not it's possible, hypothetically, Jeremy, because you want to try and take us into a different argument, which I don't really want to entertain right now. So hypothetically, if I was standing right under Polaris, would I see number one, Polaris refracted off center, and number two, would I see some sort of refraction that would make Polaris orbit around, you know, a central axis of rotation. And what I was hoping was that these guys would pick up on how refraction works, how you need to have a normal line, and your normal line is what you use to now determine not only your angle of incident but your refractive index. That's why we normally say that the normal line, when you're perpendicular from it, 90 degrees from it, which would be things you view on the horizon, those are the things that are refracted most because the refractive index and angle of incident is largest there. But if Polaris is right above me, it is on my normal line, would I actually see any refraction? I was hoping someone would have picked up on that.
No.
So,
Hey, I got some bad
well,
news.
that isn't what you said earlier, Dragon. You did not say no earlier. Earlier,
Yeah,
you were
because
saying a whole lot
I
of
didn't
other stuff.
understand it that much. But I thought you were
Okay,
talking
yeah,
about like
because you
refraction as
didn't
in.
put thought
I
into
thought you
it.
were talking
That's why I
about
was hoping you
refraction
guys
as in
would put thought
perspective.
into it.
So, well, you didn't put thought into it because you left right after we were about to explain it to you. So
I left
obviously
because
you're
I
like
had
running away from the group.
I had to get to work. You know, some of us
Yeah,
have jobs.
sure,
Yeah.
sure.
I got some bad
Go
news for you guys.
Go, Richard, go.
They're all. Why is every globe earther in a car or something?
Don't worry
Yeah,
about it.
so
Yeah,
Go,
you
we have
Richard.
actually,
cars and jobs. What do you mean?
hey, bro, calm
Because
down.
we've got jobs.
Just so
That's
you know,
terrible. That's funny but terrible.
you can't actually stand underneath the North Pole Star.
Why not?
It's water.
Why not?
It's inaccessible.
Oh, right.
Why
okay.
is it inaccessible?
That seems like a question that you should look into if you're curious.
Yeah, you can't even go to the North Pole.
But I
Did you
mean,
realize that?
tell us, bro. Like, just I'll
can't go
believe
to the
whatever you
North
say,
Pole. You didn't
Witsit.
realize that?
Wink, wink.
So, are you saying that we
Why?
can go to stand underneath the North Pole?
I didn't say it. You're the one that made the claim we can't. So I'm asking, why can't we? I'm not
That's a
saying we
good
can't.
question.
Because the North Pole is beyond the exclusive economic zone of any country. So
But
you
why
can't.
not let Witsit answer, Dragon?
Yeah, come on, Dragon. Back off a bit, please.
Well, I'm just
Witsit,
wanting
what?
I was wondering, did you realize that you can't stand under Polaris?
I didn't realize it, so I'm asking you, why can't I stand under Polaris?
I already told you, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, for one, you're actually not even allowed to do that, but it's even more than that. Actually, I think you physically can't.
What's that mean?
Why
Here's
not?
where I'm at. With all the actual science that you guys act like doesn't exist, I guess, if you think it's a globe, then you actually wouldn't be able to stand there. It would be physically impossible because of pressure mediation. You literally
what about on a flat Earth? Because on a flat Earth, Polaris is a thing. So
That's
why on
what
a flat Earth
I'm
wouldn't I be
only
able to?
talking about on a flat Earth because we're talking about reality.
Okay, so let's say.
So what's the pressure mediation?
Yeah, like pressure mediation. I mean, the term itself is self-explanatory, right? Everything is pressure mediation. So, what specifically is it?
Yeah,
that
but I'm dumb as fuck, bro. Like, simplify it for me. Well, why does pressure mediation stop me from standing under
Yeah, we
Polaris
know you're
on a
dumb.
globe?
So let me explain it to you then. Since I'm a way smarter person than you. So let me explain it to you.
Did you hear the question?
Yeah, you said why does pressure mediation happen, right?
I'm just going to turn him. I'm just going to turn him down. I can't fucking handle it.
Yeah, I'm gonna locally mute Dragon. Witsit, go ahead, man.
Back off, Dragon.
Okay, well,
please.
I thought he was talking to me, Bandsaw.
No, but he's not. He's not. They're talking to
Alright.
Winston. So just
Everybody just calm down. Just letting you guys know that you actually can't go there. So when you talk about it, it literally doesn't have any value. I understand maybe why you're talking about it, but for one, we have to agree they won't let you go there. But for two, if you ever look at a magnet, I'll drop a picture, right? But there's an inertial plane, okay, and then there's like a center point of really it's dielectricity, but it looks like what you would maybe call a black hole. Has anyone ever seen this before?
Oh, like
Where are
in
you
the middle of
posting
the
it?
North Pole? Is that what you're talking about?
Are you posting a picture or something? What do you mean?
What's it? I
Yeah,
know what
we're-
you're
I'm about
talking about. You're
to.
talking about in the middle of the North
Okay.
Pole,
Yeah.
where they used the historical maps. It used to be there was in the historical maps in ancient cultures there used to be a magnetic mountain in the middle of the North Pole, which is where all the magnetism to North Pole came from, and there would be the surrounding waters would be like a whirlpool because of magnetism. And but now
Yeah.
if you try to go to the North Pole, it is off limits because it's part of the Antarctic Treaty.
Yeah,
And
it's off
tourists,
limits, but it's also just literally off limits. That's what I'm saying.
because tourists
But
are banned from staying
what
ashore and are
naturally makes it
strictly
off limits?
regulated.
Ooh, what is that? What did you just post?
That's
Because
a
they
magnet, dude.
the
So
reason why it's off limits is because they say that
Dragon, can you please mute him? Can you please mute him, Bansal?
we
Come on, Bansal. Like mute him for 10 minutes, and then once Whitsaw is done explaining, you can unmute him.
Thanks. No, he's done it himself. Thank you. Go,
Thank
guys.
you. Go ahead,
yeah,
Whitson.
we can't
Floor is
go
yours.
there, but of course we can't go. We can't go to the South Pole, quote unquote. It isn't what you've been told. That's why you can't go there. If you can't accept that part, that is not my role, right? Like I can do nothing for you in that
Okay,
regard.
Whitson,
But
I'm accepting
like
that
what
I
you're
can't go to
saying
the
is-
North Pole, but why?
now I'm talking about the physical aspect, right? Because I mean, admittedly, you can't fly within 500 miles of each direction. It's too dangerous. Blah blah blah. I'm talking about if that wasn't the case, if we didn't have a bunch of cucked, quote unquote, men running around that allow these people
Yes,
to
we're
tell
all
them what they're
accepting
allowed
this.
to do. Right, yeah, where it's no big deal that some other people have told you where you're allowed to travel on the place you live. But anyway, if you look at the picture, you'll see the very, very center of that magnet is a black hole, right?
Yep.
Right.
Cool.
So you couldn't physically go there. You would not be able
Hang on,
to.
I thought you were meant to be
that-
supporting
There's a
that
black
case, not
hole
just-
at the North Pole?
Not just stating it again. So the black hole, when you're holding, what are you holding the magnet up against there? What, is that like glass or what?
This is just this. I think this is a ferrocell image. It doesn't matter what the
Okay.
material is, right? We're just seeing. Really, all this is seeing the light that the magnetism produces. So everything that's black is the dielectricity. This is just
Where did you get this
this is
picture
just
from?
literally not debatable, right? I don't want to debate.
I'm
We're not
debating.
debating.
I'm
We're
trying
not
to
debating.
just understand it.
Yeah.
Right, like it would rip. You wouldn't be able to physically penetrate this area because so much pressure was being mediated.
Mediated. Okay.
Yeah, like the
So-
pressure wouldn't let you there.
Okay.
Right, like that's
Like
how
the pressure
magnets
would
work.
push me away?
Okay.
Or what?
So you're saying it's actually physically can't get there. Physically.
That's right.
Even if you could get there, you physically can't get there. Okay.
That's right. Now you could physically get to a place where you'd be able to see some effects of this phenomena. One would think, but I'm guessing that the circle they drew, it's based on where you can't get close enough to see it. Right. So, but it doesn't matter.
Okay.
You can't go there physically. Like even in the globe, right? Like they claim the magnetic field is the source of it is the center of a ball. Like they're not going to say a human could just go there because everyone knows how magnetic fields work. The problem is that they don't work on a globe.
That's fine, but can we not ask you questions on this? Because this is new to me, and I just want to understand this properly. I'm not going to argue with you about it. I'm not going to bring up the globe or anything. So
I only brought the
is
globe
it cool
to
if
give you an
if
idea.
I just ask you some questions?
Well, I don't.
On this?
I brought the globe so you understand, right? This is like not. This
Okay.
isn't like exclusive to globe or flats when it comes to magnetic fields.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
like would you think that your side, let's call it, would say that you could go to the core of the Earth? No,
I no, they wouldn't say that. No. So I mean, let me ask you some questions. So you're saying even on a flat Earth, it's physically impossible to go to the North Pole, to be right in the Polaris because of magnetism, even on a flat Earth, right?
That's what I think. Yeah.
Okay. This
Wrong.
picture you posted. What? Who said wrong?
I don't care.
Okay, anywho, this picture you posted, what's happening there? Did you get this from a video, or could you explain what's happening there? Someone's holding a magnet, and in the center, what is that?
This is just a picture that I saved off of Google. So I don't
Okay.
you know, there are millions of them. You can use a
Could you explain what's happening in that picture? What are we looking at?
What's it? I actually want to like search that up. What's it called? Like the picture.
You can look up
I mean,
ferrocell
that's a pretty.
imaging, right? Ferrocell, FERRO.
It almost looks like a toroidal field.
It is a toroid, right? Like, but that's what's obviously we have this on the Earth. It's just objective, right? Because we have a magnetic field in the Earth. Now the question is, like, how does it manifest it, and where within that magnetic field are we? Now on the globe, there's actually not even an answer we can examine yet. I'm not being hyperbolic. There's literally not an answer to examine yet. Now with the flat Earth, we have a couple viable options. If you're an honest researcher, that part right there would automatically make you question the globe. But that's not why I'm bringing this up, because that's a personal thing. But Harvard and Yale agree with me. So, you know, like, there isn't an option to examine it on the globe, but there is, of course, a few. You have this is a ring magnet.
Can I just jump in to ask which bit do you feel Harvard and Yale agree with you on?
That the magnetic field is not understood or can it be explained in entirety on a globe.
I can explain it.
A globe
Sure, I can easily believe. Yeah, that's probably. I would hope that.
No, not on a globe.
Sensible people would say we don't understand this thing fully.
Makes no sense on a
Well,
globe.
just on a fundamental level, like, not even saying we knew everything about it. It's not that. It's they literally don't know the basic distribution of the magnetic field. Yeah.
I got a quick question for you.
I agree with you.
Quick question for you, Witsit. You said something about not being able to go to the magnetic pole because of pressure mediation and that. What kind of a magnetic field would you need to actually stop somebody from being able to move? I mean, like, you're saying that I can't get any closer to it because of this.
Very strong one.
Yeah, well, I don't know what level
of magnetic field
probably in magnetism.
Let's say hypothetically you want a magnet strong enough that would give the entire Earth a magnetic field, something like that, maybe.
Do you have an idea of the strength? I don't even know what a magnetic field.
It would be incomprehensible. It would be incomprehensible.
How strong is the Earth
relative to any magnet we've ever experienced? I mean,
okay.
Can we measure the Earth's magnetic field?
I just looked up ferrocell imaging, and it seems these things are made at school. Ferrocells are easy to make optical devices that portray the effects of magnetic fields. Great for school science projects. One of them can be put together in under an hour by anyone who can use an X-Acto knife safely. So that image you just posted, it can be made by kids at school.
They also don't.
I'm very confused now. I'm very confused.
That makes you look even more ridiculous for not understanding it.
Yeah, what's the point of that? Just because some kids can make it, what's the?
Dude, that
well, Bansol, maybe I misunderstood Witsit, but Witsit. I'm trying to answer. I'm not making fun of anybody. I'm just very confused. I'm trying to answer Bansol's question.
Joking around about it.
Hold on, Dragon. Hold on.
You don't even
hold on,
understand
Dragon.
Dragon, just hold on for a couple of years.
So Witsit said ferrocells. I googled it, and this is what I found. That it's just like a image that shows us how magnetic fields work. So what Witsit posted.
That's what I said it was.
Hang on. Let me. Yeah, you said that's what it was. And you said that's what's happening at the North Pole. And if that's what's happening at the North Pole, how does that create some sort of pressure mediation that stops us going to the North Pole? Like, I'm just struggling to connect the dots.
I'm struggling to get from. Can I understand, like, say what it sounds like to me, and you can tell me where it's wrong, Witsit? Sounds like what you're saying is if you've got that circular magnet that creates a dark dot in the middle. And then from there I get a bit confused, but it sounds like the inference is because there is a dark dot in the middle, that means the magnet is strongest there and getting stronger, and then it gets so strong to a point that you physically couldn't. What would physically happen to somebody that did go there? Like, let's say
it would just be like walking into an invisible wall, basically, right? Like
bounce off, you mean?
Yeah, like if you have two magnets that are opposed to each other, you know, that pressure mediation is what makes it impossible to push the magnets together. That's what it would be doing to you. Like, you wouldn't be able to get through that portion of it because it would just be, and it would be on all sides of the circle.
Be
right?
ripped apart?
Do you have anything aside from the picture of the ferrocell? Do you have anything that like examples of something like this?
Yeah,
in
I
reality,
do.
like
I
just
have it. I
sort
have
of
one. I have one.
Well, we know for a fact
have
the
one.
Earth has an electromagnetic. We know for a fact the Earth has a magnetic field, right? So it's like that part's not debated. And so when we can look at what magnetic fields look like and what they do, we can apply that to the fact we have one on the Earth. And so it doesn't matter what the Earth is. If there's a magnetic field here, it's a toroid. It has an inertial plane, just a line drawn through the middle of it, an inertial plane, and that's the only place that could inhabit life. And that part's my opinion. But then it has a central point, right? So like it has to.
Okay.
No, not every. Not every.
As a central point,
Can I
sure.
send you
But
a
why
video?
wouldn't we say that central point has zero magnetic field? It is this weird void of magnetic field, or it has a strong one, but like enough to, like I posted the image, levitate a frog rather than become like a force field. That's the bit that I'm getting lost at. It's like
You're
the
actually right.
reasons
That's what
to-
it is. That's what it is. That the center is that, but the area right outside that center point, you wouldn't be able to just venture over to the center. It would be like the calm of a storm, though, or like what they would say inside of a.
It's like a coherent field manifesting from pressure and mediation of the ether. So
Okay, this is where it gets really interesting. If you guys actually want to learn about magnetism, because we tried about it, the center point, the bigger that area is, the stronger the magnet is actually. So like if you have like a really, really strong magnet, it like the strongest magnet, right? It's going to have less of a magnetic field. As counterintuitive as that is to us, the span of the magnetic field will be smaller. It'll be more concentrated, but it'll be smaller. And that black hole area, the void area, which is actually dielectricity, it will be bigger, and that makes it stronger. Okay, so we have a
Really?
Yes.
That's crazy.
I think
Yeah, I've never heard
electromagnetic
this
fields are more
before.
complicated than that.
Bandsaw, can you post that in
Yeah,
chat?
I've never heard this before.
Bandsaw,
I
post
do
that
know
in chat.
that in colder temperatures, magnets and magnetic fields are stronger. But what Witzit's saying, this is
doesn't
wow.
Look, Bansaw's gonna
like
post something in
super
chat.
strong.
That explains it. That explains it right there.
But isn't that odd? Like it's counterintuitive because, like, you would think, oh, the magnet is stronger, so it has a bigger magnetic field. But no, a magnet with the strongest magnetic field has a smaller magnetic field.
Yep.
And this
What
is
do you mean? What's the
because
size?
it has
What's the size?
it has a
How
bigger.
I thought
do
it
you
just
get the
reduced
size?
it with the inverse square law. I thought it just got steadily weaker with distance, regardless
Yeah.
of the strength.
How do you got?
Yeah, well, it does. That's the point. Like, if you have a really strong magnet, the magnetic field's going to be really small relative to it. So what it actually is it's the relationship between that center point, which is dielectricity, and then the magnetism. It's like two sides to one coin. You can't have. It's just the dark part of this picture. You can't have the magnetic field that's lit up in this picture without the dark part. You can't just take it. It's not. Right. So
How
that
do you measure?
part's there on the Earth.
The equivalence of inertial and gravitational mass strongly suggests that the force of gravity is a manifestation of the electric force. We live
Just read that, right?
we live in an electric universe. You have to realize that we live in an electric universe, and that
I have a question for Witzit.
Yeah, just that whole concept, which it is very counterintuitive when you first hear it.
Well, sure, but not really when it's we just weren't taught the right way. But if you look at this picture, right? Think about it's this simple, right? When you look at that picture, it's really pretty, okay? That light and that dark there, you can't have one without the other. It would be like two sides to a coin. A coin has heads and tails, but if we're just talking about the silver that the coin is made of, both sides are the same. It's the coin, right? It's the same thing. It's like water and ice. Like that's both water. It's just different modalities, different forms of the water. Same thing with this. Like that's
Can I
like
ask
that's
you a question?
Banso,
only thing that's-
do you understand this, Banso?
Look, just heard it for the first time. Counterintuitive, but
Yeah,
it
like
is
gravity
definitely
doesn't.
My mind is blown.
What's the size?
It's only
What?
dielectric
Hold on,
acceleration to
Dragon. Hold on,
magnetic
Dragon.
attraction.
Can you hear me talking? Can you hear me talking? It is
There's so many
definitely
people
something.
talking.
Okay, well, you heard me talking
Jesus.
before you started. All right, it's definitely something that I think deserves further investigation because, like I said,
Yeah.
I've never heard of it or seen it, and to me, it seems counterintuitive. But the way Whitson is explaining it kind of makes a little bit of
Dude, I
sense
already
too.
know what he's talking
Okay,
about. I know
what
what he's
parts
talking about.
make sense, Banso? Maybe you could like decipher it first.
Oh.
Yeah, but it's
Yeah,
like saying.
wait. How about this? Which part's
Dude,
not making
for you
sense?
to
How about instead
understand,
of
you
trying to,
first have
he
to
just said
realize that
he's
it's
just
a
now
flat
he's just
plane.
being honest. It's like why would him being someone honest upset you? What is it that you don't that isn't
I'm not
making sense?
upset.
Okay, but how
I'm
about
not
since
upset.
since you obviously don't understand it, can you maybe articulate which part you're not understanding?
I don't understand any of it, so I'm hoping Banso could decipher it
Because
since
you
he
think
does
you live on a
understand
globe. That's why you don't understand it.
what you're
That's
saying.
why. You have to first eliminate the fact that you live on a globe and all this lies. And then if you put that flat plane in your fucking eyes, then you could probably realize that you're living in the end times and that we're living in a magnetic universe with a lot of enzymes.
What?
Okay.
You don't actually have to know anything
A
about
lot
the
of
Earth to even
enzymes.
start having this conversation, right? Like this is just a magnetic field. So it does end up eviscerating the globe, but that is someone else's individual journey, bro. But like the
That's
point is,
fine.
we
That's
weren't taught
fine.
this correctly. If
I'm
you go
just
to the
trying to
biggest
understand
let
this
me
though,
break something
Whitson.
down so we can get
Look,
some
I'm not
context.
mad at you
If,
for trying to
if you go
understand.
to the
Like,
biggest
you're,
magnetic, listen, if you go to the biggest producers of magnets in the world, the biggest manufacturers, you can go to many of their pages and go to frequently asked questions. And if they have like a what is magnetism question, they say, well, really, no one fully knows. That's 2022,
yeah,
bro.
because magnetism proves
Dragon.
that gravity is a hoax. Here,
Well, yeah,
Banso,
because
That's
they
fine.
don't.
No one fully
Banso,
knows
I'm gonna
what
send you a DM.
what magnetism is. That's
Banso,
fine.
can you please
But
post
with
some
what I'm
Yeah, but the
I
gap
was
of
gonna- I
knowledge
wanted to
isn't
ask
as
this-
wide as you need.
I want to understand this. What it sounds like you're saying in one breath, Whitsit, is that people who are experts, who presumably are among the best physicists in the world, like Yale and Harvard, describe magnetic forces as mysterious. And as far as I know, don't posit this kind of force field at the North Pole. But you do understand it well enough that you are well aware of a force field that exists at the North Pole. That's how it sounds when you say it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that is the state of affairs of
So
the
I'm not
world.
straw
Yeah.
manning you with that.
No, like it's not that you can use something and not fully understand it. Like we use magnetism all the time, but people don't understand it just because you can.
How did you come to fully understand it so much better
I
than
don't
these folks?
fully understand it. I just know
how did you
basic-
come to understand it better than these folks who work in physics departments?
What's it?
a bunch of different people. So there's like Ken Willer, and you can read Nikola Tesla and Oliver Heaviside, and the fatherheads of electrical field theory. Because
how many of those hold to this view that there is a magnetic force field at the North Pole?
See, they just described and understood the phenomena of magnetism in general. They did not in any point try to specifically apply it to the Earth. That's not what they did. They were in electrical field theory.
Okay.
But
So
but when you do apply it, you'll find out that Harvard agrees with me, right? Because all I'm saying is, does it work on a globe? Doesn't work on a globe. Definitely would work on a flat Earth.
No, I know. I didn't say anything. I just said like a candy floss machine, repels out. The candy floss sticks to the side, and the sugar comes from the center.
What's candy floss?
And I was just trying to.
Fairy floss.
Spun sugar.
Fairy floss.
Cotton
candy. Like a fountain.
Cotton candy. Okay, cotton candy. Okay.
Yeah. Where energy.
Visualize a fountain.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's it. There you go.
Visualize on a
So
flat
would it be
Earth,
fair to
like
say,
the North
based on what you're
Pole is
saying,
an
there's
electromagnetic
nobody
force,
else who
and that
holds to
at the
this view about a
electromagnetic pole,
force
there's a
field at the North
negative
Pole?
and a positive, and the negative is the moon, and the sun is a positive. You got to
That's what you
realize
got this
that.
guy
Yeah,
turned down.
Dragon, we get you 100%. We understand you, Dragon, but we don't understand Witsit, so we're trying to ask Witsit questions.
Yeah. So look, if you had a fountain, right? Just to visualize it.
No, I get. I just the question
Flip
was:
the fountain
are you
over.
like the only one that has this view about there being a force field at the North
No.
Pole, or are there like other people who share it?
Yeah.
Anyone that understands the basic reality of magnetism in the Earth knows that there's a magnetic field on the Earth, and that the magnetic field is so big no one could go to the center of it because of how magnetism works.
So
who else says this though, Witsit?
No, yeah, that's the question.
Yeah, how do you, he said
To
he
be
said
fair,
it,
right,
one second,
on your globe model, right, the center of the
Mhm.
globe is where all this sort of starts, doesn't it? So this is
No.
no different. There has to be a central point. Yes.
No, it doesn't come from the
100%.
center of the globe. No,
100%.
that's not.
Yeah, there's got to be a central point, but I mean,
Okay, so Bansal, are you equating the North Pole on a flat Earth to the center of the globe on a spherical Earth?
When
Is
it
that
comes to
what you're
magnetic
saying?
field,
It's
it is the same thing because it's the center point. But here, to get some, the Globers, can they answer this question? If you could go through the Earth, if we could go further than 8 miles and the terrain itself wasn't a problem, and you could go all the way to in the globe model, if you could go all the way to the center, the source of the magnetic field, could you go all the way
That's not
through
the source.
that area? Would you be able
That's
to
not
go
the
through
source.
that area, or would the magnetic field stop you? Yes or no?
No idea.
That's not the source. That's not the source.
Right. So when
That's
you
not believed to be the
continue,
sour's.
like I brought this up
Wait. Let me
try to
address
tell
it.
you.
Let me address that. Let me address. So the magnetic field isn't believed to be sourced in the center of the Earth. It comes from the in between layers. It doesn't come from
Okay,
the middle. It comes from high.
Some of
What
all
do you mean
forces.
I'm wrong?
Okay, you're wrong. So
when you have the convection, when you have the convections,
field's origin is the center, right around the
No.
outside, right around the outside of
Dude,
the center. Yeah. Dude, if you don't know that,
here's my answer, Witsit. My answer is I don't.
Let Bacon and Witsit go at it.
Sorry, beg your pardon.
Yeah, shut up, actually.
I'll
Right,
cite
so-
Harvard. I've done it numerous times, bro. But like, it's not that complicated. I
Okay,
know.
so when we have all those layers inside the Earth, and the closer you go to the center, the harder it is. So you have lots of.
all these layers.
I'm explaining what's the globe claim.
Sorry.
That's all. I'm not claiming that to be true. I'm explaining what's the globe claim, currently at least. So in between the center and the surface, we have all sorts of convections. So we have moving a fluid going from close to the center to close to the surface as the core cools down. Those convections is what produce the magnetic field. It doesn't come from the center, although it happens around the Earth. So it would be around the center. That's not the source of it.
Wait, so
That's
you're
not
saying
the-
like the magnetic? You're saying like the magnetic properties come from the core of the Earth, and that
No.
and the liquid outer core.
Yeah,
The
he just
liquid
doesn't
outer
under-
core and solid
but-
inner core. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm explaining where is the
He's saying
globe
the
claim
center is
about the
just
source
making
of.
little reactions of magnetic fields outside of it.
No.
And that's
That's not what
actually
I'm
not
saying.
what your
No, I'm
model
saying-
claims. You know why your
No.
model doesn't claim that? Because
not
it
what
could
it's
never
saying.
happen, and because the Earth has a magnetic field, and so that's as a whole has a central point, and Harvard agrees because it's
Yeah,
just
it-
common
it
sense.
happens-
It could still have a central point. But how deep is the flat Earth, Witsit?
Oh,
At
no
the
one's ever
North
gone
Pole-
deeper than 8 miles. So anyone on
Exactly,
either
dude.
side that makes any claims beyond that is just making
So-
shit up.
Right.
Exactly,
So the
you're just
question
gener-
is,
you're just
could
theorizing.
the center of this force, of this thing, be 8 miles or further down?
No, it's not down in underneath the Earth.
How do you know that?
Although it could actually just continue all the way through it when you get to the actual
Yeah, it
center.
could.
That's what it
Right,
would.
That's what my understanding is. When they give you a little compass, for the northern hemisphere they have to weight the south tip of the compass and vice versa in the southern hemisphere because
but that
the
could work on both the
compass
globe
tip
and flat
will
model.
dip to follow the lines and they'll dip down further north you are. So what stops this magic special force field from being 100 miles or 10 miles or 4 miles underground.
There's literally no way to know. There's no way to know, right? Like how
So
far.
you could stand on the North Pole if that force field was so far underground it didn't affect you much.
No. It wouldn't just be under. It couldn't just be underground. It would
Why couldn't it be
automatically
underground?
extend up into the air because it's a toroid. It goes all the way through. If you look at the magnetic field from the side, you draw a line all the way through it. There, down the middle, vertical line. There wouldn't be like just it starts in the middle and then goes down. It goes all the way up. That's why they don't let you go too close, because you would be able to see stuff, and that is what the Northern Lights is an effect of.
Cool story.
And again,
You cut out with it.
Well,
the northern
Bacon,
tip of
I like how
Greenland,
you
private
try to
exploration.
post. I like how you try to post a YouTube video of someone else saying, "See, that's what you guys like to do." But
Yeah, I'm not
anyways,
claiming that's the case. I'm saying that's the globe
I'm
claim.
just asking, how does the Earth's core generate a magnetic field when molten iron loses its magnetism?
Right, and so Harvard agrees with you. They asked the same question, and they don't have an answer. And so when globe earthers, quote unquote,
What's the question?
when they come and argue about it, it's super weird, because like I just wanted to know. So what I did is I went straight to the top reports from the globe earth highest levels of academia and saw what they said, so I could make an informed decision as to which side is viable, right? So to argue against them and then praise them simultaneously as never being wrong is insane.
I don't say they're never wrong, but I would also be surprised if any of them claimed there was an impenetrable force field at the North Pole.
No, they wouldn't claim that.
If none of them say that, we're not really arguing against them, are we? I mean, I seem to be the only ones arguing. Other people seem to be just listening.
Yeah,
No. Only reason they're
questioning
being brought
you
up
with
is
the Earth's core. How does the Earth's core generate?
I'm not really challenging any. If there was somebody who said, "I'm working the physics department at Harvard, and here are my thoughts on this phenomena," and they offered something better than a pretty picture, I would probably listen to them a bit. But this, for my taste, they haven't presented a whole lot.
No, listen, you're conflating two
and
things,
Whitson,
right?
it seems like you are the only person on the whole planet
why are
making
you
this
talking?
claim.
That makes no sense.
I'm sorry.
It doesn't matter if he's the only one in the
I'm
fucking
talking now
universe
because
making
this
a
guy
claim.
just said something to me. So if you guys wouldn't mind and knowing how conversations work.
I'm gonna start muting people. All right, so just go with it.
All I'm trying to respond to you. The problem is you're conflating two things. The only reason Harvard's being brought up is specific to the globe model. So when you say, I don't think any of them would say that there's a magic force field in the North Pole, of course not, because we are talking about them trying to explain it on a globe, which is that the central point of the Earth is the central point of the magnetic field. And when they try to map out the magnetic field with data that we knows here and can actually verify, it doesn't work. Okay, so we have numerous models they're trying to propose, but none of them work. All of them have their own issues and they're off by their own percentages. And Harvard and many other universities have this mapped out in detail.
Yeah, and
what I was responding to,
real quick. And what's
it sounded like you were saying to disagree with you is to disagree with them.
Least wanted to get in, Dragon. Least, way you go. Go on.
Yeah,
okay, but I mean, Dragon can go ahead. I'll go right after Dragon. Go ahead, Dragon.
Okay, fine. Okay, Dragon.
I'm just asking all you globe earthers because you guys assume that the magnetic field comes from inside the Earth's core. I'm just asking how the Earth's core can generate a magnetic field when molten iron loses its magnetism.
It's not the iron core.
750 Fahrenheit.
Because that's not the claim.
Core is at around 9,000 at 392 Fahrenheit. That is the claim. Because
no, that's not the claim.
I'm not trying to argue that. That takes us away from what
the video doesn't say
right now, Dragon.
Everything to do with it. That's what the Harvard is.
It doesn't. I want to understand
that is one of the main things Harvard's talking about is the inability to maintain.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. But I'm not trying to argue that, Whitson.
Oh, it's like
if Harvard say that we don't fully,
real, then you would listen.
You know you can't explain it. That's why you don't want to talk about it.
That's
Okay,
weird
fair
though,
enough.
right? Because either you want to know what the truth is or you don't. And if you're so confident that you're correct with your belief that the
Well,
Earth's a globe, then
why
why
not
would you
let me
be
speak
afraid
though?
to wait? Time out.
Why
But
make claims like I'm confident about my belief? You don't even know what my beliefs are. I told you
okay,
in the
are
beginning,
you
which I don't
confident in
understand what
your
you're
belief?
saying,
Are
and
you
I'm trying to
confident?
gain
Let him speak with
understanding.
it.
That's what. Yeah,
Okay,
that's
all
why
right.
I want to ask you some questions. I'm not
Well, wait,
challenging
no.
you, Witsit.
See, this is why we
I've
don't let
never.
him
Oh
speak
my
because he
God,
wants to just
Witsit,
start. He
please.
wants to
Witsit,
start bamming
shut
you
up.
with
Dude, I
You
think
questions.
you
wait.
guys do this guy.
Let him
Witsit, I'm
go.
with
What I
you.
would
I'm with
recommend to make the conversation easier is don't respond to or listen to Dragon because he starts these derails. Go for it.
Yeah.
Go for it, pressure.
So Witsit, I'm not challenging what you're saying. It's just I've never heard this stuff before, and I'm trying to get clarity. So if Harvard and whatnot are saying things, I don't really care. I just want to understand now. Are you saying that this force field we have, this magnetic force field at the North Pole that stops us going there, is only present on a flat Earth? On a globe Earth, it wouldn't work out.
Correct.
Okay. Now, is there anyone else making this claim, or it's just
Me.
you? Or
Me.
I also brought up Harvard for that reason. Thought you were here, bro.
but do Harvard say that on a flat Earth there would be a force field at the North Pole that stop us going there?
So you
Why
changed your
does it matter
question
what they
again,
say?
like a cognitive.
No, that sounds like what his question was the first time. It's been my question as well.
Yeah, you're asking me, does
Yeah.
anyone on the globe, does anyone agree that it's impossible on the globe? And when I say yes, Harvard, you say, oh, you're saying Harvard says the Earth's flat? It's very stupid and dishonest. Okay. No,
Yeah.
it's two different things. The flat Earth and the globe
Mhm.
Earth. If you think it happens on the globe Earth, and I say, oh, it's impossible on
Okay.
the globe Earth, and you say, does anyone else say that? And I say, yay, Harvard, then you cannot then straw man what I'm saying into saying
Okay.
that
Fine.
Harvard
That
is
is
Fine.
straw man.
representing the
Fine.
That
study.
is straw manning.
Fine. Does anyone else say this can happen on a flat Earth? That this is what
Yes.
happens on the flat Earth?
Anyone
Yes.
that knows the Earth's flat, because that's the only way it could work.
Well, all right. Is there anyone that's a flat earther that is written on this, or like what
Yes.
are you basing this on, Witsit?
Me.
All
Like what
information
about
about how magnetic
magnetism?
fields work in the history of
Okay.
mankind. That's what I'm basing it on.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm
cool.
also going
So
to
walk us through it now, Witsit.
Okay.
You say at the North Pole something about magnetism stops the human body from getting there. Like walk us through the mechanism.
Okay,
Knowing
so
how magnets and magnetism
Witsit,
works.
he's
Go
just
ahead.
yeah,
trying to make
knowing how
you
magnets and magnetism works, there's a toroid and there's something called an inertial plane through the middle of a magnet. That would be the Earth, and then we're within that toroid. If you were to venture to the
Mhm.
center of that toroid, which is in a
Mhm.
magnetic field so strong that it encompasses the entire Earth, then there is no
Mhm.
reason to believe that you would be able to penetrate that central area because of the compactness of dielectricity.
Because of what?
Because of all of
Compactness
the
of
dielectricity
dielectricity.
that's there. Yeah.
Is that magnetic pressure?
Okay. Okay,
So if I try to, what will
Witsit,
happen?
could I find writings about this that says at the center of a toroidal field you cannot enter it because of the compactness of magnetism? Is this written somewhere? Is there something you could cite, a reference that I could look up? Because obviously I'm not just going to believe what you say. That would be dumb of me. That would prove I'm not a critical thinker to just believe what you say. I would have to see if I can test this for myself. Is there something else I can read? Something you could share with us where this is said?
You're asking me, has anyone written that people can't walk through the center of magnets? You're asking me if I can give you somewhere else.
That's not what I asked. I was very specific in what I said.
That is
So
literally
according
what
to
you
you,
said,
no, according to you, we cannot go to the middle of a toroidal field because of the compactness of magnetism there. Am I quoting you right?
No.
Okay. Could you restate what stops us going to the center of the flat Earth?
Dielectricity is what's in the center. Magnetism
Okay.
is magnetism is the dielectric field. It's just one and the same, but it's the opposite at the same time. They're inverted, but they're intrinsic. Does that make sense to you? Like, it's just like two
No.
sides of a coin. If that doesn't make sense to you, I don't know what else to say. It's like two sides of a
two
coin.
sides of
Does
a
that make
coin.
sense? Does that make sense?
Yeah,
two
I hear you. Two sides of a coin.
Okay, so you have heads and tails. Are they different?
They're different sides of the same coin.
Right. So they're different, but they're the same. They're just different modes of the same thing.
Okay, so you are saying magnetism and dielectricity are two sides of the same coin.
That's right. But you have, whenever you're
Okay,
saying things
I'm
like
with you.
compactness of magnetism, right? The distinction is of vital
But
importance.
you said that, not you said that. Uh-huh.
I said compactness of dielectricity because the central part that is black is the dielectricity.
So when dielectricity is compacted, it stops the human body from getting to that region.
Well, no, just the pressure itself, the pressure differential between the central point and the energy outside of it is what would stop you. The actual pressure being created creates a force, right?
So when dielectricity is compacted, it creates such a huge pressure differential, such a huge, but such a huge pressure differential that it would stop the human body entering that area of high dielectric pressure and compactness.
Yeah, concentration maybe is a better word.
Okay, so what do you have to back this claim? Because as I said, I'm not just going to believe what you say. Is there something you could cite or source?
The only way that we can, it's illegal to go test the specific claim, can a human walk through it, right? So that's why I brought it up when you asked if there's anyone else that writes a book. No one's ever wrote about can the human go through the center of a really strong magnetic field. Like no one's ever wrote that. Like, so if you're asking, has anyone wrote about how the magnetic field works? Yes, you can go look at Ken Willer and you can look at Jeff and Minko.
So you're saying for this specific claim you're making about the compactness of dielectricity that stops the human body reaching, the North Pole, there's nothing really written about this. It's just what's it.
Of course there's nothing written about it. Most of the world has been taught to blindly believe just whatever the status quo is and hold it to be definitively true until it's updated collectively. So everyone thinks they live on a globe. So no, of course.
Okay, that's fine.
There's not.
That's fine. So what are the microteslas that we would feel at the North Pole due to this compactness of dielectricity? Like how strong is this magnetic force? Give me like the amount of microteslas.
It's obviously strong enough that birds all around the earth can use magnetism to know north and south, that we use compasses, and that the magnetic field and the flux covers the entirety of Earth. And when we have it mapped out, that's very big. That's a very big magnet.
That's not his test. I mean, he's not asking about the size of it. He's asking how strong it is, because you don't need a very strong magnetic force to make a compass align. In fact, compass don't work very well if they have a magnet that is roughly close to it.
Well, how strong? How strong? Would a magnet have
it's strong
to be
enough.
Hold on, what's it? How strong would a magnet have to be if I were to affect a needle and you were 10,000, miles away or something, 5,000 miles away? How strong would the magnet have to be? Pretty strong, right?
That depends. That depends on
What
how
do you mean? It depends.
It depends on how the force.
Magnet right now.
Can I answer your question? You made a question. Can I answer it? So I said it depends because depends on how the force changes as you go further. If you get further and closer, and it follows the inverse square law. As you go further and closer, if that changes according to, let's say, the inverse square law, then that would have to be very strong. But if that's not the case, then no, it doesn't have to be very strong. It's just very big, but it can still be very weak.
A compass very convoluted answer. How strong would a magnet have to be for it to affect your needle thousands of miles away? Very strong or very weak?
Just answer it.
It depends on a lot of things, Jeremy. Even temperature. Temperature would make a magnetic field stronger. So just distance is not the only thing you would look at.
A compass would not work on a globe because it would be pointing towards the magnetic core of the Earth.
No.
Okay, that's fine. But
so you think I could have a weak magnet and it affect your needle thousands of miles away? That's what you guys think?
No.
Well, Jeremy, it seems to be a thing of you can be really far away, and your needle, your magnetic needle, still points towards north. So it doesn't matter how far away you are, your magnet's going to work. But are you now saying that magnets don't point towards the North Pole, Jeremy? Even if you're in Australia, which is thousands of miles away?
It must be a very strong magnet since
It's affecting things that are thousands of miles away, and
I agree with
and
you.
magnets
I agree
that are
with
not
you.
strong don't do that. You guys are
Compasses
trying to
really
argue that
only
it's not
use
strong.
they only use magnetic declination lines. And so basically if you draw out a magnetic field, which I posted the picture, it's very useful. The pictures of magnetism are very useful. You just lay it on top of the earth, and then you understand why people navigating in the south trying to go north oftentimes have to correct, because when they're following their compass, it takes them in not a straight line. Yeah, because you're on the outside of the magnetic field. You have a bunch of different circles of declination drawn, just like in a magnetic field. And so if you're using those, of course you're a little off. Of course you're off.
That's fine. That's fine. But Whitson, how strong is the magnetic field in microteslas at the center of the flat Earth, at the North Pole?
Why are you asking me questions that you know I
because
can't
you
answer?
know this stuff
wait,
that
here's my
I
question.
don't
Here's
know.
my question. Why do you not
You're
apply
acting
the
like he
same
knows everything in the
scrutiny?
world.
But wait, why do you not apply the same scrutiny to your belief?
You don't know what kind of scrutiny
He's not
I
making
apply to my
claims
beliefs. Whitson.
about
Yeah,
North Pole.
don't make
if
assumptions
you
like that.
disconnect yourself
I'm
from
asking
the,
you for information. If you don't
okay, let me
know,
ask
just
you,
say you don't know.
are you confident in your belief
You're
that
going
the
to
earth,
answer my question with the question.
are you confident in your
You've been
belief
asking
that
questions
the
this whole
earth
time.
is a globe?
Answer my question first, Whitson. If you don't
No,
know
you've
how
been
strong the
what you want to do is
magnetic
you
field
want
is
to,
at the North Pole, just say so. Just say you
Let me
don't know, and I'll
explain.
drop
Let
it,
me
bro.
try to wait. Let me try to explain why this question is very important. Like when someone says, for example, that if Earth is spinning, we should be ejected out of the Earth, and then we point out that actually the centrifugal force would be very small. It's completely valid to ask for a number. So because if we're predicting that force should be too small to eject someone from Earth, we have to be able to at least give a range of a value. Right?
okay, do you know the number
I'm
for the
giving
globe?
an
Okay, do you know the
analogy. Let
number
me
for the globe?
finish. Let
No,
me
do you know the
finish.
number
So
for the globe? Yes or no?
let me
What's the
finish.
number for the globe?
Is 0.03 meters per second squared. That's irrelevant. Let me finish my point. So if you're making the claim that this force wouldn't allow a human body to cross, you should at least get to a range of numbers that would prevent that from happening.
Yeah.
If you have no idea of a number, there's no way you can use your intuitions to say that force would be strong enough to prevent a human body from crossing it. You can't just use your intuitions.
Okay, so
Well said,
you're
well
saying
said.
that
You
if I
need to
don't
know
give it
two
a
numbers.
number,
You need
wait,
to
are
know
you saying
what.
that if I don't give it a number, then you could let it go infinitely high and still walk through it?
No.
Right, so
I'm
the
asking
number
you
is
to back
literally
up your claim.
so then you understand the number literally isn't relevant then.
It is
I'd like
because
to
you're
finish.
saying
No, it's not.
For a second.
There's two numbers you need to know. The number of Gauss or micronewtons or whatever the fuck you measure a magnetic field in that would create a force field. So how strong a force field do you need to create? And then how strong a field do we have on the Earth? You need to know those two numbers and show that those two match. It sounds a lot like you don't have either of them.
All the magnetic information that anyone has about the Earth only works on flat Earth, and you can literally map it out on the Earth. The fact you guys come in here as if
You're in
you have all
denial.
the answers about the magnetism on the
You're in
Earth
denial.
is funny because
What
in
do you
the
have, eggshells? What do
actuality
you
of
Your
the
have?
globe model doesn't
situation,
explain.
I got
your
no idea.
model can't.
Your
I'm
globe
gonna have
model
to
does
go.
not explain.
I'm writing really important documents for court and
Right.
stuff, and when I come in here, I can't like try to get thoughts out and constantly be interrupted. I'm not sitting in here for 5 hours circle jerking, dude. You
Eggshells,
need
can I
to
join in for a
realize that
second?
you're not
You
applying the
spoke for
same
the longest here.
scrutiny.
It's because they can't explain how a magnetic South Pole exists on a globe model.
All right,
So
here's my
they're
closing.
they want to
Let me
switch
just
it
say this.
around and start asking questions here. But when we
Go.
should be asking questions.
Go for it, Witsit.
All right, here's the deal.
Actually,
I was
is there
just
any
trying
way
to
I
let
could
you
join the
guys know
conversation?
that
I'm like
whenever you're
forever.
talking about standing under the Polaris, North Pole Star, as if it's a geographic location that's accessible, that's a very unfounded claim. In fact, it can be argued that you wouldn't be able to it wouldn't be physically accessible if you could go there without being prohibited by the world's governments that are actually just protecting you and love you and never lied to you. The Earth is a magnetic field. All around it is a magnetic field. So the Earth lives right through the middle of it. That's where we live. That's the only way it could exist. That's what moves everything in the sky. Okay, you can't go to the center. If you need numbers,
if you need me to quantify something that's inaccessible, that's cognitive dissonance. If you cannot apply the same scrutiny to your belief system,
Wait,
if you cannot even absorb your belief
that's not.
system in
That's
I'm
not.
almost done. I'm almost done. I'm almost done. I'm almost done.
Hold
If you
on,
cannot
guys.
absorb your belief system in entirety, bro, and honestly, right, then you cannot actually go try to point out the flaws in someone else's with extreme scrutiny. That's just dishonest. It's cognitive dissonance. It's a waste of my
That.
time. I have to go now. Goodbye.
All right. Let me
Hold on,
answer
guys.
that.
Moyak's going next, guys. Yo. Moyak,
For example, you cannot
hello,
use
Dragon.
a mathematical equation.
Yeah, let's just everyone talk. Let's not.
Moyak, yeah, shut up. As I'm trying to gain control, keep talking, guys. Keep talking. I'm going on a mute. I'm going on a mute spree. Go ahead, Moyak.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I was just looking at some numbers here, and I haven't tested these myself, but they say that the range of magnetic field on Earth's surface of Earth is about 30 to 60 microteslas. So when you say that can it affect something thousands and thousands of miles away? No, actually, a few hundred miles away, it's only at 60 microteslas.
And you got that information from Google, right?
Well, actually, this is things you can test. So I mean, you could go to South America with a Gauss meter, and you can measure the thing. So,
you
this
tested it yourself.
Moyak, ignore him. Ignore him.
No, I'm just
It'll
asking
make
a
the
question.
room
Just like how Moved by Pressure was asking a question and riding on eggshells, you didn't get on him for that. So why don't you get yourself on?
So when we get down to the lower latitudes, going down towards the South Pole, you would be expecting the needle to point stronger and stronger towards the South Pole, and to the point where it's ripping off its mount as you get closer.
So you're saying if you had a compass,
see
it
that.
was pointing at. So you're saying if you had a compass, it would point down to South Pole.
It actually does. The closer, if you use a vertical compass, you know what, you can actually hear more if you shut your mouth. Okay, so what you can do is you use a vertical compass, and actually that'll tell you your roughly your latitude anywhere on Earth. As you move closer and closer to the pole, it starts to point down, and the South Pole or the south end of the magnet will point towards the South Pole. When you get to the North Pole, the north end of this thing will point towards the North Pole.
That's why
I know
there are
exactly
south
what you're
and
talking
north
about. I know
compasses
exactly what you're
that you
talking
use
about.
in the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere.
That's what the Egyptians used. That's what the Egyptians use. They used the compass, and it pointed directly up to the firmament and pointed directly down. I know what you're talking about.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't do that. It doesn't point up at the middle latitudes. It'll point horizontally, and as you get
What are you
closer and
talking
closer to
about?
the North
I need
Pole,
something to explain it.
Let's get you a
Because it's hard
picture.
to understand. It's hard to picture it.
Dragon, I had to ask you a question. What happened to your accent?
Please.
Anyways,
that was a massive derail.
That's funny.
Now you know who's not the problem. It's not Dragon's the problem.
Dragon's voice changed though. This is weird.
But I mean, basically, the reason I was asking about microteslas is because
if you learn about the compasses in Egypt, they point up to the firmament, and that does not make sense on a globe. Sorry.
But I think your point, Moyak, was pretty on point, which is if this force field is getting so strong that it is impenetrable to humans at the North Pole, it'd be pretty bloody strong by the time you're in northern Finland or Greenland or Canada or stuff.
Or Norway.
Right? You'd be like, Jesus, every time I drive north, it's a bit cheap because my car's getting pulled up towards the North Pole or pushed away from it or something.
That's a lie.
Even if you lived in Siberia, right? Or Newfoundland.
It's not magnetic, it's electromagnetic. There's a difference.
And we would have problem having compasses working here down in South America, right?
Yeah.
I think the
point you made, Bacon, was the best.
To the North Pole.
That you need to know these numbers in order to say that it is those numbers.
All the compasses point to the North Pole. You
Exactly.
will never see it pointing directly down to the South
Well,
Pole.
If Whitson wants to say that there's some magnetic force that's so strong at the North Pole stopping the human body going there, how strong is it then? Because you can put the human body next to a atom collider. You can put the human body in a CAT scan machine.
You can put wait. You can put a human head inside an fMRI machine, right? You know how strong the magnetic field is?
That's a really strong magnet, yeah. And we don't die.
It can
so
lift hair. It can lift a chair from the ground.
Is it?
How
I don't
can
think
there
it's
magnets
considered
point in
pain in a
Australia?
while.
Oh my
Which
god, this whole
direction?
VC just got took over by globe earthers. It's just
How can there even be physical matter in the North Pole if it's so strong?
Which
yeah.
direction do compasses
No
point
one's
in
talking about
Australia?
actual magnet. No one's talking about actual magnets that can pull you.
I've been
rip you
corrected
apart.
with
No one's talking about
saying
that.
they
It's called
point. I've been told to say they align north south
Guys,
in
You shut
Australia.
the fuck
yo,
up.
Can you hear?
stop
Do
unmuting
you?
this guy.
Hold on, Riding. Could you just hear me and you just spoke to me?
I didn't hear you at all. Sorry, Bandy. I beg your pardon. I didn't hear you at all.
yeah, Banso, no one heard you. No one heard you, Banso. Like we didn't even know you were talking.
I didn't hear you.
Well, Dragon did start talking and you spoke all over the top of him. All right, so I don't know if you had him turned down or whatever. Now he's muted, so it doesn't make any
Dude,
difference.
these guys keep on talking over each other. Like these globe earthers always like group up and start talking over people.
I know, and it's pretty hard to keep control of people acting like 16-year-olds and not letting each other have their turn to speak. All right.
Sorry,
So,
Banso. Sorry.
God, dude, these people are immature, dude. No wonder that
All
other
right.
guy left.
So, okay then, hold on. Dragon, you were making a point. So make your point and then finish it and let to it, please. Thank you.
I don't even remember what I was talking about.
Okay then, well, whatever. Someone else go.
But I mean, Banso, do you see the legitimacy of do you see the reasonableness of the question? You know, if we have these other MRI machines and CAT scanning machines and large atom colliders, and they don't kill human beings, they don't stop us being around them. How
do you know
strong?
these large atom colliders actually are being used?
Hold on.
Just
go.
mute him.
How strong would the magnetic field or this compactness of dielectricity have to be at the North Pole? That's a reasonable question, don't you think, Banso?
Well,
because if you actually
Dragon.
Because if you actually, it literally makes sense on a flat Earth.
Oh my god!
Like I said, it's not a magnetic.
That's why. Mute him.
Why do you let him speak again? You like mute him for 2 seconds and then you
Like I said,
unmute
it's
him. I
not
don't
a
understand
fucking
it.
magnet.
It's so
It's
confusing.
literally it's a electromagnetic
Leaves the
pole.
fucking
You're way
room
too
and
nice,
then
Banso.
mute him for like 2
pole.
seconds.
It's an electromagnetic.
Anyway, I don't know is the answer, Lisa. I haven't looked into it. Now, whether it's a flat Earth or a globe Earth, there is a magnetic. All right. Now,
I agree.
Okay, and so the magnetic field on a flat Earth, I've never really looked into, but one would imagine that whatever the magnetic field is, it has to be pretty strong. All right, whether it's on a globe Earth or a flat Earth, right? But apart from that, I've really.
But it would be reasonable to ask. I hear you, but would it not be reasonable to ask how strong it is? If we have all of these other stronger magnets. Okay.
Now this theory of the toroidal field and we as humans not being able to penetrate it, this is the first time I've heard it too. All right. So, you know, it seems pretty wild to me, but like I said, I haven't looked into it. You know, 'cause I've been around plenty of magnets in my time, and they don't seem to create any resistance to my body. But I do know there's magnetic therapy that people use. They put magnets in their shoes. They have magnetic wristbands and this sort of thing. So the magnetic field itself does have some sort of therapeutic effect, if nothing else.
Everything can be used as a therapy. Like
We are
people,
definitely affected by
people do therapy with all
we
weird,
actually used to have
all sorts of weird shit.
Yeah, I mean, people drink their pee as therapy. I don't know.
Did anyone, Jeremy, trying to talk?
So sorry. Go
What
ahead,
happens
Jeremy.
is two people. You know what happens is I'm getting really, really tired of is two people go to talk, and they both just power right through it, and neither one will stop. And if you can't hear other people talking, you need to just stay on mute.
Yeah.
So, like I was gonna say,
Sorry.
No, I do it all the time too. We got to stop because no one can hear anything when two people are talking. But anyways, I think humans are definitely affected by a magnetic field. We used to have something, or we do currently have something in our nose that can detect magnetic fields, just like birds. And I don't know where the birds ones are, but
Obviously, animals can do it in the animal kingdom, and they claim we used to have something that can do it. And you got the magnetic therapy. We're definitely affected by magnetic fields, obviously. The strongest one in the world. And obviously, the one encompassing Earth is the strongest magnetic field in the world because it covers the whole fucking Earth.
That's not the
Magnetic field
strongest.
that
That's the
reaches as
biggest.
far as the. Is there any other magnetic field that reaches as far as that?
The point
I
that
don't know. I don't know
Bacon's
how strong
making, though,
Earth
is that field could be not very strong, just huge. Like, as in, the magnet could be quite weak, but right under your feet. So it's only reaching, a couple of 100 meters. And
so why
still
do
is
the
pretty weak
compasses
when it
in
gets there.
Australia? Where do the compasses in Australia point? If that's your theory,
They align north-south.
okay, they point north, right? They point north.
Well, I've been corrected by people in the past. They don't point; they align.
So they align north. So isn't it like logical to say that the stronger magnetism is coming from the north? There's a stronger northern force.
If that was what's measured, my understanding is it's not.
No, I have evidence.
So why do compasses point north then in Australia, which is south? Shouldn't they align to the south then?
No,
same thing.
Moyak, go.
Moyak, go.
I have evidence to the contrary. I posted it. They have what they call a magnetic dip compass. Magnetic dip compass. When you're in the northern latitudes, it points down. North side of the magnet points down towards the ground, or more towards the ground. In the southern latitudes, the south side points down, indicating that there's a different force, one that is attracting the sides of the compass.
So let me get
Not
this
just
straight.
one
You're
source.
saying there's a compass in the north that points south when you're in the north?
No. It points down.
And when he says down, he means as you go north. This is a well understood thing with compasses. Same as like you get a hiking compass. If you buy one in the northern hemisphere, it'll be weighted on its south needle, vice versa in the south, because the field lines will start dipping down the further north you go. So what he's saying is the north needle on that compass will point downwards in the north, and then as you go south, it'll point downwards in the south, and down
Yeah,
not
I'm
as in
aware
down
of the
south, down under your feet.
of the weights. Yeah, but why does it always point north though?
It doesn't.
What do you mean? Why does it always point north?
So they have. So I go to the store and I'm looking at the compasses, and I can pick a southern hemisphere or a northern hemisphere compass.
Yes.
Stick with the dip compass, because I think that actually explains it a lot better.
There is a universal compass that can do both hemispheres in one go. You don't need to do anything special. And when that is,
true.
how does
the compasses do that?
When you go to the south points up. When you go to the north points down, but the south is pointing up.
Yeah,
Really?
It'll get stuck against the glass. Like it's not like it will stop the whole thing working. It's just that it will tip such that the needle can get stuck against the glass.
Did you hear me? I said bless you.
Thank you.
But I mean, how can someone say that the compass points north? Because if south is opposite to north, then it's just aligning with the field. It doesn't point anywhere.
Yeah.
So let's discuss now where the magnetism comes from. Because in your guys' fantastical theory, right? It comes from the center of the Earth, correct?
Yeah, because of the
I don't know if you'd call it the center of the Earth. I mean, I don't know personally, but the size of a magnet also has a huge bearing on it. I mean, how the electromotive forces work to generate this electric or magnetic field, I don't know if you would technically call it the center or whether it's a distributed field coming across thousands of miles of material.
If you give the inclination map of the world and you plot those lines on a flat Earth map, all the lines will point south. So make a south-centered flat Earth map, and that is more logical.
I just, I don't know why everybody's dodging past the dip compass. I mean, I thought that was a really interesting thing when you're trying to describe which way a compass points. Yeah, you could say it points to the north, but when you do this test, you can isolate that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's funny. It doesn't work like how you think it would, right? Like They would be like an opposing magnetic force. So when you're in the south, you would expect a different pointing than when you're in the north.
You do.
No, but funny
You
that
do.
doesn't really happen except for that slight dip that you mentioned.
Well,
Why would that happen? Like, because remember, the north is pulling the north tip of the compass north as much as the south is pulling the south tip of the compass south, which is why it's not pointing north, it's aligning.
Right, but you've seen if you turn, like if you have a bar magnet, for example, right, and you turn it and you have a compass next to it, I'm sure you've seen how it switches around, right? I don't have to explain an elementary thing to you like that, right?
Oh, the closest end will have the biggest effect. You know, inverse square, or it's an inverse cube laws, if I'm not mistaken.
Exactly.
And so the closer that you get with the north, it's going to just the mere distance of the southern pole and the northern pole on that little needle will make one side closer. So it'll have more
So
of an
why
effect.
doesn't that happen when you go to the south?
It does.
So you're saying mariners, they point their compass south when they navigate?
No, the south
Align
side
to
of
the
the
south?
compass gets pulled apart. The south side of the compass becomes the dominant force that's controlling it. You want to look at it that way.
I meant to say earlier, declination. If you plot magnetic declination, the magnetic declination map of the world, and you plot that on a flat Earth map, I meant to say that the variation all points south. I didn't mean to say inclination. Sorry.
I don't know what that is. I got to go to bed now.
So as far as creating this magnetism, you guys agree that they have no clue whatsoever, right? Or you buy the story of the molten iron core?
No, actually,
the magnetism.
As far as I understand it, the current understanding is that the core is solid. Due to the immense pressures, that it's actually solid.
When did that change? It's always been molten as far as I was.
No,
Hey, I've been posting. You guys check it out. They changed it again. I've been posting it. I've been posting this all week. It's not liquid or solid. They just made up a word.
What is it, Jello?
Yeah.
Oh,
it's like ionic.
The core is not. It's just the ball in the middle. It's a tiny ball. The tiny ball. You know, a few hundred or 1,000 miles across. Let's call it 1,000 miles. I don't have a number for it, but there's a ball.
Of what?
That's there. That's solid nickel iron is what I think they claim.
No,
and then
different
beyond that, then there is molten after that. The pressures are not sufficient to solidify at those temperatures. And then there's that goes up to the crust. So you have liquid from the core to the crust. That's how it measures out with earthquake measurements and stuff like that.
So how does the magnetism negate this molten layer that's around this solid nickel ball?
Why would it have to defeat that? Magnetism goes through things unimpeded.
Really?
Okay. You hold a magnet a half-inch away from your hand, it's going to snap to your hand just as hard as it'll push to the bottom of your desk.
Okay, so can you show me?
That doesn't shield it.
Okay, Mike, can you show me a nickel ball bearing, in some sort of molten something spinning, creating a magnetic?
I would have a real. I mean, this is like I said. It's all theoretical and observational as far as the remotely observational that we see shadowing. That's not indicative of a solid material. But I don't know if you could replicate the conditions required. Like I've got to have a molten material, and then I have to have 10 gigapascals of pressure on it in order to see whether these conditions can happen. I think they've tested that, and you can have a solid at those temperatures, but or at similar temperatures if you had enough pressure. But I don't have any of it.
So it's another theory that can't be replicated.
Yeah. I can't replicate as Joe Blow standing here inside of the.
Add that one to the list.
Pretty sure magnetism is negated by heat, and that's the way you test to see if steel is tempered or not. You put a magnet on it, and when it reaches a certain temperature, it loses its magnetic properties.
You know why?
on Earth.
I agree. I agree.
And do you know
But
why?
what would happen if I think that's
And now I just found something that says Earth's inner core isn't a solid or liquid; it's super ionic. So, I mean, I don't really, I don't know what to believe.
Yeah,
either.
it doesn't really matter, right? You can't confirm either. No matter what story they give you, what the center of the Earth is, you can't confirm it anyway. Even with the
I
test
agree.
that with the testing equipment that they had to test down however far they say the center of the Earth is, when they use it to depth, it's not very accurate. So even at
That's
a
not very
lot
accurate?
shorter depth. Yeah, you said seismic earlier. I don't think that's what they're
Yes.
using to figure out what's in the center of the Earth.
Oh, it is. That's actually like the ultrasound.
Yeah. Seismic waves, P waves, S waves, love waves, and different types of refraction techniques do help you kind of guess what's at the center, but that's not going to tell you the shape of the Earth either way. That's why I don't really feel anyone should concern themselves with what's at the center of the Earth. Like
Well,
no
I'm
one's
not
ever
quite-
going to go there.
I'm confused. So if we have these equipment to tell us what's at the center, why does it keep changing? Like,
I
you can
said
go to
these
several-
equipments help us guess what's there. They give us an estimate. They infer.
Best guess we
Yeah.
got with the information we've got.
Yeah.
Right.
It's a
Yeah,
guess.
like I said,
You're
just
admitting
add it
it's a
to
guess.
the list. Yeah, just add it to
Of
the
course.
list. Right.
That's all science
Yeah,
is.
it's
is
the
a
best
guess.
guess. Yeah. Do you guys have a better guess? You have a better guess,
I
Rakia?
don't think science is guessing at all. I think science is cause and effect and replication. Like if you can duplicate it by using a test to duplicate it in different ways, and you get closer and closer. If you just use testing equipment to tell you what's at 100 feet down and it's not very accurate, it's just somewhat accurate, it's the best guess, and then you start using it at thousands of miles down, I think that gets so far off you shouldn't use it, and you definitely shouldn't call it science, but you can if you want.
The precision
Well,
of things.
most
Like,
people
I-
call
I
it
can
science.
go with, I can go with an ultrasound system, and I can let's go with like an old style one, like before they had the 4D ultrasound. And you could look in there, you could tell there was a baby. It was not very. It was kind of granular, and you saw through it in different parts, and it was you had to keep moving the wand to actually tell that there was a baby, per se, in order to get a reasonable picture. And then as time goes on, we get the improved technology, and we start to see that you can actually make out the nose, and you can see the eyelids, and hell, at some point we might be able to see the hairs on them. With this system. In fact, I think you can see hair.
You're comparing a
as time
couple of
goes on, you
inches
get
of.
more information. Now, if I never was able to go and see that baby come out, I would be getting a clearer and clearer picture of what was in there. But the other stuff wasn't wrong. It was.
It's to
just
your
less
bad luck
informative.
that my wife actually ran ultrasounds and will tell you how inaccurate they are a lot of the times. And you're only talking about going through a thin layer of skin through
It's an analogy, dude.
and barely in any type of fluid. And they often get it wrong. Even X-rays, trying to find a fracture or saying your arm is fractured and it's actually not. It was just wrong. I mean, I think you're going down a path to prove my point, not yours.
So we don't use X-rays.
That's not what I said, and if that's how you want to
I know it's not what
obfuscate
you
it,
said, but it's
further
what you
proves
implied.
how wrong you are. And over talking me further proves the point that
Okay,
I
fuck you,
probably am
goodbye.
right, and you're just trying to obfuscate and over talk. But
Oh,
if
I
you want to
can't use
do
it.
that, it just proves my point even more. So as you over talk me even more, my point is being proven. Thanks.
Moyak, you don't understand the difference between not even an inch of skin to 4,000 miles.
Actually, I was addressing that directly. The fact that you're a moron and can't understand it is your problem.
Enough of the insults.
Oh, here we go.
Can we get
you have to
moderation
get
here? Can
No,
we
he
get
ran.
moderation here?
See, this is what he does.
It's gone.
He wants to. See, he wants
Yeah,
to
so-
block. This is the same thing he did earlier today with Dragon. The only thing was
Yeah,
you guys
stop-
fell for it. You actually fell
Stop
for
getting
his play.
personal, man. So, I mean, Rakia, I would totally agree with
what
you.
happened. It was a reasonable conversation. You
But
just
you-
want to hand brush it like it doesn't
But
exist.
you don't have to add to it, though. We can just
No, it's
ignore what
important.
happened and
It's
try to go back to
important.
having a normal
No,
conversation.
it's important to know when he comes back again, it's
No,
going to be the same thing.
No, let's move on. Come on.
Yeah, let's move on, man. Like I don't know why you want to get stuck on this.
Yeah.
So Rocky,
we can
I
move on.
totally agree with you. Trying to figure out what's at the center of the Earth is a guess, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I don't see the importance, and I don't see why
Yeah,
that would now make you question whether or not it's science or not.
I'll
You know, I
explain.
mean, science is but I'm not done.
I get your
Science
point.
is
Just let me explain. So what I'm saying is, as you call it science, I'm fine with that. I just don't, right? We have a difference of that. But when you start adding all these guesses up, right? You have to guess at this. You have to assume that. You have to
I
infer
get your
this. You have
point.
to,
I get your
okay.
point, Rocky. I get
When
your
all
point.
those add up,
You see, that's
and
not a nice thing to do, is it? To just cut someone off halfway, Rocky. Come on, man. But go ahead.
yeah,
Finish what
I'm
you were
fine
saying.
with you saying that. That's why I stopped saying the things I did. If you got
Yeah, I
where
was just
I
trying to
was
prove
going,
your point.
now you're still over talking. But I'll stop making making those examples because you got my point, and I'll move on to saying that it just adds up to it's just one big guess, and that's not where I want to base my worldview. I want to be more logical about things. I want to do more replication. If you tell me that water is curving at 8 inches per mile, and then the next time, the next thing you say is it's really hard to measure, yet we know what's at the center of the earth because we measured it. That doesn't add up to me, brother. That's not logically sound to me. So that's my baseline. Go ahead.
I agree with you. People that say for sure we know what's at the center of the earth are just talking out the side of their fucking necks. You know, I totally agree with you there. Even people that study this will tell you that it's at best a guess, and it's based off of inferences and different
It's a
techniques they could
well-educated
use,
guess.
and putting all of that information together. This is the best guess they come up with, but the guess we have today is not going to be the same as the guess we have tomorrow, because tomorrow we could get information that
But it's the
changes
same people
what we think's
telling me
happening.
that the water curves at a constant rate. It's the same group, right? It's coming from the same sources, and I don't see it.
But they don't claim the same conviction on those both claims. Like, people are gonna make the claim that the Earth is a sphere with a lot more conviction than they're gonna claim what the center of the Earth is made of.
And you'll believe them just on blind faith.
It's a house
I
of
don't
cards.
care how convicted they are. I want them to give me the way they did it, the way they tested it, so I can go replicate it. That's science. If they're just going to give me their how much feelings, what percentage of their feelings they think their assumption is true, without being able to explain to me what tools and what method to go measure it myself, then I'm not going to put much inference on that. I don't care what they say or what they feel.
Have you checked how they came up with that conclusion? Or did you just say, oh, they say it's metal?
Which one are you talking about? The center of the earth thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. I've checked some of the sources that tell me that it's molten iron, that it's a solid core with this around it, and then I've checked to see what tools they use. I can't name them, but I have researched that, and I've heard people talk about it, both sides, right? Telling me what how they try and measure it with PNS waves and all this other stuff, whatever. And it just doesn't add up to me. Now, I've never used those tools myself, but even the people using the tools agree that it's not as accurate, right?
Shadow zone. It's got a shadow zone of about a fifth of the circumference as a shadow zone. So they can't penetrate all the way across. They can only go so far down and then outwards. So they end up reaching something more. Yeah.
But
how do you think they create those waves?
Before we go too far into PNS waves, let me say something. And I'm gonna bug out here, but my baseline is, why do I need to see if how we measure to the center of a core of a sphere works before I measure that there's a sphere in the first place? That doesn't make sense. We're moving fast.
I agree.
Yeah, so I would like to ask anyone, if there's new, I think you're new here to me, but what tools and methods have you used or have you seen used to measure water curving at a constant rate away from my feet that I can go measure myself.
I've never really seen someone accurately measure the curvature of water, so I wouldn't. I mean, how do you even do that? You know, I think there are other things people would do to figure out the curvature of the Earth. I wouldn't say measuring the curvature of water is how you would figure out Earth's sphere. You know.
Well, if you logically think about it, measuring the land would be much harder because it's not, equal elevation at all. The water, when static, like in a lake without wind and other currents and stuff like that, huge temperature changes or magnetic flux would be static enough to measure, to figure out if it's curving at a constant rate.
How about doing this? Why not measure water in the polar regions where it's frozen, where there's not that big a temperature difference between the water itself and the air right above it? I mean, that's what I would do. I would find a freezing lake and try and measure the curvature there, maybe by having different poles or whatever at different distances, moving away from me, leveling them off, and then seeing how they drop off from each other. I don't know.
I wish I had a good laser.
Yeah, well, what's the difference between putting a pole above ice and putting a pole above water that's not moving? It's just like the top of the water is frozen.
The refraction that would affect it, right? People would just say refraction, you know.
Okay,
if they drop off into the distance, it's because of refraction. Wouldn't
You're
someone say
assuming
that?
there's less refraction over frozen ice. That's incorrect. I can you should go research that more. The experts in refraction, some of them say there's more refraction over icy conditions. There's definitely more reflection.
What's causing more refraction?
Yeah, but what's the gradient they're claiming?
Yeah.
Because if there's more refraction, because there's a gradient that, let's say, decreases the index of refraction bottom up, that's not helping you.
Yeah, I'm not understanding where, and I mentioned reflection too. But to say to do it over ice is better because you're going to have less optical phenomena happening is not true. You should go research that. Is what I'm saying.
But
you're calling it.
Tell me why it's not true, Rocky.
Well, I've listened to studies and done tests myself. Definitely conditions of the atmosphere above the surface, whether it be frozen or liquid or whatever, the conditions of the day definitely affect it. So to say those conditions
I
stop
don't
affecting
disagree
it because
that.
it's over. Okay, well then why would you do long distance observation over any? No. Go ahead, man.
I said I would do it over ice because there's going to be less refraction because there's less of a temperature difference or less of a change in the angles of incident of light as it travels through the cold medium.
Okay.
You know, I mean the air there is more dense, and the air temperature is not that different from the temperature of the water itself, right? It's not like
then I'll ask you where you found that
Mhm.
information. Like, what studies did you research? Because that's not what I'm hearing. I mean, I think you're just hearing that on something you've heard here on YouTube, like, and just repeating
that's
it. I don't
okay.
think
Well,
you studied-
I'll post something. I'll post
Go
something
ahead. Yeah.
saying this.
Yeah, great.
Yeah.
I'm sorry I can't post mine. You just have to take my word. I am driving, so I'm using voice push to talk. But I cut SE off. If SE wants to come back in, I'm having to drop out for a little bit. I will look at your post though.
All right.
Well, that's cool, brother. I just want to say maybe we can get some closure on the molten iron core thing, right? You guys claim science, right? I also claim science and reality. Now, this is what we know so far about the molten iron core, right? The only thing we know about the molten iron core is based on PNS waves and some other conjecture that are really guesses. Now, this is what we know as facts, right? We have the Kola borehole done in Russia. It went down 7.8 miles. Okay? Now that's a fact. Now that's the only thing we know. Now, even like what Rakia was talking about, the sonar or whatever they use for to determine what the baby is, that little minuscule amount they guessed, right, with their PNS waves and whatever else they did, and they got most of it, well, a lot of it wrong. Even 8 miles, they couldn't determine what the Earth would be like. So these are the facts, gentlemen. The rest is just conjecture.
Yeah, it's also worth mentioning that a lot of these tests have been done over frozen lakes. I mean, if frozen lakes is what you're after, there's plenty of that. But I doubt that you'd accept the results.
What does a frozen lake have to do with what is at the center of the Earth?
Well, they were talking about that about 30 seconds ago.
Yeah, they were talking. Yeah, well, if you want to address that, I guess that's something totally different.
Yeah, but I tried to get in at the time, and everyone wouldn't shut up. So I thought I'd take the opportunity now.
Yeah, no, I don't know crypto. I mean, I haven't seen that many long distance observations done in these polar regions. I've seen George do it, that old dude with his dog. I don't know. Do you have other people doing it? I don't know.
I mean, look, I don't want to derail what he just said, but I'm just saying that you're kind of moving of the goalpost that it has to be taking place in like a frozen place.
I didn't say it has to.
Okay, well,
So
whatever you
to maybe give you context, Rakia asked, how would you go about proving that water curves at its surface? And I just said that I wouldn't really use water to prove the curvature of the Earth, but if I had to, I would rather do tests, long distance sightings over water in a frozen lake as opposed to at the beach where the temperatures vary. There's a lot more happening, atmospherically. When you're at the poles, there's not that much of a difference in the temperature between the air above the water and the surface temperature of the water. The air is more dense all around. There's not that much difference in changes in the temperature of the air itself. So you have a really dense medium. So you're not going to see light change direction that much.
All right. So when
yeah.
you guys were over the ice, when did you get an actual position on something so that you could know where the object was in relation to that?
What do you mean, Jeremy?
I mean, in order for you to know how much refraction is happening, you'd have to know the actual position of it, and then you could see, oh, okay, it's off by this much.
I guess
So
I was just like giving Rakia an example as to what I would do. I'm not saying it's that exact, or it would really tell you what the shape of the Earth is, because I believe even doing that wouldn't really tell you what the shape of the Earth is or what the rate of curvature is. I don't believe long distance observations are going to tell you much. But if I had to do that, if someone held a gun to my head and said perform a long distance observation, I'd rather perform it over ice than over like water at the beach. That's all.
Did you post the ice research, like less refraction?
I was going to, but like I started talking to these guys. Sorry, Rocky.
I'd like to see it because I've seen studies. Matter of fact, I'm going to eat at the restaurant today that I was in the parking lot listening to a guy explain how that theory is wrong one day, and that was like a year ago. Because it was at the time that George was doing his test, and even George, I can show you a picture of George showing heavy refraction over ice. So I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Is that the time George got the horizon above level?
Yeah. He has a post in Bedrock that he sets his theodolite up on, and gets a constant horizontal every day. And on the same day, he can show you where the horizon is below the horizontal, and then in the afternoon, the horizon is above the horizontal. On multiple occasions, he's done this. Now, that was one of my claims way back when, and everyone called me a fool. And then George came out and showed these pictures. I can remember the day that happened. I was in Grand Isle, Louisiana, and I took snapshots of his pictures and thanked him very much for proving my point with his pictures. And then everybody trusted George as they didn't trust me. So kind of strange.
So just for the record, things can and do cross the level line. That's a huge point the Globers like to argue that, oh, that can't happen. Things don't cross the level line. Things never cross the level line. Yeah,
Not due to perspective.
the level line.
I
No,
think it's an
we say that when it's argue for perspective. Because
y'all say
perspective,
just
doesn't do that.
Yeah, exactly. But we're not just talking about perspective when we're talking about long distance observations through the marine layer, especially, right?
Okay, you are not, but many people do.
No.
Yes, many
No, I'm
people
talking about
involved.
right now. Right now. We're not
Yeah,
talking
right
about
now,
just
I
perspective.
agree.
Right?
I agree
Okay.
that right now you're not you're saying that. I'm just saying we come up with this point often because it's often brought up that things would disappear bottom up due to perspective, and that's not the case.
Okay, why would things other than perspective, why would things disappear bottom up? Not perspective and not over a hill. So is there anything else that you can think of that would cause your view of something in the distance to be obstructed bottom up?
Yeah,
What?
The thing that is obstructing is actually in between you and the thing you're looking at. That this is
Okay,
one explanation.
Like a tree or a building or a hill or the sphericity of Earth. Like if the Earth is a sphere, the water would be at a certain point dropping off away from you, and that would create a bottom up obstruction if something was going below that, right?
Yeah, that's one thing that could answer it. Yeah.
Okay, so beyond that, like as you're looking through the marine layer over distance, at an object going away from you, what would cause that to disappear bottom up if it wasn't a sphere?
We have to. I mean, if it was a flat surface, not a sphere, right?
Yeah.
Like if it's a flat surface, then you would need a light to not go in straight direction, so we would have to be bending up.
So as far as perspective goes, let's say you had a flat plane and then you had something 1 inch tall on the surface that was like, let's say you had a 1 inch tall wall in front of you. Let's say it's 100 feet in front of you. And then you had something way, way back in the distance, I don't know, 3 miles away, right? How much of that little 1 inch wall would block, how much of the object in the distance 3 miles away, let's say it's a ship. No, let's say it's a building or something, whatever, something that would be on land, obviously. How much of that building would be blocked out by the 1 inch wall from the bottom up? Due to perspective, only, of course.
Sure. So the wall is 1 inch, right?
Yeah. This is all due to
how far are you
only.
from the? How far are you from the wall?
All due to perspective right here. No refraction involved. We're going to show you how things block out bottom up due to perspective.
How far are you from the wall? The 1 inch wall?
Feet.
How much?
100 feet. 100 feet.
Right, you are 100 feet from the wall, and then the other object behind the wall is how far?
3 miles down, 3 miles away. Past this little 1 inch wall. How much of the bottom of that object that's 3 miles away is going to be blocked off from the bottom up due to perspective only?
Right, 1 sec. By the wall, right?
Yes.
Yes, blocked out by the wall.
And before I get off here, while you're doing that calculation, I would like to infer that it's also atmosphere and some optical effects that cause the information not to reach your eye and brain. So you lose that information, usually bottom up. Now the atmosphere can cause it bottom up also, but it also can create a information just blinking out, like getting to a certain distance where it's either light attenuation or the information is not reaching you because what it's trying to travel to is being deflected, reflected, refracted, diffracted, and your eyes isn't receiving the information, so your brain can't interpret it. It doesn't always have to be a physical object that's blocking it. All right, I'm out.
Yeah, 4 meters. If I did this correctly, 4 meters. What follows this answer?
You're hot micing, Nate. You're hot micing.
Me?
Oh, my bad.
You're on.
Okay, so it's
Is it
4
better?
meters, Jasmine. What now?
Broken?
How much of the object in the distance is getting blocked off?
4 meters.
4 meters?
Yeah, that's what I got here. Okay, so where do we get with this? What follows now?
Okay, so the boat is 4 meters of the boat is missing, and there's a 1-inch wave in front of us. Okay, what happens when there's a 6-inch wave and it's only 20 feet in front of us? How much gets blocked off then? Do you see how perspective blocks things off from the bottom up?
No, that's the wave blocking it.
Yeah, that's
the
due to
claim.
perspective.
Yeah, but that's not like if you're claiming waves, that's no longer a flat surface. The claim is that on over a
we
flat
never have a
surface.
flat surface. We never have a flat surface in reality.
Sure. But that's the
Sure. So perspective blocks things off from the bottom up because we never have an actually flat surface, right?
Oh, the waves are blocking.
And the angular size of things that's closer to you will block out more of things that's farther away, right?
Okay, yeah, but
well, I'm just glad now we all understand how perspective, can block things off from the bottom up.
so yeah, but you need the waves
And on
to be blocking,
sure,
not
there's
not
always
the flat surface.
and on Earth there's always we're never on a flat surface. I got it, babe.
Yeah, but like if there is no wave, then so if the waves are the things that are blocking it, and we have no waves.
Is there never a wave?
You can look at a lake, for example. Usually there's very tiny waves or none at all.
Very tiny waves. So what? The 1 centimeter ones that are going to block off 4
and
meters?
by the way, this is a question that you asked.
Very tiny waves. Did you mean the 1 centimeter ones that are blocking off 4 meters?
No, because that is when the observer is with the eye in the ground. Like if you're, let's say, 10 feet above the ground, that 1 inch wall is not going to block anything. So the calculation is yes, the yeah, if the camera is above 1 inch, right? Let's say if 2 inches, that's not going to block the thing that is 3 miles away.
It's going to block just the bottom of it. Yeah, we know.
No, it's not going to block anything.
So we're on a flat surface, and I have something 1 inch high, and then 3 miles away I have something, and I'm three feet above it. It's not. You don't think anything of the bottom of the thing is going to get blocked off at all? That's dumb, bro. That's
what's
stupid.
No, that's just do the drawing. You're going to see there's nothing of the wall that is getting in the way of you and the target. What do you mean it's dumb? It's
Bottom of the bottom of the thing's gonna get blocked off because of the 1 inch wall, dude. That's dumb that you think it's not.
No, if your camera is, let's say, 3 feet above the ground, and the wall is 1 inch above the ground, the wall is not gonna get in the path of your vision. It's not gonna block the object 3 miles away.
Do I need to show you this with toy blocks on my kitchen floor right now?
Sure.
All right, I will.
Or you can do the calculation.
No need. I'm gonna just show you how it happens in reality. It's fine.
Oh, I can do something different here.
We deal with real shit. That not all those numbers don't prove reality, dude.
Well, you're asking due to perspective. Perspective is purely mathematical.
Oh, it's purely optical.
Yeah, so I'm while Jeremy's setting up his Legos, I just want to recant my claim. I don't think it would be less refraction over cold, like in cold temperatures.
Damn, Nate. Good on you, man.
Yeah, I'm putting it on the record. Yeah, thank you.
Good on you, man. Yeah, good on you.
Yeah. Sorry, Jeremy.
So are you going to create an example with the scale you're referring to? Are you going to put something 3 miles away on one which wall, an observer?
On my kitchen floor, yeah, that's what I'm going to do right on my kitchen floor. I'm going to put something 3 miles away.
Yeah, but the scale matters. That's the point. Like, I'm saying that in the scale, due to perspective, you're not going to get any blocking. If you do something in a different scale, and you're not just, I mean, if you just scale it down, I will accept that. But those values have to be proportional. If you can do that, I'll accept that. Let me see how high the observer have to be for the 1 inch camera to be able to start blocking the bottom, something 3 miles away.
Jeremy works miracles with Lego. It's coming.
The Legos and what? I'm excited to see this.
No. Got pretty wild there for a couple of hours. Damn.
Yeah, no, I mean things always get, heated when Wixit comes in.
It's not his fault. It's everyone's.
Yeah, I mean it's not his fault.
Yeah, but people talk, Jeremy. And they hear someone else talk, and then but they just keep on talking, and no one will yield. It's just like a battle of the bulge type of thing. People refuse to yield.
I agree. Yeah, big egos and whatnot. Someone wants to be the loudest voice in the room.
Yeah, and to be fair to Whitson, he two
Yeah,
or three
Jeremy.
people up against him at any one time.
Yeah, Jeremy, if you only have to put your camera 1 inch above the ground for that wall to no longer obstruct anything about the object 3 miles away. That using perspective.
Jeremy's not. He's not going to set up Legos in his house, bro. Like that's not going to happen. If you don't realize he was joking.
I've already done this before and showed that you can have the bottom of things blocked off on a flat surface with nothing in between them. I've showed this with.
Are you actually doing it, Jeremy?
Yeah, I've done this before on my kitchen table.
No, but I mean, are you actually doing it right now?
Not this very second, but I'm going to. Yes.
Okay. I thought you were joking, man.
I can get it to block off with nothing in the way. I've gotten shit to get.
With the observer above the.
I've gotten
with the observer above the table.
The camera above the table, yeah.
And the table straight.
Have you not seen these demonstrations?
I showed this a long time ago on Brandon's, or maybe it was Gems. Might have been Gems or Brandon's.
Yeah, Jeremy, maybe do this. Get it to block the thing off, and then increase the zoom. Yeah.
But,
and then do the same thing with something in the way, and increase the zoom again. And see
you can't do that because when you zoom in and out, it uses the top aperture. The camera gets the light coming in the top. I've got a rock video where you only see a rock, and then you zoom out, and you can see the bridge 8 miles away over the rock. Zoom is a deception.
Can I see that?
What, you want me to post it? Why are you laughing?
I'm laughing because you said zoom is a deception.
Well, when you change the focal length, it changes your view, and when you use a camera to do it, it receives the information from the top of the lens, not the center of the lens anymore. Or it must. That's the way it was explained to me by y'all's experts anyway. If you're laughing at them.
Can I see that?
At the statement you made.
Yeah, I'll post it.
All.
By the way, do any of y'all do anything? Like, have y'all done any of this? Yeah. All right.
Yep.
Like what?
If you have, post it.
Like what exactly?
Like anything. So we're having to put, like, you know what I'm saying? We've done stuff. That's how we know. Y'all laugh at it. Ask us to do it again or provide it again. and then move on to the next question.
Okay, Rocky, don't get it twisted. I'm not laughing at you saying what you said is possible. I'm laughing at just that statement you made. Deception. Zoom is deception. I found that statement funny. That's all. I'm not
Yes,
saying what you
deceiving
said is
you.
true or a lie. Yeah,
At
I
one
just
point,
found
you're
that
seeing
statement
the
funny,
rock.
bro.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, I'm not trying to call
So,
you a liar. Number one. Number two,
how many
no, I've
times do I have to
never
tell
done
you?
anything to prove the shape of the Earth. I've
Yeah.
done a lot of other stuff, but I've never intentionally gone out there to try and prove Earth is a sphere or Earth is flat. Yeah, I
Then
don't
why
really
do you
care
come
that
here and
much
just ask?
about the argument.
Then why are you
I
here?
come here to talk mainly about science and to talk to my friends. And most of the debates I get in here are purely scientific debates. They have nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. When you
So
guys
you
start
don't
talking about the
care.
shape of the Earth and theodolites, I don't care about that stuff. I disengage. I see action.
You don't care where you live. You don't think that's science. You said you like science.
I care. I care. I care
Now you
where
care.
I live, and I don't have an issue with the science that says Earth is a ball. I don't care to debate with people about it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, I get the debate part, but the science part, the people who are telling you that they've done testing that tells you that it's not a sphere or it might not be, you don't care about that and want to investigate it yourself. You just want to trust and distrust.
I've looked at the testing, and there isn't much out there. You know, there's a few long distance observations, and as I told you, I don't believe long distance observations can be used to tell you if Earth is sphere or if Earth is flat. The inconclusive. The other
What
weird
about long
things I've
distance
seen. Long distance measurements, like what? I mean, you know, what long distance measurements are they? Like how long? How far away are they measuring?
Okay, so that's
Tell me.
fair.
I'm
So,
asking.
yeah, calm
Hey,
down.
Araki,
Do you have any?
Right to the point.
can you provide the videos you said you'd send? Like, I'm curious.
Yeah,
I
I
want to
can
see that.
provide them. They're in Denham Springs, Louisiana. You can fly into New Orleans or Baton Rouge, and we'll bring my laptop to the camp, and we'll look out at the very lake we did them on.
I didn't understand what you said.
Yeah, I understand. Yes, I have the videos. I'm gonna post that rock picture. It's cool. Nonetheless, it's cool.
But I mean, what else is there that tells me Earth is flat? Like long distance measurements, how long, how far away are they measuring? Like, what are they doing to measure this distance? Oh shit! Someone's calling me. Oh shit! I'll be right back.
You know, even if you could show the bottom up obstruction on like a kitchen floor, I've heard people say, yeah, but that's because the floor is curved. So it doesn't matter.
Well, there's a way you can prevent that from happening. Instead of like the floor, you can use a very thin, let's say, aluminum plate. And once you align the camera with the plate, if you can see the bottom of it, it means you're below it. If you can see the top of it, it means you're above it. If you can see both, it means it's not straight. So if you can see neither the bottom nor the top of it, it means that's straight and you're actually aligned with the plate. But then there's nothing left to obstruct anything, right? That's the point.
Yo, Rocky, you there? Whoa, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, what happened to everyone?
People are having a break.
You sound like you're about to pass out, man. So what's the time over there?
Nah, I'm here. I was just doing something. What's up?
Oh yeah, sorry, man. I was asking like long distance measurements. Like, what type of long distance measurements have you seen?
Yeah, I've seen a couple and done one. And what I used was 3 different instruments at the same time. We use a laser. We call it a laser auto level. We use an auto level and a theodolite. And what we did was we used the auto level to set grade stakes, like near the shore of water. We put this first stake to set a benchmark 1.5 feet above the water. We created a horizontal plane, and then we extended that horizontal out, and then we measured back down to the water. And within the first half a mile, we were within 1/4 inch plus or minus. And the first mile, we were within a little bit over that, plus or minus. Like, we attribute that to human error. I mean, you're going to have plus or minus in any tool you use, especially used by a human. But it wasn't a constant drop to the water. That makes sense.
I understand. Yeah.
So it's called straight line segment. There's a couple different methods, but I don't really like telling people. I mean, why would you trust me? Like, this is, you shouldn't. That's why I said
I'm not saying I trust you. What I want to know is what things would you.
Right.
Well, basically, it was you asking, or you insinuating that I don't look into the shape of the Earth because I trust what people that say it's a ball say.
Yeah, that's
and
what
I'm
you told
asking,
me.
I totally admit that. I don't really question that it's a ball. I've looked into a few things that say it's flat, and none of it is conclusive. So I'm asking you, is there any conclusive?
I'm not going to just tell you what what, so you can make a decision on whether to trust me or not. I'm going to tell you to go out and do it yourself.
No.
You can rent. Hang
No.
on. Hang on 1 second. There's tools out there, right, that you can use easily. Like, they're not hard to create a horizontal. If you do that over a curved surface, which what you're telling me, the water is a curved surface. If you create that horizontal over a curved surface, you can measure down and see that curve. That's how you establish if there is a curve or not, is drop from horizontal. So you can do that yourself. You don't have to trust anybody but yourself. That's what I suggest people do.
Yeah, I'm not saying I trust what you're saying. What I'm asking is, what on the other side of the argument can I look into? Aside from long distance observations, long distance measurements, even the long distance measurement you did, it was inconclusive.
I didn't do a long distance observation to prove anything. The only thing I think long distance observations prove is how the atmosphere affects what you're seeing over distance.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what would you do to try and
I would measure
verify?
I would create a horizontal over a body of water and see if it's curving or if it's parallel with the horizontal line I create. If it's parallel with the horizontal line that I create, then it's not curving. I wouldn't view anything. I would measure it, first order measurement.
And no one's done that before?
Isn't that strange?
But I mean,
Should
do you
be
know
done
for
it.
a fact no one's done that before? You just haven't seen someone do that before.
Well, I've seen people use what we're saying is not accurate. I've seen people use these optical tools over long distance over the marine area and go, aha, look at that. It's dropping a half inch over whatever. But you and I just agreed that you can't do that. Like,
I think what you and
we,
I are agreeing on is that it wouldn't be conclusive. Yeah.
right, you can't do it because the atmosphere affects what you're seeing in the distance. That means your measurement that you think you're making is not a measurement. It's an inaccurate measurement, and it's affected by the optical tool and the atmospheric conditions. That way your measurement's not accurate, so you shouldn't use it.
Okay. But now the whole thing of set.
Go ahead.
Okay, but now the whole thing of setting a level plane and then trying to see if water's parallel to it or not, no one's done that, or you haven't seen someone do that?
Well, I haven't seen anytime I've asked for that, they point me towards like Jesse that did it over a lake for a half a mile using an optical tool, which you can't do that.
Okay.
And then I've seen Bob or somebody do it over his lake a half a mile using duct tape and all this other stuff. That's a joke. So no, I've never seen it, and I wonder why.
Okay.
I wonder why there aren't like tourist destinations of these huge lakes. Take people out to the center and show them the horizontal plane that's created and the drop of the water, and just amaze people. Because most people that I talk to don't like. What amazed me not too long ago, I was talking to a guy and he was just, it's a sphere, it's a sphere, it's a sphere. I said, well, do you understand that the water has to be curving? No, water doesn't curve. Well, wait a second. You think water is on the surface of a sphere and is underneath your feet, but it's not curving? And he said, yeah, in front of like 10 or 20 people. I mean, you know what I'm saying? This is a joke, right? That people don't realize. And when you ask most people, what does water do? They'll say it creates a horizontal. I agree. I use water all the time to create a horizontal. How I know my pool right now is floating up. It must have a leak, and it's a fiberglass pool and must be floating up, is because I can see where the water line at the coping is different in one section. So I know it's floated up there over time, right? The water creates the horizontal, and the coping is no longer horizontal parallel with the water, and I can see that easily. That's the baseline. And when you measure vertical change over distance on Earth to tell you how tall a mountain is or what elevation you are above sea level, like where I'm at right now, I'm 66 feet. If I travel an hour south to New Orleans, I would be below sea level. Well, that's a vertical change above and below an established horizontal point, which is called mean sea level. That's the baseline. You have to have a baseline. You can't tell something is arcing or curving or deviating from straight unless you have that straight line to reference from and to measure from. That's all I'm saying. I have a tool right here. This is an auto level. It's in a plastic case in my back seat. I'm banging on it right now. I can set it up and create a horizontal plane. I measure down to it, and I can tell you what the dirt or the water or whatever's under it is doing. Rising.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with you.
Yeah, well, there you go.
What else would you do?
Oh, other than first order measuring, I don't know why I would need anything else. Exactly why I'm here. When I optically saw it in a picture, right? When I viewed a picture of a power line near my house, a world famous picture taken by Soundly over Lake Pontchartrain, a power line appearing to curve, and my son showed it to me. It's a power line that we fish under. We catch trout under, right? And we were all laughing. We're like, it doesn't curve like that. I mean, you know, it's so drastic. It's hilarious, but they use it as globe proof. I said, well, let's go make this observation, right? I knew nothing about refraction at the time, nothing about how cameras, you know, did anything, what focal length, nothing. I just went and bought a camera, went out there and set up approximately where he set up to view this power line, which is on the side of an interstate on the median, right? So we're out there viewing this power line, and sure enough, there it is. Huge curve, basically, hump of water or whatever you want to call it. The power line is appears to be curving, and the water appears to be higher in the middle and dropping off. All that. Everything he showed in his picture, I took a picture of, a video of. I'm like, holy crap, it does curve, right? Like, at that point, I'm going, well, yep, we definitely live on a sphere. That water is definitely curving. You just can't see it with your, you know, it's just you might not be able to see it with your eyes, you know, whatever. So I went home.
Back up. So you took the same image as Soundly's and you saw the power line curve?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. All right.
On a lot of days, you can go out and take the same picture at that same angle, and you're going to get an apparent curvature of that parallel line. Well, what I've since discovered is why he takes it at that certain angle and on certain days is to show that that's an optical phenomena, right? If you move a couple degrees to the left or right and get away from that certain angle, and you do it on other days, it appears to be straight or convex. It's due to the angle, your light source, your focal length, the atmospheric conditions, the distance you're viewing. If you're viewing a parallel line, or if you're viewing something that's curved, that'll create a different optical illusion. And I've learned that since. So like you said, I agree with you. You can't use that as a, you know, as a proof of the shape. It's only a proof of an optical phenomena that you get based on conditions and whatever. What you could do or try to do is measure the water. You know, measure the tops of the power line, and they would, if they show that drastic curve, then I would like you to tell me the tools and method that you use so I can go do it myself. As of right now, no sir, it's just an optical phenomena. It's just an illusion.
So in terms of setting setting a level and then comparing whether or not water is parallel to it or not, have you done that? Would you plan on doing it?
No, I've done it.
Yeah.
That's what we did next. So when we saw the bridge and we went home and discovered that that's an optical effect, it's not actually curving. I said, well, I want to measure it now. So I'm in the business, right? I'm in construction. So is my family. We all have these tools. We've all been creating horizontal since, we were young. We know what a water level tool is. We've all used them. And it made sense that the water is not curving to us at that point. But we wanted to measure it and prove it, right? At this point, we're all glober. We're all thinking we live on a sphere, right? We have no reason to distrust what we've been taught. But now that we're looking into it and learning how we could have been fooled, now we really want to know if we were or not. So the best way to do that is to measure it. That's why we went out to the local lake where we have a camp at, and spent the weekend out there and did a long distance horizontal plane. We created a horizontal plane long distance and measured back down to the water and got no curvature. So the only thing I could have done wrong, right, is to do the test wrong in a way that follows the Earth curve perfectly. There you go. Now, if you show me how I've done that wrong, and you can show me the method to use to create a horizontal plane and to measure down to that water and see the drop of the curvature rate, I'm more than happy to go out there and do it again. I've been asking for 3 years now, 4 years.
Did you happen to record what you were doing, or do you have a video or something, a picture?
Yeah, I did. 4 years ago, I had a YouTube channel. It was my name. I was naive at the point because I'm not on Facebook. I never did any social media. And then I created a YouTube channel when we started doing all this, right? And when I posted that video, it had all my family. We had all shirts on with our businesses, and one guy had where he went to church, his the name of his church on the hat, and my brother had his shirt on with his business name. I had my shirt on with my business name, blah blah blah, and we got doxxed to hell and back. So then at that
Oh,
point,
damn.
I took everything down and changed my name to forget what name I changed it to. I can't even remember the name I changed it to, but it wasn't my real name. And then I changed it to Rakia Life like not long after that. So Rakia is like the firmament. So I just use it because I live by the Bible. I mean, I think the Bible is truth, so I live by that. So my name Rakia Life means that I live by God's word. I trust that foremost over any man. That's all that reference.
That's cool. All right. So yeah, I mean, yeah. If you but you do plan on doing that same measurement again, or you waiting for someone to give you a different way to do it first? Or?
Yeah, I'm not going to do it in the same way. If I went back and did it again, I would have a long tube of water, a water level tool, and have that as my third or fourth measuring tool that creates a horizontal. And I would use that too, and I would video it without doxing myself because I'm now not naive. One of the people who truly turned me on to what a troll is and what a just how nasty this topic is she was at Jim's this morning. I think she calls herself I know her real name, but I don't remember the name that she was using this morning.
Are you talking about Trish? You talking about Trish?
Yeah. She pretended. Listen to this now. You'll even be amazed.
The queen, known as the queen. Go ahead,
Agape. She used the queen, Agape. Well, way back then, 4 years ago, she was on a flat Earth server with me, and she was the nicest person. She would give money. She would say good morning. She was like, me and her had a friendly relationship for a year or two. And what she was doing was just making a file. It seems she asked me, what I did for a living, what my name, she knew my name, she knew my business name, she knew where I went to church. And then when she when she quit trolling us, basically, and went back to being her toxic whatever she is, I can't even explain it. She told everybody she trolled us, and like 3 weeks before that, my church got called. 3 of my contractors that I work for, do business with, got called, which 2 of them are flat earthers. So that was pretty freaking funny. And then now that's the ones I know about, and got called by a lady with an accent. Now, if it wasn't Trish, whatever, I'm fine with that. It was just a very, coincidental thing, but whatever. So I learned then at that point. See, then I didn't know that even took place, right? I was just naive. It was my first time really it was the first time I ever created any type of social media account. And I used my real name. They all knew where I lived. They all knew what I did for a living, who I worked for, where I went to church, blah, blah, blah. And they doxed the shit out of me. So I learned that lesson. I don't really care what people know where I live and my name anymore, but they were attacking my family and my kids and wishing death threats on me and things like that. It's just, it's weird how toxic people are, actually. Hey, I'm going to have to take a little 5-minute break here. I got to make a phone call.
All right, cool, man. That's fucked up, yeah. I mean, damn, Trish.
That's the queen, the most vile.
Sorry, Montreal.
No, go ahead, Benza.
No, I was just going to say he used to get hammered so hard in gems back in the day, Rakia. He used to get hammered so hard. Pictures were posted, memes were made about him. He was targeted pretty hard.
Oh yeah, they hate people that tell the truth. It's yeah. And that queen is like the most vile person you'll ever meet.
Yeah.
It's
yeah. And you know who they hate even more, Montreal, is the ones that can that can articulate a good argument. They're the ones I hate with a passion. Like, as you know, Montreal, I don't get too involved in the debate, too much. So I'm kind of left alone a little bit. But the ones that can articulate an argument well, they are attacked with the most vigor of vileness. It's not funny. It really isn't.
I think it's the ones that go out and do all this stuff themselves. I think that's who, and then come back with the information. I think that's who they attack.
Right.
Because, and I think for a reason, like other people listening, right? When they're on, when I'm on Jose's show, right? Back when, and I'm driving down the road.
Rakia?
You cut out, buddy. You cut out, Rakia. You might have got a phone call or something.
Yeah, most likely,
yeah.
Yeah, that's fucked up. Yeah, that's what I don't like. Like when it gets too personal, people start doxing each other and whatnot. Like that. That's a bit fucked up. It never needs to go there.
Look, you can have a nice, vigorous discussion and
Definitely.
whatnot. And as you know, you and I have had some pretty cool combos over the last just month or so. We don't necessarily agree with each other on things, but at least the conversation is respectful and there's backward and forward, give each other room to move and speak and stuff. But
Yeah, I mean that's one of the major reasons I stay away from the whole flat Earth debate, because there it gets a bit too personal, and yeah, people like make it bigger than just the shape of the Earth, and they start attacking each other, and people get dogs, and it just gets gross, man. Like I've seen it in 24/7. I've seen it in Gems as well. It's just it's almost it's I don't know, man.
Yeah, I've made
it
it
goes
a point.
places it doesn't need to go to. Sorry.
Yeah, absolutely, bro. Like I made it a point. Like I'm always polite, and I try to talk nice with people. But people like that, I made it a point lately that they're not gonna get away with it. I don't get like a guy like Eggshells, right? A guy like Eggshells. Oh man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah, he grates you the wrong way, Montreal. I've been, in the background listening sometimes, and he grates you the wrong way. He is a very dominant personality writing. The way he kind of.
It's not the dominant; it's the cockiness. It's the attitude that he thinks he's better than you, and he gives these sly remarks, like I can't stand people like that. Yeah.
And the conversation is manipulated in a certain way, I find.
Yeah, like he rewords what you say and tries to I don't know. It's hard to explain. Like people like that are not honest. Yeah.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah, I think it becomes an issue when people argue just to be right. Because that's not what I'm really here for. I'm here to see what the other person might be thinking. Because at the end of the day, we all live in the same place. We all see the same things. We just have different interpretations as to what we're looking at. So I'm curious as to, like, if we both see something fall, we both saw it fall, but we have a different explanation as to what's happening, right? So I'm curious as to what you think is going on when you see that happen, and why you think that, But whether the Earth is flat or not, yeah. Sorry, go ahead, man.
No, I was just gonna say it's fine to discuss, and we can disagree. Like I like a lot of people that are ballers. We disagree all the time. We never, get nasty with each other. But there's just some people that's just the way they are. It's just the way it is. Yeah.
I agree. Yeah, for some people, it's just about being trolls and being vile. It's weird. I don't know why she's like that. I'm sure she just does it because she's bored or lonely. I don't know. I don't know what her reasons are for doing it. But she's gonna get what's coming to her.
Oh yeah, karma catches up with everybody. Like I'm a firm believer in that for sure.
Most definitely.
Yeah.
And I
Sorry
hope,
about that. I got a call.
I mean, I hope she doesn't get doxxed. I hope nothing like what happened to Rakia happens to her, but she's kind of bringing it on herself, you know? Like she's asking for it.
No, that's how she is.
Yeah.
She's proud of it, bro.
Yeah.
She takes pride that she's the queen of the trolls. That's her persona. Like
exactly.
She's just a black-hearted, and every time I get a chance to tell her, I tell her she's a black-hearted person.
Yeah. Nasty, just nasty.
How do you spend a year or so of your life donating money and being like a flat earther on purpose to deceive people, and really getting personal with people? Like, it got to a personal level, right? Every morning it was, good morning, good morning, Dave, what's up, how you doing, what you doing today, did y'all go to church this weekend? Very, very personal. And then overnight turn into this vile, different character. She used a Gappy, AGAPI, for a long time, and it had a old man's icon.
Yep.
To trick people again, even further, not letting them know that she was who she was. And for like a year, she did that, just trolling the shit out of people, and it's crazy, man. I mean, it takes a special breed to do that in my book. That's strange.
Yeah, and
that tells me
word
that
agape means love, by the way, guys, in Greek. Agape means love in Greek. That's the word she chose.
Yeah, that tells me that something real bad must have happened to her in real life for her to want to do that to other people. Like she must not be a happy person in real life to want to make other people feel.
I told him that today. You
see
people must have been abused in your youths. That's the only explanation why you're so wrong. Yeah.
I don't know about abuse. Maybe she went through a bad divorce or something. I don't know. But she's clearly not a happy person. Yeah.
Right. She's unhappy, so she wants people around her to be unhappy.
Exactly.
Right. That's kind of how
Exactly.
it works sometimes. I don't want to keep talking about her because it's not just her. Right. It's me. I'll just self-admit it. When I'm not in a good mood or someone's done something to me, I act differently or whatever. But I would never. You know how much effort it takes to call someone's church and talk. I would never do that. But it's not been one person. What I was telling you before the phone call happened, I was on Jose's channel and my kids were in the car and we were listening to a topic on Jose's over the speaker, through the speakers of the car. And then I forget who it was. It was one of the trolls over there. Started talking about that my kids should be taken away from me, right?
What the fuck?
How do you go from talking about whatever to, because I believe this, my kids should be taken away from, and my kids are listening to this. Now they're adults. I mean, they're not, I call them my kids because they're my kids, but they can't be taken away from me. They're adults. But for someone to say that, another person on Jose's later on, I sent him a picture of the bay where I was at my marina. He goes, "That's the bay I'm going to drown you at." And and just on and on and on. Jim's channel, I'd wake up in the morning and go over there and they're like, "Oh, you made it through the night, huh? We were wishing you would." I can show you screenshot after screenshot from a Gappy and from all those people, Trish and Curved, wishing death, right? It's crazy, man. These people are nuts. I mean, that's nuts.
Yeah, I just think those are very lonely people. I mean, the amount of time they spend over there also, it's a bit worrying.
They're miserable, pathetic individuals that probably hate their lives, and they're just lashing out.
I wouldn't worry about the amount of time they spend over there because, I mean, I've spent a lot of time over there. Like, if you have 15 hours free time in your day to be on a voice chat, then whatever,
But why not spend that time doing other things?
I like it.
Go outside.
Well,
Don't you have hobbies?
Yeah, bro, but I can do like my daily activities while I'm in. Like I can be at work for 8 hours and be on voice chat. So there's 8 hours right there, and then
Yeah.
you know.
If I had $50 a
That's
day,
what
I
I'd
would try
do.
to learn an instrument. You know, I would go out and do
This is
science.
better.
I'll try to learn a new language. I don't know.
Better than listening to music
You think
while
so?
you're at work. While you're at work or something, yeah, this makes the time go by
I feel
way
the same
faster.
way. Yep, my day flies by now, and I can be involved if I want or not involved. I don't go to gyms anymore. I don't. You know, I left there a year ago, or whatever. But I've learned a lot from gyms, right? I've learned things at gyms and at Jose's and whatever. But I'm still learning, right? Refraction, water, cavitation point. There's things that I never even thought of that I've had to research and learn about just so I wouldn't sound or look stupid in some of the conversations. But it's pushed me to go out and do tests and be out in the environment. I've done it with my kids, like I've involved my family. This is not something that I view as a negative. I'm just talking about one of the negative aspects of it. I don't care what the shape is, to be honest. I just care about the truth. That's the honest. I mean, that's as honest as I can be to myself. It could be it wouldn't even matter. It could be a box. It doesn't change, you know, my daily life. I'm interested in the truth, and I know I'm deceived on other things, so I understand that I could have been deceived on this. And now that I researched it, I understand how easily it is to fool others. When you look down that power line, it looks curved, right? No doubt, 100%. So yeah, the mind is easily fooled.
I used to be an avid talkback radio listener, and you know, wouldn't really listen to any music channels, but I was avid talkback radio. And this is like the ultimate talkback radio. You know, with all the different topics, you know, you can be interactive at any time you choose, or you can just sit back in the background and just listen. So, yeah.
Talk radio was big back in the 80s. My grandma used
Is Jeremy
to
breaking
listen
up?
to that shit
Yeah,
all
he's breaking
fucking
up.
day. Talk radio.
The
People
Legos are
call
getting
up and
annoying.
shit. Yeah. Oh, my bad.
Jeremy, you breaking up, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess people are different, you know, like we into different things. I mean, yeah, I totally understand. If I'm busy working or doing something around the house, I'll definitely pop into one of these VCs and listen for a bit, get involved in the conversation. But I can't sit here for 15 hours the way they do. That's a bit much, you know? It's just a bit
I don't
too
know. It
much.
makes the day fly by. Makes the
Does
day
it?
fly by.
But I mean, is it?
And it's interesting too. Like,
Yeah.
cause it's probably because it's so fun. You know, you're having fun. The time flies when you're having fun, right?
I guess. If it's fun, yeah, I guess.
I mean, if there was a people that I don't know. I guess if I had fun, I would stay. But if there was people where I disagreed with and thought they were idiots and shit, like I wouldn't like if somebody made a room that said like cows can fly, and I went in and I was like, these guys are idiots. I probably wouldn't hang around.
Jeremy, you're breaking up.
To hear like, oh, this has no legitimacy. It's not legitimate. Or
Hello? Yeah. You good, man? So you breathing heavy.
Oh, am I? No, I'm not. I'm reading.
What are you reading?
I am reading an article on 7,000 more Russian troops deployed to Ukraine border.
Oh damn! You think they really going to start a war over there?
No, they're not going to start a war. Not at all. I think there'll be a lot of chest pumping though. But America / NATO can't afford to start a war with Russia and China.
Mm.
Can't afford it. They'll get crushed. Iran will get involved. Turkey will get involved. It'll be a mess.
Yeah.
I think anyway. I think it's just a lot of chest pumping at the moment.
I don't know. I think we've reached that stage, human development, where it would be impossible to have another world war because we have too much arsenal that could just, like it's too even. Like there isn't, as powerful as the U.S. is, they're not strong enough to wipe out these other countries.
America just start wars with people that can't fight back. No.
Exactly.
That's what
Yeah.
they do. When you look at
Exactly.
countries like Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, Yemen, these sorts of places, and whatnot. These countries that can't fight back, they're the ones that they bully. The other ones, whether it's Russia or China or Iran, it's just a lot of chest thumping, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Because
And I think it happens both ways, don't you think? Like China and Russia, they also just try and pick on smaller countries that can't fight them. And when these big countries want to fight each other, they use these other countries to fight proxy wars.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, agree. Yeah, I'm not saying that America is the only bad guy. Not at all.
Yeah, it's a lot of, it's like kids, it's like bullies on a playground. They're
Yeah.
too afraid to fight each other, so they use other kids to do the fighting for.
Yeah, it's actually pretty cool being in Australia where we're so far away from everything. No, we're not under threat by any country really.
What about China? Like,
No. All China do is buy up our land and our minerals and that sort of stuff.
Okay.
We sell to them our water rights and stuff. They own our docks. They own just about everything,
Oh shit! Hang on, my girl's calling me. I'll be right there.
Stop breathing so loud.
Sorry.
Hello?
I was kidding. Breathe.
Sure, I was holding my breath there for a while, Mark.
Shit, man. That's pretty good.
Hey, Mel.
How long did you hold your breath for?
7 minutes.
Really?
Oh wow!
Well, it felt like 7 minutes. It's probably 7 seconds.
Is your sleeping pattern messed up?
No, not really.
Do you just stay up at night time?
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
What about you?
I'm kind of like that too.
Okay, there you go.
A night owl.
Well, it's kind of, like I said, it's handy being semi-retired. So,
Yeah. You can do what you want.
but having said that, I get up pretty early in the morning, even though I'm up late. You know, I'm generally up by, I don't know, 8:30 thereabouts.
Really?
Yeah, yeah. Go out and do some stuff. Get in the garden, go in the garage, do a bit of maintenance or whatever around the house.
How much sleep do you reckon you could go on?
Oh God, 4 or 5 hours. On the weekend, I have a good sleep.
Mm.
But yeah, I don't know. Anywhere between 4 and 6 hours.
Mm.
Interesting.
What about you, Mel?
What?
Your sleep?
How much sleep can I?
Yeah.
I can like say if I got 5 or 4 even.
Yeah.
First 10 minutes is always a bit full on, but once you get going, you're right. But yeah, I'd prefer to have a proper sleep. But my pattern's a bit fucked at the moment.
Once I get my brekkie into me, like me
Mm.
fried tomatoes, me bacon, me sausages, couple
Yeah.
of eggs, nice cup of coffee, I'm good to go.
Good to go.
Yeah,
Nice.
good to go. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but is that first breakfast or second breakfast? You Middle Earth 7 nights ago, motherfucker.
Well, then I've got morning tea. All right. Have a good lunch. Afternoon tea. All right. And some dinner and a bit of supper. You got to have at least 7 meals a day, Jeremy.
Fuck no, I got to on it.
Yeah. I eat all day, man. All I do is smoke and eat and smoke and eat and smoke and eat. It's like a fucking vicious cycle.
Yeah.
I get done eating, so I won't be that no more. So I'll smoke, and then I'll be hungry again.
This morning, in the morning, I've got these beautiful, the huge mushrooms. So we're going to be stuffed mushrooms for brekkie. Looking forward to that.
Yeah, tripping your face off.
Well, yeah, we picked them. We picked them a couple of days ago, actually. So hopefully they're not toadstools.
Yeah, careful. Do you know what they are? You do know what they are, don't you?
Yeah.
You guys have to up your sleep game.
Sorry, Crypto?
Can you hear me okay?
Oh,
Yeah.
you got heaps of music or something in the background.
Yeah,
I think flat Earth made me delirious. Too much time on the internet all these years.
Yeah.
Fried my brain.
Right. What's going on over in the other channels? Well, anything exciting?
No, not really.
No
They were
gossip?
even talking. No, they're even saying before it's not fun anymore. I think they're feeling the pinch.
Oh, close it down. Close it down.
Well, I think initially for some of them it was fun and exciting and all that.
Well, they're not fun people, Merle. That's why it's not fun.
Mm. But it's almost like expecting us to be fun in the
I want to be a
climate.
fun. What's up, Merle?
Well, I mean, I
You were
guess you
just
can
over there,
be.
weren't
Yeah, I mean, you can be fun, but shit's
Can
getting
be.
real. You know, shit's
I
getting
want to
real
be
too.
fun.
You can be
Yeah,
fun,
the COVID is real.
except when Dawn wants to talk about photons, then it's not very much fun.
Well, if you can't hold it in your hand, how you gonna play with it?
What was he saying about photons?
I don't believe in them.
He's wanted to talk about him for the last week or so. He's brought it up a few times.
Right.
Should have been in here before, Merle. It was rocking.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Out of control. There's a new theory going around that there is a magnetic toroidal field at the center, and Whitsitt was proposing, all right, I've never heard this before, that it is impregnable. You can't get through it. So even if you wanted to go to the North Pole, you physically couldn't actually get there because of the magnetic field.
Like a force field or something.
Kind of like a force field, yeah, but a toroidal field.
That would, yeah.
Yeah, which
like a force field.
That would show how gravity could be from a magnet. Cool. Because it's so strong, you know, it could pull on you or something.
There might be a way to turn it. Well, there might be a way to turn it off, so we could get out. Maybe.
You think there's a switch somewhere, do you?
Yeah, it's got to be a switch.
Got to be a switch.
Yeah.
Was that from today or something, Benson?
Yeah, it's from today about, I don't know, 2
So
hours.
I have a question.
Is it
There
from
you go,
his
Smith.
monocle? What evidence was he trying to put on the table? He always kind of got a little fringe paper usually.
No, well, he was just
Wouldn't the
talking about
force field pull the water?
Hold on, Smear, just 2 secs, buddy, and I'll let you jump in. No, he was just doing his research into magnets, magnetic fields and stuff, and this is purely his theory that he has come up with. And it's like a toroidal field in the center, and the size of the black hole in the center determines how strong it is. Oh God, I'm trying. But anyway, yeah, that's probably wrong what I just said then. But anyway, this toroidal field, which is obviously at the North Pole, is impregnable. You can't get through it. So even if you wanted to go to the North Pole, you couldn't physically get there at all. This thing would stop you getting there. So it was quite an interesting theory, which naturally he got, jumped on. left, right, and centre about it. Citations, please, rah, 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 all this kind of stuff. And Well, you're not going to have a citation if it's your own idea of things, are you? You know,
No.
it's a bit silly to ask
Wouldn't
that
the
sort of
force
stuff.
field? That's when you got to break them off Xanax style. I am the citation.
There you go. Yeah, yeah. But you know, he said he's done a lot of research into all the different big universities, Harvard and Yale and whatnot, all the big magnetic companies looked into magnetic fields and forces and stuff, and that's how he's gathered his information.
So if he's done all that research, wouldn't it then be possible to ask for his citation?
Well, at the end of the day, Laurie, you're quite capable of going to Yale, Harvard, or I don't know, whatever the name of the magnet company is, and do exactly what he's done. Like, this is just a theory of his. He's not claiming anything new about magnetic fields or anything like that. It's just a theory of his.
Well, actually, he sort of is claiming something new, but
Well, what's new? That the Earth has a magnetic field around it? That's not new.
And what's wrong with presenting a theory if you can't like throw some boomstick falsification on the table? Like, you know, here's videos of things going all over the North Pole. Look, we're in the North Pole. Like, why not let them have that theory? You know, like, I mean, I understand it's radical.
They could shut them down right now. Just show us a picture of somebody 90 degrees from, show someone with a Polaris 90 degrees from them. That's all.
Yeah, exactly. Show us someone's actually been there.
I did notice some division in your guys' camp, because on one hand the argument now seems to be, well, let him pose his idea. It might be radical, but let him go with it. And on the other hand, you guys are saying he's saying nothing. And is it something new, or is it nothing new?
How about
Don't
a
worry
fluke
about the
position?
division.
Right.
Don't worry about the division in our camp. Worry about showing us a picture when you're with Polaris 90 degrees.
And where is
I can show you a picture of my middle finger.
Well, where's the division that there's a magnetic field? No division there whatsoever.
Yes. Then I must have misunderstood Witzit's claim, because I thought he was saying that the magnetic field in the north is so strong you cannot go there, which would have been something novel. Instead, I misunderstood. So it's now that he actually said that there's just a magnetic
sounds like he was
field, he
guessing.
wasn't saying anything of that nature.
No. He did say that there was a magnetic
for
field.
clarifying.
No, he did say there was a magnetic field that was impenetrable.
Well, in
Would
Gems,
that be
just
a new
then,
idea?
in Gems, just then they were talking about the sky, as usual.
Yeah.
But someone put forward like magnetic fields in the sky would explain two celestial poles. So that could be potentially we're inside the toroid. You know?
Magnetic fields can change the rotation of light waves.
Right.
I've just found out. So, which is quite interesting.
I mean, so do you guys not have a picture of Polaris 90 degrees?
No, they don't. They don't.
This should be easy.
Stop asking for the impossible, Jeremy. Come on.
Yeah, we know cameras are impossible, and documenting the land you're standing on. I mean, it's the hardest thing to do ever. What? Look, you remember those flying chariots that could fly supposedly, but they just use so much energy they don't have enough fuel to go very long, so they're not practical. Am I mistaken that was a magnetic thing or electromagnetic?
I think it was more frequency.
I
think it was frequency.
My question was going to be, do you think that thing works in like with no atmosphere? It doesn't need atmosphere to work, right?
No, but I think it needs another surface to act on. I think I don't know. It needs some.
Right.
It needs something for that frequency to create pressure against, because you
Right.
can't. Because you can't get any movement without pressure, as we know.
Well, it's like a blowing your own sail scenario or something, but they also have these new innovations where they basically can wiggle themselves around, like without a ejecting mass. Supposedly they can get movement now, but maybe it's like, again, they're ejecting electricity, right? Or something.
Well, they've been studying bumblebees for decades now, because the little bumblebee is all out of proportion, and that thing shouldn't be able to fly. And they reckon the bumblebee does it through frequency. They've been studying that thing for eons, trying to work it out.
Yeah. It's interesting. Like, we have all these different texts, and then we act like, oh well, it's too expensive to put cameras there. Put cameras, like, guys, you got so many options. Like, there's so many options.
Like, what's it cost for a P1000? $1,000? There you go. Boom, camera.
No one's trying to prove the fucking globe Earth, man. We ain't got time. No one's trying to prove Mars to you, man.
No.
Yeah, right. They're trying to sell it to me. That's the problem. They don't want to prove it to me. They want to sell it to me.
That's right, because we're going there soon. We're going there. We're going to colonize it soon.
The High Court of Science Scrutiny should not be buying this shit willy-nilly. I mean, I just don't know why they would. It seems like it's only risky, and the real scientific community knows they don't put all their eggs in one basket, So it might be tongue-in-cheek, yeah, we know, sure, they're on Mars, but the real intellectuals know what's overwhelming evidence. What is
hit hot.
Right. Hey, yeah. What's up? Good morning.
What up, Don? What's up, everyone?
Hey.
It's gloomy where I am. It's been dark clouds for days. But no rain.
So dark, the con of man. So dark, Dawn's land.
I'm going back to Florida. Bless it. Whatever.
Where are you now?
I'm in Carolina.
More mosquitoes.
South or north?
I'm in North Cackalack, but I'll be right by the border, though.
What street?
What street? I stayed at this hotel in Florida last week. Somebody was talking about abusing like COVID money, like businesses just faking to get COVID money or whatever. There's these places, like, it's in this city too, but I found a lot of places in this tourist town in Florida where I was, and it's like Tina's ice cream shop. And then it's like literally like a rundown empty lot or a hotel room, or there's like multiple instances where it's like not a fucking business at all, but the shit is like listed on Google as a business. And it's like, it
part of the hustle.
has to be COVID money abuse. It has to. Only in America.
America. Hoo-ah.
Now you find that shit in the UK, in Canada. So many like pop-up clinics now.
Yo, they abuse this shit real bad in third world countries, like for relief, for disaster relief and shit like that. Like they abuse this shit out of the money. It doesn't even end up going to the people half the time.
Damn.
Get rid of the money. There's the answer. Get rid of it.
I'm telling you, Bandsaw, that's the only way we're gonna do it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, emeritus. One world government.
Yeah, sign me up.
I used to be for one. I used to be for a one world government big time back in the day when I was very young and naive, and I didn't know about all the corruption and craziness. I'm like, why aren't we all just run by the one person? That way, there's one, we're all on the same page.
Yeah.
That would seem like the most reasonable thing to get everyone on the same page. But with the level of corruption and shit, I wouldn't trust these people with it. Not the American people with their fucking corruption. No way. Look at who we elected. We got the dumbest person in America sitting in the biggest seat in the White House.
When he wakes up in the morning, does he even remember he's president?
Jeremy, you should be careful with your words. Globers in America could take that as a compliment. You don't think that you actually think that Trump is dumber than they are?
Okay.
Hey, Dawn, how was your holiday?
Alright. Alright.
Good to hear.
I listened to some Flat Earth during my holiday.
You're addicted. You are dead set addicted.
Trying really hard not to press join on servers for 2 days.
Was your hand shaky?
Yeah. No, but I did think about getting up from my seat and pressing it.
I've heard you've been talking about photons.
No, I haven't. I don't know what that was about.
No, Dawn, not Dawn.
Dawn.
That's what I mean. I was thinking, what do you think about photons?
Photons to me is the way other people try to measure light. They split it into little bits.
How? With what sort of knife would you split?
Well, all of nature can be looked at in bits if you have the right tool or the right thought patterns.
Very sharp knife.
That's how
Very
humans
sharp
do
knife.
things. It's just normal.
How would you split it, Dawn?
Samurai sword shit.
It's not up to me to tell you how to split it. If you care if light's measurable, you would go and research it yourself. You wouldn't ask me.
Well, apparently they smash it. All right, pew, throw it against a wall. Pew.
What do you guys think? Do you think light is just a mythic thing that comes from a thing, and there's no way to measure it, and you can't split it into bits?
A thing that comes from a thing.
Yeah. There's no parts to it. You've got no idea what it is. It's just shiny.
Oh, I've got no idea. It gives us light.
Well, they say it in so many ways. They say light beams.
Yeah.
Light rays.
I've heard that, yeah.
Particle light beams.
Waves. It's waves.
So this tells you that it's hard to measure. It's hard to measure and explain. So we have to try different ways.
Exactly right. It's hard to measure. It's hard to explain, but it's easy to split.
Whether photons are actual pieces of light, separate pieces of light, or whether it's a way we've found to split light up, talk about it and explain it and measure it, I don't know.
I think they get one of those little slap chop machines. You've seen the ones they sell on late night TV where they slice and dice onions and carrots.
What is the issue? Why do you guys think there might be suspicious lies that have happened about light? What's the issue?
Well, say if you could catch a little bit of light and put it in a box.
Yeah. As a
You
pet.
know what I mean?
As a pet photon.
technically it should be
Is
in
that
there
why
if it
you
was a
question
photon,
photons?
right?
Is that why you question photons? Because once you thought about trapping light in a box, now you question photons.
Yeah, because you should be able to catch one.
Yeah.
A little
Like
light
with
photon
with
thing.
That
with a
sounds like you're
photon net,
trolling to me.
with a photon net,
Sounds like a
right? You
troll.
get this net, and you wave it around, and you catch a photon.
I mean, it's like what me saying. What do you think about drops of water? Just leaving the question hanging.
Well, water. All right. What is water?
Yeah.
I think water is just
What
water.
does that mean?
You want to tell me that water is H2O, but I think water's just water.
What do you think about dust?
It's bloody annoying. That's what I think about it.
Can you put it in a box?
And corn.
You put one bit of dust in a box?
Yeah, I can get one piece of dust and I can put it in a
Yeah.
box.
Who
100%.
decides if it's one piece or two pieces stuck together?
Because it's one. I can see that it's one.
You use your eyes and decide that's one piece of dust.
No, I generally get a magnifying glass when I'm catching one bit of dust and putting it in a box. I get a magnifying glass and
Okay,
I have.
so one magnifying glass, and then you can tell it's definitely
Oh,
just
sometimes
one
I get
piece.
two. Sometimes I get two, one on top of each other.
The point is, no one cares, do they? If it's one piece or two pieces, or if
Well,
photons are real or not. Why would you
brought
care?
up the dust. You brought up the dust, but at least we can get a bit of dust.
Well, my question is, what's the deal with photons? Why do you want to know about them? Why are you suspicious of them?
Well, they say they can split a photon. Right? I just want to know what a photon looks like. So they must have been able to catch a photon to know that they could even split it in two.
Well, what if I ask you about your piece of dust and I say, have you ever tried splitting it?
Yep.
Can you?
Can I?
Can you split a piece of dust?
No, I can't.
That's the smallest thing ever. It's impossible.
Yep, I can't do it. Yep.
Split the dust.
I mean, you can split the dust atoms, and then split the atoms,
Really?
protons and neutrons.
You can.
And then the
Well,
box.
that's if there's atoms, right? Can we see an atom?
Show me.
I guess.
Like you want to tell me there's an atom, but have we seen an atom? No.
Show it me.
Like say, if I get a log, right, I can get an axe, right, and I can split it in two. Bang. That's simple, right? But show me an atom, right? And all right, get the little tweezers, get the atom, put it on the little splitting block, and split away.
Why would it matter?
If I remember,
Why would it matter if they could split a photon or if they couldn't? If they're lying about splitting parts of light that you're not sure exist, why does that matter?
Well, you know how like you can get a stick and you can whittle it away and make it sharp? Like with a photon, technically, like you could peel it, like you could carve it.
Okay. Yes,
You know
if
what
it's
I
an
mean?
object, just saying if it's an object and they can split it. If they can split it, it means it's got some objectness. It exists as a thing, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
So you could do things with it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe they can.
Can they?
Build, and if you had two, and then if you had three, and then four, you could build something.
Maybe, okay, maybe when they say split it, they don't mean cutting it with a knife. They mean blowing it apart somehow with energy.
Smashing it.
You know what I mean? Popping it open,
Popping
right?
it.
So it's not actually a thing. You can't build a house with them, but in a type of way, you can burst it and split it.
Like a chestnut. Boom.
No, like a bubble. You can't. You can split it into
delicate.
two pieces of wire. Delicate. Yeah, you can't. It doesn't really exist once it's popped.
So what's inside the bubble?
No, it's just an allegory. Like a bubble, I'm saying a photon is. You don't
Okay.
need to worry about it much.
So
Even if they say they're splitting it, doesn't
so
affect you.
if we chop one photon in half, which is a piece of light, does that then mean we have two pieces of
No.
Oh, that's
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
In one hand, we then have the foe, and then the other half we have the ton. So that's where we get the ton from.
So now instead of having one piece of, we've got two pieces of light.
Two for the price of one.
Like how many times can we chop it in half?
I mean, I can do
3
this.
times.
Where you're attacking photons, I could attack other things close to flat Earth that you don't really care about. But I could still wind you up by going on about it.
Am I winding you up, Dawn? Am I winding you up?
No, my point is, you're trolling because you don't understand light.
I'm
and
trolling?
It doesn't mean anything. You haven't managed to debunk anything, or there's no actual argument. All you're saying is, ha ha ha. They say they can split something. Ha ha ha.
What? I'm trolling because they say that a photon that you can't even see, that they can split this in two, and that's trolling?
What do you mean you can't see? You can see light.
Right, well, you can see one photon, can you?
You can see photons.
You can see one photon, can you?
I don't know.
You don't know. Okay then.
Do you?
There we go. How would I've never seen one.
Oh, sure. Yes, you have. You've seen photons when you see light. That's
Really?
what they mean.
No, apparently I see lots of photons.
Maybe
not just
one time,
photon.
Mansour, when you had your eyes mostly closed, but someone shined a torch across your house. One photon came through your skin, and that's when you saw one photon.
It came through my skin.
You don't know because you don't understand what a photon even is. So you wouldn't know. You wouldn't know if you saw 1 or 7.
Do you
wouldn't know the
understand what they
difference.
are? Oh, it's late. Help me, Mel.
Yeah, I feel the same.
I want to continue it.
What if it wasn't actually light? What if it was heavy?
Okay. So now light isn't light. Now light is heavy. Damn.
Yep.
I like that thought. So now we should just call light heavy.
Does the torch way more when you turn it on?
Aren't photons massless?
Like they've got mass, but they've got no mass. They're waves, but they aren't waves. Like they can't really make up their mind about what these things are.
How do you define seeing a photon?
I don't define
Is it when
seeing
you
a photon.
Is it when you see a color reflected off something, or
I don't
when you
define
blink?
seeing a photon. I just see when things are illuminated. I don't fall into the camp that photons bounce off objects and then bounce into my eye, and that's how I see. I do not believe that at all. I do not go for that theory. I see because I see things that are illuminated. They aren't illuminated.
Well, sometimes people want to explain something in more detail. We don't say, I have protein from the bottom of a chicken. We say an egg came out. It was going to be another chicken, but before it became another chicken, we ate it, and it's nice protein somehow because nature is cool and coincidental. Right?
No, they think that these photons travel.
People can explain eggs in various ways, and you don't deny that. That's what I'm saying.
What they think.
You don't want to simplify everything to.
Hold on.
That's silly because they're trying to explain it, do you? You don't simplify eggs.
Don't get so worked up. They say that these
Worked up.
photons
This is my mode today.
fire into our eyes, and this is how we see things. That the photons that are coming from behind me, the left of me to the right of me, hit the olive tree, right, and bounce off that olive tree and then bounce into my eye. And that's how I see. And I don't buy that at all. I see the olive tree because it is illuminated, right? Period. I don't believe that those photons are bouncing into my eyes with images,
Yeah.
right? And that's how I see.
But what if someone else wanted to explain how they saw the tree to themselves, and they decided to devote their life to it and study it,
They
and
can.
come
They
up with
can.
terms
They
for
can.
different parts of it? Yeah.
They can.
can.
And because we see things, right, I think these things are assumed and yet to be proven. I've seen no proof that photons fire into my eye, right, with images on them, and that's how I see.
But you have seen proof. Some people want to explain things more than you do. Yeah.
Just because they have a more technical explanation doesn't mean that it explains how they
Not
how these
just
things happen.
because, but probably
Yes, just
because.
because.
Probably
No, not probably.
because.
No, not probably at all. It
Yeah,
doesn't make it
probably.
any more probable than what I'm saying. Not at all.
Much more probable
Not
that they understand light and how it splits and how it travels than you do. Much more probable.
Really? Okay. That's fair enough.
Like a million
That's
to
fair
one. More.
A million to one. Damn. Is that all? Not very high odds, that. Not very high odds at all. A million to one.
You're at the point of saying, I see it because it's there. Like Nathan Oakley. That's the point you're at.
I never said no, I said I see it because it is illuminated. And if it wasn't there, I wouldn't be able to see it.
Or if it wasn't illuminated.
Exactly.
If photons were real, what would that mean? Would it change anything about reality for you?
My reality? Should it?
Well, your denial of it suggests that you're worried about it being true, or you have a reason why you don't want it to be true.
It keeps me up. It gives me sleepless nights, this photon thing, like it does Don.
Is it just that you don't want to be lied to about light?
No, I've got no problems at all about being lied to about light. I just don't accept the explanation myself, personally.
You think it's silly?
No, I don't think it's silly. I think it's what I want to accept and don't want to accept. It's a personal choice.
I reckon we should drop the idea of photons.
I don't want to accept that we
Because
went
I
to the
don't
moon.
care about them and you don't care about them.
I don't accept that we went to the moon either.
No, I
Many
don't.
people.
I don't come and say, "What do you think about the moon?"
Well, you could. You could.
I mean,
and it was actually Merle that brought it up, and now he's bolted.
Yeah. Oh, damn it. I think the reverse of this is if I bring up something in flat Earth and say, "Why do you believe it?" Like you saying, "Why do you believe in photons?" kind of thing.
Why do I believe in flat Earth? Do you say?
No, if I was to say something that you believe about flat Earth, and then just tease you about it a little bit,
am I teasing you?
It's equal to you teasing people about photons.
You think what I say is teasing?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair enough. You can, and I might be a little bit. You might be right. Probably I should rectify that characteristic. I'll work on it.
No, it's all fine. It's not really flat Earth argument. It doesn't come down.
I'm not claiming it.
To anything.
Not claiming it is. But I suppose the whole well, I suppose it is maybe in a roundabout way because the way these photons travel, rays of light and all that sort of stuff, it kind of is linked in somewhat to, you know, refraction and
Yeah.
all this other sort of stuff. And
I think
yeah.
all I wanted to do, I wanted to get down to why you have an issue with that explanation of light.
No, I just don't see that something that we can't see and we don't have any evidence of seeing this one singular photon, okay, that we can split. Now, they tell us we can split them, right, by hurtling them down a 2 kilometre or 4 kilometre long tunnel and smash them up against a brick wall. And that's how we split them. Well, to me, look, you know, I know I can throw an egg at a brick wall and it'll smash to smithereens, right? You know, if I shine a torch at a brick wall, am I splitting the
Okay.
the photon, or does this photon have to be accelerated at such enormous speeds that it reaches smashing point?
I haven't got an issue with you. I haven't got an issue with you having trouble with firing photons and splitting photons because I know nothing about that, and I'm suspicious of this sort of pseudo. Well, it's not pseudo. It could be real science, but I don't understand it, so I've no idea if it's real.
Yeah.
All I was defending is explaining light as a bunch of photons in different ways. So keeping the world alive as a way to explain light. I haven't seen any reason why light might not be in little bits like every other part of nature. Why can't we measure it in bits?
And Dawn, they may be right, and I could be wrong, right? But you know, I've just got how I see things, and they've got how I see things, and I like the way I see things. To me, makes more sense than how they tell me I see things.
With my dust example, you haven't really got two magnifying glasses, and you know you can't really
Sorry,
tell. With the dust example, you've not really got two magnifying glasses. You never check, and you know
I cut out.
It would be hard. It would be. Can you hear me?
Must be me.
Sorry if it's me.
Hold on, must be me. Back or what?
I can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me? Oh, I cut out there for a second. I couldn't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can now, Dawn. Yeah.
I'll try and say it quickly. With my dust example, you haven't really got the magnifying glass tools. You don't really decide if it's one bit of dust or two. You just sweep it up. So the point is, you don't look into the details of light or anything in super details. How would you know if it splits into small bits? Because you haven't devoted your life to measuring stuff in tiny bits before.
When did they determine that it can't get no smaller?
I don't think they did. You know, they said atom to start with, didn't they? And then they split that, they reckon. I think my point was, just because you can't see it doesn't mean someone else hasn't measured it with a tool.
Yeah, look, of course. And maybe if I get a strong enough magnifying glass, I might realise that piece of dust is actually two pieces of dust.
Yeah.
Agree. Yeah, agree. I'm not gonna disagree with that at all.
With the stupid egg example, as you grow up as a child, instead of just eating the white and yellow bit on your plate, you discover where eggs come from, don't you, and what they are.
Yeah.
So you find out more detail as you look into something.
Mm-hmm.
What about rays and fields and stuff? You think light could be measured in any way? humans could split it and see it forming and moving somehow.
I think light is measured in luminosity. Right, that's how they measure it. They apparently can measure the reflected speed of light, because they don't actually measure the speed of light. But that's in a vacuum. That's not in normal conditions. But in a vacuum, they have the reflected speed of light. So yeah, I'm sure that they can fire a laser beam at a mirror and bounce it back and work out the average speed, which won't quite be the actual speed, but it'll be an average speed of those two distances combined. So yeah,
Do you believe in any weird quantum stuff, like the further or the closer we measure stuff into smaller and smaller bits, it gets weird or whatever? Do you believe that might be true or not?
I think that just starts to get into the ridiculousness kind of,
Yeah.
because a lot of that to me, Dawn, is just pseudoscience. It's more philosophy than anything
Yeah,
else.
but I
It's
mean,
like,
do you believe it's pointing to something that could be true?
no,
Deep down in
really.
nature, there's a weirdness that humans can't measure properly.
Not really, because it's like saying I get that one piece of dust, right, and I cut it in two.
Yeah.
Okay, then I can cut it in two again. I can cut it in two, but you can keep on cutting that one thing in two, and for infinity, you'll never get down to nothing. Right? You can keep on cutting it in two, right? No, I don't buy that at all. I don't buy that you can keep on cutting something down to infinity. Eventually, you get to nothing, and nothing.
So what about the atom? Let's say we know a piece of dust or 1 grain of sand isn't the smallest.
Mm-hmm.
What about, do you believe that there is such a thing like an atom? Maybe not what they've explained, but a smallest thing that all things are made from.
I think there's particles, right? So you can have the smallest form of something. So a rock, you can get it down to the finest piece of rock dust, right? Finest particle of that, and it's just a piece of rock dust, right? And that's it, right? And it doesn't get any smaller than that, because, like I said, then you're getting into this level of.
But don't you think anyone else can measure smaller than one bit of rock into particles that rock's made from or something?
How small can you go before it becomes impossible?
Well, what I'm saying is we don't know, so we have to assume people are trying to go smaller.
They got all the protons in the jar.
Yeah, to find the God particle. That's what they're looking for, the God particle.
And I'm just saying, do you think there might be a thing that things are made from?
No, I think everything's made up of different things.
Okay, yeah.
Not the one.
The same and real. I love it. You don't think it gets smaller than the rock dust?
How much smaller?
Any.
So I get a piece of rock dust and I cut it in two and cut it in. When can I stop cutting it in two, Don?
Well, let's say when they smash.
Let's say there's 50
Yeah,
atoms,
they smash
and so 50 atoms in one. You think it's one bit of rock, the smallest bit you found, but someone else has got a tool and they say, actually, this is 50 little things stuck together.
Okay, cool. Let's go. With.
All right, what about that then? Can they get smaller than the atom?
Do we?
No, I think they say we do. I know they say we do, definitely.
Yeah, I know.
But I'm not privy to collection of material. As far as I know, it becomes just energy type or something.
Yeah. Now we're getting down to neutrons and electrons and neutrinos and quarks and bumps and glops and all this other sort of stuff.
Bro, they say they have like neutrinos in a jar, antimatter in a jar. Like they say they're holding, it's like a clear jar. You can't see anything, but they say it's in there.
Yeah. So that's just like me getting a test tube, right? And just putting a cork on the top of it. And there we go. I've got some of it.
Right. But there's like apparently, I mean, I guess obviously we would assume like an energy bouncing around or something, giving some sort of.
Don't know.
What, right?
Don't know.
For them to say they have an invisible, for them to say they have an invisible thing in the jar, right?
Mm.
How would that quantify, right? So
Exactly.
there must be, right. So do you count that as a thing, as material? What do you, how do you think about that?
Wow, if it's invisible, right, and you can't see it, it's got to be nothing.
But they see it bouncing around on them.
How? How do they see it if it's invisible?
By the, you know, the sensors. Don, see, I don't want to hijack Don conversation, but it kind of seemed like that's where he was going with you. It's like,
sorry.
well,
I think I went too hard, so carry on.
you know, it gives me like, then doesn't it come down to one thing again? It's just this energy stuff. They give it different flavors, but it's the invisible stuff.
And I'm not going to say categorically that it's not possible. I'm not going to go there, but yeah, to show me a test tube with this one little piece of energy in it.
Yeah, if you can get a post, I've got an image of an atom. I think Armour posted it.
Armour.
Ooh, tell me it's the one with the in the picture of the atom. There's also, you can see a screw in it. Is that the one? That's my favorite picture of an atom. One where you can see it's like a Phillips head, I think.
Oh, really?
Might be a flathead. I'm not sure, but in the picture of the atom, you can actually see the screw head, which is weird because I feel like you shouldn't be able to see an atom if you can also see a screw head.
I don't know. It looks like it could be a screw, and they could have faked it. I don't know what the screw head is supposed to look like.
Can you see the screw?
Pixels. It's just blue pixels.
Blue pixels.
Oh, it's not the one. It's not the one with the screw. It's the blue pixel one. Yeah.
That link there, foxnews.com.
Okay, hold on. I'll check it out. Let me have a look.
Well,
Let me check it out. Oh, come on.
See, I don't believe that it's a picture of an atom, but I believe the idea of an atom might be true. Small things that make up things.
Yeah, but they put out these pictures that they're calling an atom, right? Scientists have captured the first ever photo of an electron's whizzing orbit within a hydrogen atom. Okay, see.
They should X-ray that
This
bitch.
is inside one. What the hell?
Side view.
Hold on. What they do? They captured a photon inside a hydrogen atom.
Inside a hydrogen atom.
Electron, I believe. They said electron moving. Right?
Yeah, an electron's whizzing orbit within a hydrogen atom. So they've even taken a picture of something even than an atom.
Only.
Yeah.
Okay, what would be the implication? If this is made up, why would they lie on this? Why are they pretending stuff's made out of slightly smaller stuff than you already believe? Like, you already believe in dust.
They're fundamentalist materialists.
Yeah, you think it's pushing. The atomism is an idea, isn't it?
And they've already admitted that the electron doesn't orbit. I don't know why that article would even say that. The fact they even said that the electron's orbiting makes me pause.
We gotta look at what instrumentation to be able to apply the verbiage.
I'm not personally sure why they would lie, but you have to admit it's quite hard to atom.
Okay, what I'm asking is, how is a picture of an atom, a fake picture of an atom, and the idea that slightly smaller things than dust exist, push you into like a weird religious materialism frenzy? How does that work?
Where they do that at?
I thought that was your guys' idea. They must have made this atom photo up for some reason.
Isn't
You
it
know what it looks
actually
like? It looks like a picture from outer space. That's what it looks like.
do we actually have a picture of that?
What, outer space?
No, the picture that they took. Oh yeah, there.
Yeah, it's there. It's in the chat. Now that apparently, Laurie, is a photo of an electron, right, inside an atom.
Hmm.
Yeah, why would they lie about that, Banso?
I don't know. I've got no idea. I'm just saying apparently it is. Like, I find it myself hard to believe.
But with the flat Earth, you know why they would lie. Do you? Have you got an answer for that one?
Why do
Sorry, I
people
missed.
do things?
With the globe Earth, you've got an answer for why they would lie. But with fake electrons inside atoms, you haven't got a reason why they would lie yet.
Oh, I think it's all about control and narratives and power and money and all these sorts of things that come
Yeah,
into
that's
it.
what I'm asking. How doesn't a fake picture of an electron inside a fake picture of an atom control you?
It's not controlling me.
But how would it control anybody?
I think that's symbolic. It's the all-seeing eye
The all-seeing eye. There you go.
inside the one ring.
Mm.
Maybe. I'll give you that. It's to boast that they can look deeper than you into reality.
Possibly.
It's the opposite of space travel. The opposite
I
of
think
showing you the picture of the black hole is showing you the picture inside an atom.
I think it comes down to also to giving people answers to stuff that they ask questions about, like who are we, what are we, where do we come from, and all these sorts of things. You know, that's
Tell
what.
Chemo I'm gonna tell Chemo you're running around asking people why would they lie.
Yeah.
It's about the atom thing, so you can tell them that. I know the answer for globe. It's to hide God, right, and more land, and the Antarctic bases. And the diamond encrusted dome.
I think it's just about control, really, ultimately. Keep people enslaved.
Can I jump in and ask you a question, Don?
Yes.
You've seen the Earth, right?
I've seen the Earth, yeah.
Yeah. Are there things smaller than the Earth?
Yes.
Ever seen a elephant?
On video, yeah, I've seen an elephant.
Are there things smaller than elephants?
Yes.
How about books? Are there things that are smaller than books?
Yep.
How about ants? Are there things smaller than ants?
Yes. I believe in the idea of atoms.
So, all the things that you have seen, there are always things that are smaller than those. But then you're supposing a special category of atoms, things that like nothing can get smaller.
No, I believe the idea of an atom could go on forever, the smallest thing. Oh, right. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm 50-50 on if there's a smallest thing or if it goes on forever. But I was trying to say to Bansor, there is definitely smaller things than what he's considering. Maybe lights made out of them.
I actually noticed that I ended up misrepresenting what the atomic model says, because even the current theory doesn't say that atoms are the smallest thing, because those are again made out of things. But no.
Yeah, but it was originally, wasn't it? That's the idea of the atom, to be the smallest thing. What do you reckon, Laurie? Does it go on forever? It's smaller things all the way down? Or?
I don't think it does, but I'm not sure why I think that.
Yeah, okay. So maybe where they are now, or slightly further, there'll be a smallest thing.
I used to be big into string theory, and I still like it, but I have no personal reason to say why that would be true, and even like some top level physicists are actually
string level.
doubting
You
that.
have string theory. You have one dimensional objects in that theory, right?
I'm not sure actually.
Well, I thought you said you liked it.
Well, I know that string theory actually proposes that we live in some like 23 dimensional universe, of which only 3 are like visible to us.
Well, there's got to be an end point, doesn't it? It can't just keep on getting smaller and smaller and smaller. There's got to be an end.
Well,
according to string theory, you can get small as one dimension.
Yeah, think about a number one.
Dimension.
No, but think about the number one. You could divide it infinitely. But yet our concept of building blocks that continue to break down, that's kind of above our logic, our common logic.
Okay, I've got it now. So humans might never find the smallest knife possible, right? So eventually they'll think to themselves, there's no way we can make a smaller knife than this, or a better radar. But also the other question is, why would nature make itself so complicated that everything is split into infinite things? Why wouldn't it just find the smallest unit?
That's our common logic is, hey, you have this as the smallest thing and you build from there. Inside out, ground up.
It's a human idea. I'm thinking maybe the universe is the same as a human. Why would it overcomplicate itself?
Well, it doesn't have to be.
No, it might not be.
But that's mic check. I got a buzz.
That's my shit, Mike, maybe.
Like,
guys. Enjoy your day.
Nah, back to the photon. Don't you leave before we split up this photon, Vance.
Oh, what? smashing it against a brick wall. All right, man.
We're gonna find the tiny knife. Off to find your tiny knife. Don't come back to you yet. All
right. You find me a tiny knife. We'll talk about it later. All right, guys. Catch us later.
Later, bandsaw. You just need to slap chop. You do 1 slap for diced, 2 slaps for chop. I don't know how it fucking works.
Also, does it ever matter if humans are always struggling to only just cut what they can cut into the smallest thing and look into what they can look into for the smallest thing? Why would we care if the universe has got much smaller things? We should just carry on looking at the stuff we're looking at right now. Okay, Crypto, go. Give me the list of 5 reasons why they would lie. Why they would make fake atom
Only
images.
5?
Yeah, 5 top reasons.
I think I may have figured out what's the actual smallest thing.
What is it? Is it the one-dimensional objects in string theory?
No, it's your dick.
That's good. You ain't getting smaller than 1D. I'll tell you right now.
I was wondering who should I use as the punchline for the joke, and you
That was
walked
good.
right into
No,
it, Jeremy.
that was good. Yeah, good time.
I guess if while they're lying to us about photons, they could be working out how light actually works secretly, the secret light program. And then they'll use light to project Jesus in the sky or Muhammad or something else.
Or a fake alien invasion.
Yeah.
The thing is, if you have a population of slaves running around, you're going to want them as dumb and stupid and weak and soft as possible. So the first thing you're going to do is control all the. First thing you're going to do is get control of as many of the school and teaching systems as you can. Then you're going to, you're going to sissify all the men. You're going to start, cracking down on the gun, making the gun laws more tough, because you definitely don't want a lot of macho men running around shooting guns off everywhere. You're going to make them as dumb as, control the school system. We said that. What else? Oh, you're going to want to make them docile, so you're going to put a little fluoride in the water, right? Put a little fluoride in the water, get them nice and docile. What else? What else would they do? They would act like they have all the answers to everything. Therefore, trying to knock a creator or God out of the box. Because the church used to have sway over the people. They don't want that. They want to have the sway over the people.
Swagger.
Yeah, I agree with that. And many more where they're disgusting people and they do whatever they can to keep us down.
I tell you guys every day, they think Earth is their house. Just like you want to control everything in your apartment or your house. The color of the walls, the decibel level, how light or dark it is, who comes and goes, everything. Everything. There's the temperature. There's so many things about your house that you want to constantly control that you don't even realize. How clean it is, whether you like it messy or you like it clean, whatever. It's a control thing. And you want to control every little tiny thing in your house as much as possible. And that's what they want to do to Earth, including the people in it. They want to have as much control over us as possible.
Yeah, so you're saying a fake atom photo, just an extra piece of lying.
I mean, I don't know. I don't even know if they're faking that or not. I've seen a picture of an atom with a screw head in it, a clearly well-defined screw head. So that gives me pause to think, like, well, sure, you can ask why would they lie, but I mean, if you're showing me a picture of an atom and I can clearly see a screw in the picture, I don't think you'd be able to see a screw and the atom in the same picture. Like, wouldn't you have to get down really close, like?
Well, you've decided
to the atom.
A screw. You have to get me a picture.
Well, I mean, just do a search, Google search for a picture of an atom. It's like this bluish, kind of maybe purplish one. I don't know. I forget what color. It might have been yellow. I don't know. I forget what color it was, but you can clearly see, like, in the bottom left or something, whatever mechanism they have this thing in. Like, you can see the screw, multiple screws. I don't even think it's just one.
I'm seeing a purple thing, and it's just a dot inside like another purple thing.
Well, if you see the one that's the whole picture, it's inside of this, like, case or something, and holding the case together is the fucking screw.
Okay. Why don't you like the screw? What's wrong with the screw holding a case together?
I have a problem with the screw holding the case together, because if we could see it, because how the fuck can you see an atom? Like, I feel like you'd have to magnify that really close. Like, how much would you have to magnify that? More than you?
What you're saying, yeah.
Yeah, like, that's a serious problem if you're telling me, look, picture of an atom and there's a screw in the picture. Nah.
Oh, hang on. I think I'm seeing the two ones zoomed in and zoomed out. There's a screw and a machine, and then they've zoomed in and said this dot
Yeah, but if you have if the picture contains the fucking screw, if the original picture contains the screw, then I mean, come on.
Yeah, I guess that's something to think about.
There's nothing to think about, bro. Dude, well, how close would you have to get to an atom to see a picture of an atom? You'd have to be magnified in a lot.
Well, maybe they've got it.
You're definitely not going to see a screw head.
Is the picture not edited?
I'll send it to one of you and you can post it.
Yeah, I mean, Jeremy, you know there's got to be. They're not just putting out some fucking completely obviously retarded stuff. Like it's got to. I haven't seen this, but I'm imagining the same thing he's saying. Like they're showing the outside portion.
Yeah, they're showing this container. It's a picture of a container, and all you see is a little dot light. It's like a little light inside the thing. That's all you see. It just looks like a little tiny light. In the bottom left or whatever, holding this container together are screws, and you can clearly see the screw. I'd imagine that you'd have to zoom in so much or magnify so much an atom to be able to see it. That not only would you would never see a screw. You should never be able to.
The tiny screws zoomed in already, and with a magnifying thing, and it's super resolution. So somehow they've got the atom to shine in the middle and show the contraption around it.
Yeah, like I guess what he's saying is maybe it's projected. Maybe the atom is projected. Like, and that's like the screen it's projected into. But I don't even see your picture, but I'm imagining. I believe I've seen this before. All right, I'll look at it. Well, there you go. I don't know where y'all even see the atom in that picture. You talk about the dot, Jeremy?
I haven't seen the picture. I haven't seen the picture in a while, but the one I'm talking about is just there's an atom and there's a screw in the picture. Like that don't work for me.
This might not be. But come on, it can't be, Jeremy. It's not gonna be so fucking stupid obvious.
I mean, it was, bro. It was.
And then, like you said, why would they be lying? Like, what, do they get some funding out of it, or some award, or something?
No,
there's no fucking way. They fucking like they usually have to recreate the thing to get the award, you know.
It could be about money a bit, yeah. I'm not saying why would they lie. You're silly for thinking they're lying. I thought we could talk about like what is it about showing an atom and inside an atom that makes them think they're so powerful, and why you guys think it's suspicious. I've got to it in my head. It's the same as exaggerating looking out into space really far. You will exaggerate how far you can look to show off that you're great at looking. And this is just the opposite. You're looking smaller and smaller. This is cutting and looking.
I mean, that's what, when they build, you know, such grand efforts to smash atoms and find the smaller thing. I mean, of course, there's going to be a bias for the people involved, but still, at the end of the day, you know, they should have to repeat stuff over and over and over, and you need to get the somewhat of a consensus, you know, before it's actually accredited, before it's actually accepted. But some of these smaller particles, you know, they seem to be very, very confident on. I mean, highly, like 99.99. Like it's, you know, a given. Smaller than atom.
Neutrons, electrons, particles. I think they've got all sussed in it.
I mean, I get you. You know, there's a lot of bias, for sure. there's possibility for corruption or control. Sure. The exact nuances, though, looking down and looking out at first glance, I feel somewhat analogous, but also somewhat different. Where it's like, we could put some of these smaller things at least somewhat in our hand per se. It's the repeatability of it at a slightly better frequency than some of the far away stuff, possibly. But yeah, I get it. It is very akin to each other, though.
Yeah, I guess some people would say you can get a telescope and you can learn about the stars. You can realize there's no dome. You can realize there's a big galaxy. But you can't touch it then, can you? Just look with atoms. You would need a laboratory, some things to zoom in somehow. It's just different types of study.
Yeah.
I've got another weird conspiracy theory that's about to come out. I'm about to get a video released to explain it all. Anyway, apparently the first man on the moon was, I think it was Neil Armstrong. He, about 4 years later, after going on the moon, he went on a mission inside the Earth to caverns that in myths had special items down there. And apparently the team that he was involved in come back with a few crates that were never seen since. And no one really knows what they were looking for.
Huh. I can't say offhand I haven't heard that before. I've heard of the men going into the Earth.
Yeah, so he was involved in that conspiracy of going into the Earth to look for shit. So the idea that his Mason family is involved in going up away from the surface to look for shit and claim places, and also down into the Earth the opposite way to look for stuff and claim places.
You gotta stay busy, man. Life is boring sometimes without purpose,
Yeah, might be fun. Let me get you more details, JJ. The first man on the moon, Neil Armstrong, led an expedition for inner Earth treasure. In 1976, Armstrong descended into the Taos Caves, a cave system in Ecuador that is believed to hold the metal library of a lost underground civilization. The treasures supposedly include mega-sized books made of gold, a gold-covered skeleton, and strange sculptures of hybrid beings, birds with human arms, spiders with faces of women, hawks with horse feet, etc. This was the largest cave expedition of its time. Why was Neil Armstrong there? The reasons aren't so clear, and the treasure was apparently never found. However, several large crates were carried out and never seen again. Yeah, there's a picture of him. There's a picture of him in the Earth.
Oh shit. Let's keep in mind he's no longer with us. And so it's like easier for people to tell stories about it. But you got some pictures. You think they're up to something sneaky?
I reckon the same team tends to go to the moon, goes inside Earth looking for treasures.
See, yeah, I mean, I understand that though. That's kind of that seems fair though. You know, like champions set many milestones. You
Yeah.
know.
I guess yeah, it's not super surprising. But if you're really into NASA and Freemason conspiracy, an inner Earth conspiracy that can work on a flat Earth if you're really into that as well.
Yeah, true.
Just the fact that there's clues to where humans come from hidden in the ground.
Yeah, but is that conspiracy that people come from in the ground or that they just live underground?
Well, it's all of it. There's beings that aren't humans that come from underground. Other civilizations that moved there, stayed there, and still live there. Some people that come out and go back in. And giants might have gone down there. Might be portals down there into other worlds. It might go straight to hell.
Well, Jamiroquai, a known Freemason, really larped about it in the song "Going Deeper Underground."
Yes, that's might be a joke, but I'll accept that as part of my story.
I'm going deeper underground. There are more secrets to be found.
Yeah, that's it. So, do you know anything about this, Gus? The Teos Caves, cave system in Ecuador. It holds. It was supposed to hold a metal library, books made of gold and shit. Neil Armstrong apparently went down there with a team to look.
You said team. Is it actually the same people on that mission, or is he just the one? And you just
Yeah, it's just him.
Okay.
An exploring team.
Maybe that's what he's into doing. Exploring caves is fun.
Spelunking.
Oh.
Yep, I do it all the
they
time. Or I used to. Haven't done it in years.
They may have found giant golden books that correlate with shit they wanted to find on the moon or something.
I do find it hard to tell when you're joking and when you're serious, though. It is a good talent, and I respect you deeply for it.
This is from a guy called Mr. Mythos. And he's a great researcher of history. And this is a teaser for his next video, the third Inner Earth conspiracy video. Some of it is about this mission that Neil Armstrong went on.
But it's obviously fated to be a hero for this just because of his name.
What gave it notoriety.
The question I have, though, is there a Mrs. Mythos?
No time for that with all his research.
Not sure. I've got his server link if anyone wants it. I can't post it. So green.
I don't think there was a Mrs. Mythos. I think this guy is a mythogenic.
Sonic diocese and entities.
Smoke them if you got them.
Doing it as we speak.
Only I have you given up.
Yo, Don. Press Don. Are you a flat earther?
Me? You talking to me?
He
press Don.
He rolls with them, but he talks different.
Yeah, like it's hard to put my finger on you. What are you, man?
He's somebody that ain't buying what you're selling. He ain't buying what you're selling, bro.
No one's buying what you're selling, Jeremy.
Holla holla.
All right, Dawn. Is it cool if I ask you like a series of questions?
Dude, but my fucking blunt is.
Say what?
Oh my god. Fine.
What did you say? It's hard to hear you, man. Sorry.
I fucking got a rip in the blunt and I started cracking it from the wrong side to save it, bro.
Jesus, man. Why don't you just get a blunt splitter?
All right, but I mean, can I ask you some questions,
What the fuck is a blunt? Hold on, Nate. What's a blunt splitter?
It looks like a little mini ring with a razor in it. You just slide the blunt through it. It gives you
So
a
a
nice,
knife.
clean line.
A knife, yeah.
It's a cigar cutter.
Thank you.
No, not that.
No, that's a clipper. No, this has like a little blade in the inside of it in a ring, and you just slide the blunt through that, and it splits it for you.
It's reminiscent of a pencil sharpener, but with the razor.
Yeah, you just slide it through instead of twisting.
Bro, we used to use our fingernails back in the day.
For real.
You never cracked a Dutch before?
Well,
I mean, you can use a knife too, but you're getting fancy with some ring with a knife with a blade in it thing.
That's just faster. I don't like it because with the way you do it with your thumbs, it gives it a good line to put it back together. Those blunt splitters, they're all right.
I think the most important thing about blunt splitting rings is don't mistake them for cock rings.
That's very important. Very.
That's why Sean's a eunuch now.
Anything but. And those are balls, dude. Come on, man. What's wrong with you?
I don't know how eunuchs work.
Now that Jeremy knows what a blunt split is, can I ask Dawn some questions? Jesus.
Can we go back to this blunt splitter and not getting... How big is your blunt or how small is your pencil? I mean...
Moved by pressure, do you feel you're being cock blocked by the blunt splitter?
But yeah, are you using a cigarillo or a Swisher?
Swisher, of course. You need no self-loss.
Well, I prefer cigarillos.
Oh, and Sean, just for information, there are a number of ways of creating a eunuch. One was actually taking the dick and the balls off.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Sorry, my reference is from Game of Thrones.
I have a black brass-plated blunt splitter.
In the book, he did the second version, not your version. But I really think we should let Moved by Pressure ask Preston some questions. I think he's been incredibly patient and decent. And I want to support him in this activity.
One thing to say
if Dawn's willing.
The last point was redundant because the first 2 points kind of.
I'll show my ass up. Who's this guy who acts like he doesn't know me? Listen, Universal Studios, continuous footage hanging out in space. All right, all the satellites, the data, I've been talking to each other. I want you to drop the global network of satellites. Show me them talking to each other. Okay? The rest of your shit makes sense. All right? It's cool.
That came out of nowhere.
I mean, he's going to ask me, what do I believe and all this? Listen, I just want more. I'm just a dude who wants more, bro.
I wasn't going to ask you what you believe. Like I realize you don't really have. You're not really on either side. I was just going to ask you like a series of questions.
All right, let's have fun.
Yeah, I'm sure you must have heard these questions before. Though, like I'm just using someone else's script. Yeah. Does light always travel in a straight line, Don?
Bolder question.
Does light always travel in a straight line?
No.
That's assuming light's traveling, of course.
All right, let's let Dawn answer. All right, like Rocky, I can ask you these questions after if you want.
But it wouldn't be worth it.
Next question, Dawn. Can you feel or experience linear velocity?
Feel or experience linear velocity.
Yeah. There's no right or wrong answers.
So that's just speed. You're saying speed.
Right. He's trying to make it all
not acceleration.
Got it. Yeah,
I'm not trying to trap you, bro. I ain't trapping you or tricking you. I'm literally reading these questions from a piece of paper.
Okay.
So don't even worry about it.
It's a trap, Don.
Hey, bro. I can feel it when the wind is blowing past me. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but no. All right.
No. Okay. Is there a minimum rate of rotation you can feel? Hello?
He popped out and he's back.
Yeah.
We have to
Oh,
ask him
Don,
again.
you back? All
Yeah.
right. Don, is there a minimum rate of rotation you can feel?
I guess you don't. These aren't your questions if you're reading from a script, then. But I guess under
They're not my questions.
He said they weren't.
Yeah.
Right. So then, yeah, I mean, like, we're going to go with, like, under assumptions of the context of the question, then yes.
Well, there's no real context towards the question. I just want to hear how you answer them. They're not trick questions. There's no summary I'm going to make at the end based on how you answer them.
The
I'm just gonna
context,
ask you these questions.
the context can make it very, very tricky. But that's what I'm saying. Like, you're admitting we both agree there's no context, and that's what I'm saying. I'm assuming the context. So
Okay, but you shouldn't assume, bro. Just feel free to answer how you want to answer. You know what you think is
But if he
the right
doesn't
answer
assume
for
the
you.
context, then there isn't a right or wrong answer.
Exactly. That's why I said in the beginning. There's no right or wrong answers here.
Yep. There's never.
So next question. Is 1,000 miles per hour a rotational velocity?
No.
Okay. If I say pass the salt and you slid it across the table to me, it comes back to rest again. Why does this happen?
Friction.
My bad. Go ahead. Now.
Okay.
Hold on. Can you repeat the
so-
speed? Hold on. Can you repeat that one question
Which one, Jeremy?
The 1,000-mile
about the angular? You didn't the velocity, 1,000 miles an hour.
Oh, is 1,000 miles per hour a rotational velocity?
Well, there's angular speed, and then there's a tangential velocity.
It'd be the RPM, Jeremy.
What's that?
It'd be like he's asking basically that the answer would be
guys,
one rotation
why
per
not let
24
Don
hours.
answer? I can ask you guys these questions as well.
All right, go ahead. My bad.
Yeah.
Basically, you get that same question on an engineering test, and they'll show you like a wheel on an axle with a rotational arrow, and then they'll like ask you which one's like moving faster, the inside or the outside of the wheel, the axle or the wheel rim. And it's like, you know what I mean? Like, we know what they like. You kind of could be going for, but really, like, you're in some tricky type of science class. Like, you don't know. Is your teacher just taught you about, fucking linear curve, linear velocity the day before, and that's the context he's looking for. So, dude, sometimes these, shit like this, people, you know what I mean? Like, should just be more diligent when they make questions. I guess.
I mean, everything that's rotating has an angular velocity and a tangential speed.
Well, thank you.
When you said the 1,000 miles an hour one.
Yeah, could I get back to asking Don these questions?
Yeah, go ahead,
Jeremy, right after I'm gonna ask Rakia, and then I'll ask you. Okay?
No, I'm not doing your silly questions.
No?
Go ahead.
All right, cool.
What grade am
you
I?
You seem really intent to answer.
What grade am I at? Is this like 10?
I'm not grading you. I'm not grading you at all, Don. There's gonna be no summation made at the end. You're not gonna get a score or something.
I'm saying, what level is this brochure questionnaire from? What level of?
It's literally questions that someone wrote down on a piece of paper with the pencil. There's no grade or anything to it. It's not from a school or anything.
Like 4th grade level stuff.
Pretty much.
It might be. I don't know. All right. So remember, I asked you why did the salt come to rest? You said friction. Now, adding on to that question, it had kinetic energy while it was sliding. What happened to that energy?
Say that one time.
Repeat it.
Where'd
Okay.
the energy go?
It had kinetic energy while it was sliding towards me. When you slid the salt shaker towards me, What happened to that energy?
It dissipated.
Okay.
I don't know.
Next question. All right. No, I mean, if that's your answer, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Next question. Can you have acceleration without any force?
No.
No. Okay. Is the pressure equal everywhere inside a closed container?
No.
Okay. How do you measure air pressure?
That's the thing, dude. Like the pressure of the whole system, you're gonna say yes, but like when you say everywhere, when you say container, I'm thinking of the walls of the container. I'm thinking of the surface of the container. You know what I mean? And so it's like the context matters. But anyway, we're gonna say no. Let's go. All right.
Okay. If you want to add context, you can feel free to add context to the question, but I'm not going to add any.
No, all right.
Okay. Next question. How do you measure air pressure?
Well, I use a balloon.
Would you care to elaborate as to how you use that balloon?
A barometer.
A barometer. Like elaborate how does a barometer work? If you care to. If you don't want to, it's fine.
Square inch. You can move around in different zones of it and see where there's more or less pressure. That's one way of measuring it. With a balloon.
Okay. Okay.
Wants to know how a barometer works.
I don't know how it fucking works. I do not know.
Yeah. He said that. Okay. How do you measure temperature?
With a controlled variable. Homogeneous material.
Come again?
Experiments with homogeneous material.
Homogeneous material. Okay.
You set your checkpoints and your baselines and your markers, and boom.
Okay.
You can make a temperature.
All right. How do you measure weight?
It's interesting because you need a complex system.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Cross-reference. You have to cross-reference everything.
Mm-hmm.
You could like I could say something like a rubber band or something like that, but it's just not fair to things like lighter than air gases and stuff like that. So you would need like a vacuum. You need a complex system. You need some sort of assumed vacuum or some sort of big. I mean that's a complex question. That's way over. I'm not to answer that.
Okay, that's fine. How do you measure mass?
That one, I think, don't you just combine the previous with like displacement or something? With volume? The volume attribute? I don't know. Density and volume. You have to build off that last one.
All right.
Add the new.
Okay.
I don't know.
How does the other way around?
Oh, the other one? Okay.
Yeah, like mass is prior to density.
Yeah. If you want, I can ask you these questions as well, but let's let Don answer them.
Okay. No, I can take the info out.
Okay. Don, how does triangulation work?
Cross-reference of known 3-point, or you can use distances and sides and to get the angles, or you can use angles to get the distance. I can 3 usually. But again, there's more context. Like that can mean fucking so many things. Triangulation. It's like using 2 known points to find a third. Is that a better way? So I'll go with that one. Using 2 knowns to find a third.
Yeah, I like that. I've never heard someone give that answer before. I like that. I mean, there's no way anyone could say that's wrong. Yeah. Okay. How does trilateration work?
Oh, that's too specific. I didn't learn that specific yet. I heard y'all talk about that.
Okay. Okay.
Y'all,
We'll move on to the next question.
Y'all talking about like on a surface or some other fucking up and down. I don't know. Y'all teach me that one after.
Okay. Does GPS give you your position on the surface of the Earth?
Man. Come on, man.
Does it?
I guess so. I guess so. Sometimes I gotta catch up, or it's like, why these minutes ain't burning off like they should? Like, am I being tricked by the Illuminati right now? I don't know, man. But I guess,
Mm-hmm. You're aware of that Black Swan photo, right? With like the oil rigs in the distance and whatnot?
Yeah.
How did they measure, or how do you think they measured the distance from the observer to those oil rigs?
That was probably with like rowboats or like with the ground of the ocean or ropes and or GPS.
Okay, rowboats. Okay, all right.
And rowboats and rope.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Rowboats and rope.
Yes.
And GPS. Okay. How do you measure the distance between cities?
Tachometer. Odometer.
Like the odometer in your car or something. Okay. Last question. What are latitude and longitude?
This is like a compass type shit. It's like a compass. Hold on, I was asking my partner for help. Now, that's gonna be lines around. The longitude's gonna be the great circles, the great system, and the latitude's gonna be the equally spaced things going around. The sphere, giving us the reference point system. To make it a two-dimensional reference system of the surface.
Cool. Thanks, man. Thanks for answering the question.
Fucked you up on them questions.
Fuck is that?
I mean, Jeremy, should I ask you?
You don't want to ask me them questions, bro.
Let me ask you, bro. Come on.
I think you should repeat the criteria that there are no wrong answers.
Exactly.
That these are just questions that you got down on the list on a piece of paper. So I don't know how you can fuck someone up by just asking them a question with no expectation. I'll be interested again. Moved by pressure, I would be interested in watching that event. So I'll go back on mute.
There's definitely wrong answers.
Jeremy, you down?
Not right now, bro. Not right now.
Okay. Well, I did promise Rocky and Bacon. I don't know if they're here. I see both of them muted.
I'm here.
All right. You ready, Bacon?
Yeah, hit me.
All right, cool. First question. Does light always travel in a straight line?
No.
This is going to rope you up for about 30 minutes, dude.
All right. Second question. Can you feel or experience linear velocity?
No.
Third question. Is there a minimum rate of rotation you can feel?
A minimum rate of rotation?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Is 1,000 miles per hour a rotational velocity?
No.
Okay. If I say pass the salt and you slid it across the table to me, it comes back to rest again. Why?
Because of the friction with the table and with the air.
Okay. To add on to that, it had the salt shaker. It had kinetic energy while it was sliding. And what happened to that energy when it came to rest?
Can you repeat the question? I didn't understand.
If that salt shaker, as you slid it across the table to me, it had kinetic energy. What happened to that kinetic energy when the salt shaker comes to rest?
Oh, it dissipated with sound and heat.
Okay. I like that. With sound and heat. Can you have acceleration without any force?
That's a trick question.
Right.
Like, that depends on how you define a force.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if I say no, I think you could claim that the bend of space-time is causing acceleration without having a force. But if I say yes, I think that would imply that a force isn't what force is defined to be. So I'm not sure how to answer that one.
Can't move it without a force.
So you're not going to answer it. You don't have an answer for that one.
No, I have. The answer is I don't know.
You don't know. Okay, cool. That's fine. Is the pressure equal everywhere inside a closed container?
It can be, but usually no.
Okay. How do you measure air pressure?
With I think it's called a barometer. That's one of the ways you can measure it. But you can improvise one yourself as well.
Would you want to expand on how a barometer works? If you want to, you don't have to.
I don't know how barometer works, but I know how the improvised tool I mentioned works, which is like you put mercury in a tube, and then you put that tube upside down and see how much of the mercury displaced from the bottom of the tube that is now up, and from that you can calculate how much force keeping the rest of the mercury inside of the tube from falling, and that force applied to the area of the mercury that is exposed to air going to give you the pressure of the air.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. Next question. How do you measure temperature?
With a thermometer.
Would you want to expand on how a thermometer works?
Well, there are more than one way they can work. The simple one, like using mercury again. As the mercury heats up, it expands. So because there's a very thin tube of mercury, any expansion increases the length of the mercury inside of the tube. So you can, by measuring how long the mercury is, know how hot it is.
Mm-hmm.
And there's also, let's say, like infrared thermometers, which just reads an amount of infrared coming from a certain direction. But that would be more similar to how a camera works than how the mercury thermometer works. But they both can be used to measure temperature.
Okay. I've never heard someone say infrared before, but you are right, yeah. I would agree with you. All right. How do you measure weight?
That's also a trick question, because I mean, the definition of weight. I actually found two different definitions. One of the most common definition is just like the force you get from gravity, the downward force of gravity, and you might or might not include centrifugal force in that. So if you're including centrifugal force, you would have to, let's say, go to the poles to get rid of that force to measure the weight. And of course, if you're also using this very specific definition that just the force due to gravity, you have to remove the buoyancy force. Otherwise, that's going to give you a bad reading. So using a scale in a vacuum chamber on the poles would give you the value of the weight.
So when we're on the poles in a vacuum with the scale, right? How much does the let's say we have a container and we put gas in it. The gas isn't going down; it's going up, hitting the ceiling.
It's going to be everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah. So some of those gas molecules have the ones that are going up. They have no weight.
They do.
Well, just by the things you just detailed, I'm assuming that the gas molecules that are going up have no weight.
Why?
My bad, Nate. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. I don't want to go down.
Right.
Gases
don't work like a
Argue this
body.
guy right now because he's answering safe space questions.
Right. Oh.
Yeah. Go ahead, Nate. My bad.
Gases work very differently than like rigid
but
bodies.
Bacon, just try focus on my question. Just ignore whatever.
Right. So I mean, I'm assuming you want to measure the weight of an object. I would say if you can, we can just put it on a scale, and then you're gonna get a reading. It's not gonna be precise because you're measuring centrifugal force and the buoyancy force together with the weight. But if you want to get more precise, you can isolate for those variables by using a vacuum chamber, and then go into the poles. That way you can measure the weight of an object pretty precisely, I'll guess.
Okay.
Or you can account for
How
those
do you
variables.
measure?
Sorry, go on.
No. I mean, if you still want to add on to
Right,
that,
yeah.
go ahead.
So if you don't want to have the trouble of going to the North Pole or South Pole and buying a vacuum chamber, you can just sort of measure the area or the volume of the object you're measuring, and just take a look at what the pressure is where you live and what's your latitude, and then you can account for those two variables. So I think that's an easier way to know exactly what's the weight of something. We'll go on next one.
How do you measure mass?
Well, one way is to know the weight of it, and using the downward acceleration. And so if you know the weight and you know the acceleration, you know the force that causes that acceleration. I mean, you know the mass, right? The mass that is causing the acceleration.
Yeah, the amount of force it takes to move the object, right?
Exactly. Yeah. And yeah, that's one way. The other way would be, let me think. Okay, so you can use something like a rubber scale. I'm not sure if that's the name of it, but there are scales that work like with a rubber. The more the rubber stretches, the bigger is the reading. Then you can use that as a measurement of force. You can try to apply constant force on an object and see how much that object accelerates. Then you can calculate the mass of the object based on how hard or how easy it is to accelerate the object.
Okay. Next question. How does triangulation work?
Well, you have, let's say, 2 points. You know the distance between them, and you also know the target you want to triangulate is at a certain angle from the first point and a certain angle of the second point. Then you have enough information to know exactly where the target is. So you just build a triangle using known information, like angles and distances.
That's the best answer I've heard for triangulation. I'm not going to lie, because you like gave a very textbook, simple explanation. I like that. How does trilateration work?
Well, if you have known positions and you know your distance to those positions, you can then figure out what's your position. So
Right.
if I'm,
You could take two known positions, and you said triangulation.
no, trilateration. It's when you know your distance to known positions and you use that
find
to
an unknown.
figure your
Okay.
like GPS or celestial navigation.
Exactly.
Okay. Next question. Does GPS give you your position on the surface of the Earth?
Yes, but it first gives you a three-dimensional position, not exactly a surface position. It gives you an XYZ position, and then from that you can convert to your surface position. So, not sure if that's a yes or a no.
You familiar with the Black Swan photograph, right?
Never heard of.
The Black Swan, that
I'm just
photograph
kidding.
of like the
Yeah, of
oil
course I
rigs. Okay.
The
All
blank
right.
swan.
How do you think they measure the distance between the observer and the oil rigs?
They who? The
Whoever it is
person
that took
in
that picture.
Oh
They
right.
didn't.
I would say they probably went to Google Earth.
Okay. Second last question. How do you measure the distance between cities?
How were they measured, or like
How would I do it, or
How would
would
you
he?
measure?
how would I measure it?
Easy. You have an odometer on your car, right?
Grim, if you want, I can ask you these questions right after Bacon. But
Well,
let's
I
let
think
Bacon in.
I'd rather not spend the whole 30 minutes. I don't see why
like
these have to be collectively.
I think I would use 2 GPS readings to calculate the distance. I think that will constitute an indirect measurement because the GPS reading is a measurement. So yeah.
Okay.
Your car doesn't drive
Last
like
question.
as a crow flies.
If you have a basketball, right, and you put a hula hoop over the equator of that basketball, and then you put another hula hoop top down around that basketball, what is the difference in angles between those two hula hoops?
90 degrees.
Okay, cool. All right, I'm done. Those are all the questions. Nice. You gave a lot of very different answers from what Don said, which is pretty interesting.
And for the record, an odometer wouldn't tell you the correct distance between two cities because a car doesn't drive in a straight line to the city.
I would say it'd be more accurate than the crow flies, since when you're driving to another city and you want to calculate how much gas you need. It would be good to know all the hills and valleys that you had to go traverse as well, wouldn't it?
I don't
But
think
if you're
they
just
add up to a lot of different
distance,
No, you know what I mean?
it does. It would depend. It would depend on which way you went, so it would.
Ground distance, dude. There's two. He asked me how I would measure the distance, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there's a ground distance and an air distance. So if since I don't fly, I'm not going to measure the air distance. I drive. I'm going to measure the ground distance. Thank you.
Okay. Well,
So Sean, if you
like,
can't do that,
if I would say that, I would say surveying then, so then that would be the same as.
So Sean, you said you wouldn't use a. Sean, you said you wouldn't use a car because it's not going in a straight line. What is going in a straight line, Sean?
What are you talking about, Jeremy?
You said you just said you wouldn't use a car because it's not going in a straight
example,
line.
Yeah, in that example,
So what
if
is
I was
going in
doing
a
it
straight
that
line?
way, if I was doing that example, I'd use GPS, and that would be a straight line. That'd be from one
In other
spot
words,
to
Sean,
another.
I'd already.
It's not going in a straight line, bro.
In other words, Sean, I'd already calculated that into my factored that in, that I wouldn't be flying, with my flapping my arms. So I figured that I would need to know an accurate gas measurement for my fuel expended, so that way I would know, oh, look, I'm $200 short because I went the way Sean said. I'm $200 short on gas.
Well, he didn't ask. He didn't ask what's the driving distance between two cities. He said, "What distance?" He said, "How would you measure the distance between two cities?" That's all he asked.
No, it's not all he asked. That's
Yeah,
how
it-
you that's how you took the question. It was how would you take the measurement? Is how he asked. He didn't say how would how would you take the measurement to the shortest distance? You know what I mean? How would you get the straightest line over the? He didn't ask anything specific like that. He said, how would you take the measurement? So I would use my gas money as an expenditure that I need to know. How much gas I need to have. So I would measure on the ground. That's why I'd fully thought out what you said before you said it. So you know what I mean?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Either way would be the correct answer,
change your
though.
answer, right? Wouldn't you change your answer now if you were driving?
Well, if he had stated how do you measure it while you're driving or something, but just all he asked was the distance between. So
how would you get there?
He didn't say get there. He didn't say get there. He just said, how would you measure the distance between two cities? That's all he asked.
How would you physically measure the distance between two cities? So how are you going to physically measure the distance between cities by Googling it?
I wouldn't Google it. I could use surveying. I could use GPS. I could use a car. I mean, there are multiple ways of doing it. That's the correct answer of it. There are multiple answers.
Yeah.
Using GPS is not Googling it.
Well, I correct my answer.
I thought I was just stating that there are other ways of measuring it that would give you a different one. No, but it goes regardless. It doesn't. I didn't say you were wrong.
So, Sean, you better talk to your boy Kosho because
that's not my boy.
Me and Kosho both know that GPS is subject to refraction, so not going in a straight line. You don't have anything
all you're
that
doing
can go
is
in a straight
marking.
line.
All you're doing
all
is
your
when you're using
optical
GPS.
tools. All your optical tools ain't going in a straight line. That was one of Nate's first questions.
Again, all these things can be accounted for. You act as if when we use optical tools in surveying and etc., that refraction and its quantities are not factored into it at all. That's weird. It's like you're saying we don't know anything about how light works.
Nah, you'd be factoring globe shit into your calculations.
No, you just deny globe shit in calculations.
We don't know everything about how light works. So therefore, since we don't know everything about how light works, we should probably just take.
We don't know.
I have a question.
But I'm just saying, you ain't making straight lines, bro. Don't say I want to use the car because it's not making straight lines, and use something else that's not making straight lines.
Jesus Christ. Okay, Jeremy, GPS measuring or calculating 2 points.
Your line
straight line between it.
Yeah, you're probably making straighter lines. You're probably, for the record, they're probably straighter than the ones I'm talking about, but they're they're still not straight. But so, I mean, for the sake of Sean's argument, though, he sees it as it's more straight. It doesn't need to be perfectly straight. It's just a straighter line is a shorter distance than a curvier line. Also,
I have a question.
I can go with that, Sean. It's not a big deal.
No, it goes either way. I see what you're saying. I agree. That's how typically it would be done.
Should we assume the globe measurements and then measure it? If it doesn't comport
My way
to that,
is the highway.
You don't need to assume. How do you assume a globe measurement and it still be accurate if it's not correct?
Hold on. Did you guys hear?
I apologize to Godric. Yeah. I had that stupid thought in my head. My way is the highway.
Should we assume the globe measurements and then if it doesn't, and then measure it? If it doesn't comport to that, then it's debunked. Is that how you do it?
No.
Okay, you're saying assumed as if it's just like, oh, let's just pretend there's something there, and then we'll just calculate it in, and that'll be the number. It wouldn't be correct if it was assumed and incorrect. It's not like they just decided these weird numbers and then just tried to figure out how to throw them in there to make calculations work.
So then how do you falsify it then?
You test it. Does it work? Yes. Okay, then I guess you can't.
But Sean, I guess he was looking for testing it over time, over many different times and conditions to get basic averages. Because you don't test it once. That gives them an opening to see one picture of a black swan.
Yeah, you can literally go 1 mile, 1 mile. You can test. I mean, you can test this a billion times. You can test this for the rest of your life. I mean, literally. And how has it been falsified? I mean, distances are distances. We know a mile's a mile. As long as you know a mile's a mile,
What's the
100
distance
miles
of
is
the
the same thing.
What's the distance of the coastline of America?
What the fuck? You want me to look it up real quick?
Look
I
up
just
how
have that
much.
in the back pocket.
Yeah,
How
I
much
just want
coastline
you.
does how much coastline does the United States have?
Sure, anything. England, pick England, whatever. Doesn't matter. There's this thing called the coastline paradox. When you're talking about distances and areas and how big places are.
NOAA officially set official value for the total length of the United States shoreline is 95,471 miles.
What year was that taken in?
I can look into it more.
Well, just look at how it's changed over the years. It keeps getting changed.
Yes, it does, Jeremy.
Because of the coastline paradox.
Welcome to the globe.
Because of the
Really?
coastline paradox. Yeah.
What paradox? So we don't have
Are you
Titanic shift. We don't have shorelines that deplete.
Erode.
Erode. Thank you. That's what I was
So
meant to
you're
say.
unaware
Erode.
of
We don't have that.
You're unaware of the
No, I've
coastline
never heard
paradox.
that. Never heard
Tell
of
us,
it.
tell us about the coastline paradox, Jeremy.
Yeah, I'd love to hear this.
I would like
It's the reason why the
Shut up,
distances.
Grim.
It's the reason why the distances of the coastlines of every place on Earth keeps changing over time. I mean, you guys should just look into it.
I'm doing it right now because I would love to hear what the fucking paradox of something understood is.
Yeah, no, you should.
Coastline paradox is the counterintuitive observation that coastline of a landmass does not have a well-defined length. This results as the factorial curve like potentials of a coastline. Yeah, so it's not a paradox. We know that the mileage on any coastline changes due to things like erosion, tectonic movement.
No, this has nothing to do with erosion or
it's central to the premise, Jeremy. Actually,
yeah.
You should read the log.
I just read it. I just read it, and you basically read the definition, and we explained how it's not a paradox. It's not a paradox.
It is a paradox. It has to do with the length of the. It has to do with the length of the tool you're using to measure.
What is a paradox?
What's up?
What's a paradox?
The paradox is you can't measure a fucking coastline.
No. What's a paradox?
You know what I mean? It's cool. It depends how detailed you want to get, Sean, because if you get super detailed, it's infinitely long. That's the paradox.
Well, I was asking Jeremy because I would like him to understand that what he's trying to say is
a paradox
not
is something that can be true and false at the same time.
Yeah, so Jeremy, the coastline paradox is saying that NOAA's measurement of 95,471 will change.
Yeah.
That's all. That's the coastline paradox.
The more jagged it gets, the longer it gets, basically.
Yeah. That the coastline paradox doesn't mean it's untrue. It just means it changes over time.
Well, actually, it changes all the time.
Yeah, all the time. That's why we can't take a direct measurement of it. It's never going to sit still.
Yeah, so it's not a paradox in the sense that you're trying to make it, Jeremy, I think.
The paradox is you can't actually take a fucking measurement of something that's always changing right now. It's like you have to still shot it and then say, at this point in time, it was this length. It's no longer that length.
No, it has to do with the length of your ruler that you're using. If you use a long ruler, you didn't even know about this 5 minutes ago. So listen up. I'm going to take you to school, and I want to see you after class. So the coastline paradox.
Whoa, teacher! None of that shit.
It has to do with the length of the ruler that you're using. So if you use a long ruler, you're going to get a shorter coastline, and the smaller your ruler gets, you get down to an infinite length for your coastline. They could say America's 900 million miles of the coastline.
So if we froze, hang on, if we froze
I just read
everything,
about it.
Jeremy,
Doesn't seem that.
hang on,
I mean,
yeah, Jeremy, if we froze everything in spot and then we measured it, if you measured it with a foot ruler, an inch ruler, a meter, like it, what are you talking
It
about?
would keep getting longer
no,
and longer.
I get what Jeremy's saying. I don't think that's because the paradox is because it keeps changing. But for example, it's the perimeter, right? The length of the line that surrounds a landmass, correct?
Coastline, yes.
Yeah.
And right, so the more detail, like if you have, let's say, a circle of radius 1 meter, if the circle is perfectly a perfect circle, the perimeter is going to be just the circumference, right? 2 pi that diameter. I mean, pi that diameter. But if there are imperfections on the circle, that's going to add up to the circumference. And as you see more and more imperfections, the circumference keeps growing. Not the circumference, I mean the perimeter, right? And if you have enough details on the perimeter of an object, that goes up to infinity because, like a circle.
Bacon's right.
Oh, okay. I see. Yeah. Okay. I see what you're saying.
That's exactly how it works.
It's like saying this.
No, I'm
It's like
right.
saying this.
I've been telling you this. I'm right.
It's like saying
Jeremy is
it's like
right,
saying
but he's
this.
phrasing in a very weird way.
Yeah. Jeremy was
Yeah,
right. The rest of you were wrong. This is a bit
But
embarrassing.
this is exactly.
But
But
how
the thing
Bacon
is the way
explained
he
it is
explained
exactly
it.
how it is.
That's exactly
No, it's
what I
not.
was
Yeah.
saying.
Yeah, but when the way he asked the question and posed the question, it was not in that fashion because I get what he's saying now. That's like saying I'm
But
sorry,
Jeremy
hang on.
was right. You
That's
guys
like
didn't know what the coastline paradox
No,
was.
Jeremy's not right.
You're right because he did not explain
the
it
ruler
correctly.
size.
So let
Yeah,
me talk because everyone keeps cutting me off. So I'm just going to go ahead and finish. That's like saying if I measured the coastlines from 100,000 feet, I'm going to get a different number than if I measure it from on the surface, right? Because I won't be able to measure the little mini coves that I can't see from that height, or the little areas that I can't get to, I can't see from that altitude, right?
Right.
That's not the same way Jeremy posed the question and asked how much coastline does the United States have? That's why it sounded like that. Literally.
I hear you, Sean. You know, like Jeremy did ask it a bit weird, but Jeremy was right as to what the coastline paradox is.
Jeremy knew about it, but no one else did.
You're right.
After class,
but
Sean.
Sean, he sure
see you
didn't.
after class today.
Sean,
didn't
stop.
explain
Jeremy,
it
come
correctly. Les, did he
I
explain
hear
it
you.
correctly?
I hear you. I'm admitting Jeremy did not explain it correctly.
I do have one question moved by pressure. Where does the coastline paradox apply to Honduras?
Does Honduras have a coastline? I don't know. I'll have to see where Honduras is on the map. Let me see.
Just the perimeter of it. You don't need an actual coastline.
I know, I'm just fucking... Actually, Honduras does have a coastline. I think it's Bolivia that doesn't.
Well, Honduras does have a coastline, yeah. But yeah, it's a perimeter that
as
matters.
much as you wanted to
what
give
and
Jeremy
what
that
units
win,
you use
it really
to
wasn't
measure that.
a good win.
You lost, Sean.
Come on,
No.
come on, Sean. Just don't be a spoiled.
I told you all what it was. I'm taking away.
Okay, so
I think
Les,
it's
if I
actually
explain
fair.
something
That's a good
poorly
point
to
by
you,
Jeremy, and I'm going to give him that one just because I'm nice.
so if I give you an explanation of something that's not a good explanation, and it's talked about, and then someone else comes in and explains it better, and then everyone goes, "Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. How's that a win for
All right,
Jeremy?"
I would say this, Sean. Jeremy explained it better than you did. Jeremy's explanation wasn't that good. Bacon gave a much better explanation, but Jeremy was way more correct than you were.
Oh, well, first of all,
That's what I would
started off by saying I also started off by saying I didn't know what it was, and I did say I have to look it up. So when I did look it up,
But then
and we
you
went into
started
it,
telling Jeremy he was wrong, you know? And
because
that
he was
wasn't
telling
the
me.
case.
Okay.
It's just a paradox.
Okay.
You can still
Okay.
measure.
You told
coastlines
Jeremy that you figured out
as
his
a human.
paradox, but you didn't actually.
Yeah.
Well,
And I
basically,
mean,
he
Sean,
didn't explain it
it's
correctly. And then when I looked
it's
into
not
it,
that
it's not
it's
a
not
win.
that deep, you know. It's not. That
I know
deep.
it's not, but yet you're the one making it.
I'm not.
You see that
I'm
part?
just saying
You are.
Jeremy was right.
You
Though.
literally
He was.
He was
I'm not
right in
making
what part? In what part?
Thank you, Jeremy, for
He
that
was.
lesson.
He was righter than you.
He was
Actually,
right that
everyone here
wait,
except for you thinks Jeremy was righter than you
Yeah,
were.
actually, I'm thinking
And
if Jeremy
maybe
didn't say
Dawn,
Euler and
maybe
he said
not
Euler,
Dawn.
wait,
I
Les,
don't know.
Les, did I
he
say
was
that
right.
the coastline complex or paradox wasn't real?
No, what you said was Jeremy's wrong. That's what you said.
You tried saying it wasn't a paradox for a minute, like all kinds
Yeah,
of
you,
shit,
you
bro.
said
You're
a lot,
coming.
Sean.
Well,
Just
in
let
the
it
sense
go.
that
It's not that deep.
in the
Yeah.
sense that that number would change, but not in the explanation. Otherwise, once it was explained correctly,
Okay.
I went different,
Okay.
didn't I? Right?
I think what it comes
Right?
down to is the
Okay, you
fact
did.
that
Yeah,
yeah,
yes,
what it
right?
what
Did
it
that
comes
not
down to
happen?
is the
Yes. Hang on, foolish. Les, did that not happen?
When
Once,
Bacon explained it
Bacon said,
properly, yeah,
"Thank you."
you changed
It
your
was the
mind
way it was
pretty quick. I
explained.
agree.
Well, yeah,
All
because
right,
I
cool.
didn't know
Cool.
there was a coastline paradox. I looked it
Okay,
up,
Sean.
and then when it
Okay.
was
Okay.
explained, it made sense.
Okay.
So how does that make
Bacon
him
is
right?
Bacon is my
Well,
teacher's assistant.
Okay.
if you want to do this, then I'm going to do it this way too.
Bacon is the
All right,
teacher's
cool.
assistant, and he assisted me. Thank you, Bacon.
actually I think you're the sort of the teacher's assistant that was trying to explain it, and then Bacon sort of like clarified it for you. But that's just me. But having looked into it, I now see the point of the thing, which is as you get down to more details, it's almost like a fractal property. But what
And
you
if
can
Jeremy had
do is
explained it that way, wow, it could have been a different conversation.
Yeah, that's
I did.
roughly
I
speaking
told you
actually
guys
right.
this.
But no one listens to you, Don.
Well,
I listen to you, Dawn.
I
Don't
knew I
listen
was
to him.
saying it.
Yeah, Sean.
I think you're wrong a lot, but I do
Being
listen to
spoiled
you.
right now. Don't worry. Sean's not used to being wrong. It's okay.
I'm used to being
But that
wrong
was
all the
fun.
fucking time.
Who the fuck's
I'm wrong all the
fucking
time.
wrong?
What are you talking about? I'm not Jeremy. I don't feel like I'm right every time.
But the changing thing, the coastline's changing because of nature. That also makes it a paradox. That's another one.
Oh, nice, damn.
Also, I mean, really, when you're talking about coastlines, where does the land start? Where does the sea start? It's kind of a bit of a rubber ruler anyway. So that would be the other thing I think would be one of the challenges of how do you determine what the coastline actually is?
Over time, the measurements in the mean sea level.
Yeah.
Near where I grew up, near where Dawn is, there are places where the coastline changes by miles. In fact, you can go up there and have a nice wash.
You just measure it over different points, like has been done. That's how we have mean
Yo,
sea
do you
level.
guys
It
want to
wasn't one
hear?
measurement.
Do you guys want to hear a different paradox?
Oh, I hope it's Zeno's paradox. I love that one.
Hang on. Les, the other day I heard you arguing with somebody, or not heard, saw you argue with someone in a text chat, and they were denying your Brooklynness. And there's one way to test someone if they're from New York, and it's very simple. Say water.
Water.
You actually kind of say it all right. Because my family's from New York, and they say water.
Okay. Do you guys want to hear this other paradox? But Jeremy,
No.
I mean, Jeremy's heard this before, so please don't give the answer, Jeremy.
I
You're
want to
wrong,
hear it.
Oh, you guys want to hear it? Okay.
I
got
want
you.
The sorties,
I
the
wanna
heap
hear it.
paradox.
Do I
The
have to
heap.
come back to class?
When does a heap of sand become not a heap by taking one grain at a time or whatever? Is that sorties or some shit?
But there's a good paradox involving two boats.
I want to hear my precious paradox.
Okay. Have you heard of the muon paradox? I don't know. Have you heard of that
Say it
one,
again?
Joyce?
I know what a muon is,
Muon
but I haven't
paradox.
heard the paradox about it. Go
Okay.
for it.
So, I gotta set the premise, and then I'm gonna ask you how this is possible. So, muons, they're these subatomic particles. They travel at about 98% the speed of light. The majority of muons are made high up within Earth's atmosphere, let's say about 15 kilometers high up in the atmosphere. And they have a half-life of less than 0.22 nanoseconds. So they don't last for very long, and they're made high up in Earth's atmosphere. So the basic premise is if we had a muon detector on the surface of the Earth and we turned that detector on, you wouldn't expect to detect that many muons because they would have to fall so far and they don't last long enough to make that journey. But when we turn on the detector, we detect way more muons than we would expect to detect. How is this possible?
Do they do that on the surface?
They're moving at 99% speed of light.
I'll give you my
And
answer.
it's from our time frame. So, is it due to the fact they're traveling so fast that there's a dilation of time, which is why we see more of them? That would be a guess.
That's half of it. What's the other half?
I don't know. That's about as far as I can think.
I think we
method
made
of
up
reading
muons,
it?
and they're obviously not just made above Earth. They're happening around this detector.
We made them up. Okay.
We named something we don't quite understand, and we decided they're above Earth, so that it's not really a paradox.
How is the muon detector? How does that work? What does it do?
How it works and whatnot is not important to the answer for this paradox.
Yeah,
Russ has
I
already
don't-
given you half
I
of
don't-
the
I'm not-
answer.
Well, no, I don't know. I don't know how they measure these. So I'm asking you, what is the method that they use to measure them?
You're
Just
assuming there's
use
not
a-
another source
use
of
a
muons.
detector.
Well,
Once it passes through the detector, it gets detected. That's all that matters. Druss has given you half of the answer. Time dilation.
no,
But
the
that
other
doesn't
part of what
fully
matters is
explain.
where you assume the muons come from, right? So where are you saying they come from?
The majority of them
Okay.
are made really high up in the atmosphere. Like on average, 15 kilometers off of Earth's surface.
But is the
Right.
half-life?
Is the magnetic field and acceleration of
The half-life is like it's they don't live that
Nanoseconds, I would
long.
have thought, if it's a really fast decay.
Yeah, but is it the time for the muon or for us?
For the muon. That's how long it lives for. But
Mao
Druss has given you
Manu-
half of the answer. Remember, Druss has given half of the answer. Time dilation is a factor, but there's something else that also happens.
How did you guys get from the coastline paradox to time dilation and muons?
Muon paradox.
Oh, it's the muon paradox. Have you heard of it, Bacon?
No.
Okay.
only a
Let me
paradox if you assume things
let me
about
give the
muons,
paradox again, so Bacon can also get in on it. So Bacon, we have these elementary particles called muons. They're very close cousins to the electron. They travel at 99% the speed of light. On average, most muons are made about 15 kilometers high up in the atmosphere, away from the Earth's surface, and they have a half-life of less than, I think, 0.0022 nanoseconds. They don't last for that long. So if you're on Earth's surface and you turn on a muon detector, you would not expect to detect that many muons. But we detect way more than we expect when we do turn our detectors on. How is that possible?
I still have problems with this.
Because scientists
How do
doesn't
you
know
know it's
anything.
true? How do you know it's true though?
Because it is true.
I have a.
Can you show us?
We can do all of that once you guys answer the paradox. Godric, don't worry.
Something else puts out muons.
What?
I think there's another thing that pushing out muon.
If it's a true paradox, there's no answer, so you don't have to worry about it.
Well, it was a paradox, and then it was answered. But for a long time, it was an actual paradox.
Okay, so it's a paradox that was solved. So you might as well tell us, because nobody's going to get it.
That takes the fun out of it, Godric. Come on, think about it, man.
Look, I have a globe paradox, okay? It's curving, but you can never find where.
These nuts.
Anything,
now, can you please try and answer this paradox?
Is there anything to do with frames of reference?
I'm gonna say they just changed flavors.
Well, definitely time dilation has a lot to do with frames of reference. And changing flavors, interesting, but no, Grim.
I honestly don't know, and I don't want to look it up.
No one else wants to guess it? We done? Bacon? No?
What's the question?
Laurie,
Muons.
you know, yeah. Have you heard of the muon paradox?
No, and I wasn't listening. If you don't want to explain,
Okay,
it's
so
fine.
no, I will. Don't worry. Like I want to give you a chance as well. So the muon is an elementary particle, close cousin of the electron, travels at 99% the speed of light. Most of them are made about 15 kilometers in the atmosphere away from Earth's surface. They have a very short half-life, less than 0.022 nanoseconds. If you are on Earth's surface and you turn on a muon detector, you would not expect to detect that many because of what I've said just now. But when we do turn on our detectors, we detect a lot of muons. How is this possible?
Well, there's a couple of reasons why it could be possible. Plasma jets, tubes of plasma from go across the equator at about that high towards the region, and those relativistic speeds can be reached by those magnetic fields that those plasma tubes are constructed with, and those magnetic fields can accelerate those particles, and they can be received on Earth. It wasn't very well understood, and still isn't, but it is detected that those are there. And I have paper after paper showing how we use these plasma structures and plasmas to accelerate these particles to those speeds and generate muons and stuff. So it could very well
I don't
be.
understand. I don't understand what you just said, and I've never heard that answer before. So I'm not going to say you are right or wrong, but that isn't generally the answer given. That's all I'll say.
Oh, well,
Can you give the general answer now?
Here, I'll show you the plasma tube.
Okay, Laurie?
Yeah, yeah. The answer that I've heard is has to do with relativistic time. So from the point of the view of the muon, the time time elapsed is not the same as for our point of view. So it doesn't decay in the amount of time, like time slows down for the muon, which is why we receive higher number of them.
Druss gave the same answer, and that is half of the answer. That is correct, but that doesn't explain all of it.
Okay, that's
so
nice.
I think everyone's tried. The other half of it is length contraction. So when you're traveling at these relativistic speeds, the distance between you and the direction in which you are traveling in contracts. So basically the floor, the Earth kind of, moves towards the muon. So because of time dilation, the time is lengthened, and length contraction, the distance a muon has to travel is shortened. It's able to reach Earth's surface. That's how the paradox.
I'm going to go and look that up. That's really interesting.
So basically, you're saying that this, whatever you're saying, because I'm still confused on what the name of muon. What is it?
Muon.
So it's
mu, like the Greek letter mu.
Okay, so the muon, its 15 Ks is not the same as ours. Basically, it travels that.
Yes,
that's
when it's traveling that fast. Yeah, when it's traveling that fast, 15 Ks is not the same for it as it is for us.
Okay.
And 0.022 nanoseconds isn't the same for it as it is for us because it's traveling so close to the speed of light.
Oh, okay, I see. You're wrong.
Okay.
What's
wrong about it, Sean?
I have no clue. I'm just learning about it now. But I wanted to say you're wrong.
He's just salty from before, basically.
Yeah, but it's a pretty interesting paradox. Yeah.
And high five to Mailman for coming up with a similar half answer.
Yeah.
I think things like that, are interesting because, it kind of. I mean, I always say that when you look at these things, we always have little bits of knowledge, but the stuff we know best is where we understand the foundation that build upon the piece of knowledge that we're actually addressing.
What's it? The other half of it's length contraction. You said.
Length contraction and time dilation, or also known as Lorentz contractions.
I was going to ask if that was a Lorentz contraction.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The length construction happens to me sometimes in the mornings.
It's very cold where you are, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hey, Liz. Would you like the kiss? Not the kiss, the quiz.
I was going to say, I like it when it's cold. It stops me scraping the floor.
I heard you said, "Do you want to kiss?" And I was like, "Well, not now."
Oh, a bit of context behind your quiz, Bacon?
Well,
are you just going to ask me questions the way I was asking questions, or?
Yeah, it's a quiz about the globe model, let's say, or just physics.
Okay, and there's no right or wrong answers. I'm not going to be graded at anything.
Oh, there are, but I'm not going to answer for you or
You're
judge
gonna be
your answer.
shamed. But
No, but I mean, I'm not going to be scored on this, right? Like, I'm not going to be told you got
No.
100 out of 6 wrong.
No, it's just
Alright,
it's
yeah,
actually very small quiz. Just let me
First
see.
question: Name
6 questions.
Santa's reindeers.
That's not a question.
That is. That was a question.
No, that's an order.
That was definitely a question.
Right. So if you go deeper, if you go deep inside the Earth, do you get lighter or heavier, and why?
If I go deeper into the Earth,
Inside of the
towards
Earth,
the
yeah.
center.
Do you get lighter or heavier?
So
And
going
why?
deep into the Earth, you're basically saying I'm going closer towards the Earth's core. I would tend to say I get heavier. The reason I get heavier is because, well, I get heavier in terms of I weigh more. My mass isn't changing, but I'll definitely weigh more because the force of gravity is stronger in that direction because I'm going towards something that's more massive.
You're
Makes
failing.
sense.
It doesn't make
So
sense.
I'm heading
You're failing.
closer towards.
Yeah.
I'm heading closer towards the source of this gravitational field. So definitely, if that's where time is moving slower, that's where gravity is stronger. So I'm going to weigh more. But I wouldn't say my mass is changing. No. But I would, I would say I weigh more.
You would weigh more until you get
Next
about
question.
halfway, and then you would start becoming lighter.
I want to go
because
back.
the mass
I want to go
would
back
be
to
more
this question later.
further down.
But I have more.
Yeah.
So
if there
next
was a
one.
hole in the middle, you'd probably be torn apart, wouldn't you? If you got into an empty center and you were right in the center and of an empty spot and all the mass was all around you, it'd just be pulling you in all directions.
Okay. Next question. What's the difference between a solar day and a sidereal day? Which one is longer and why?
Dude, this thing has been going on. Why don't you just give everybody the fucking list so they can do it in their own time? Because you're doing it over and over and over again with each individual person. Look at the plasma tubes that show another source for those relativistic muons.
Everyone wants to talk electric universe.
What are you talking about?
Well, I'm just saying, because that's more interesting, isn't it? The same questions over and over and over.
Yeah, Grim doesn't want me to answer these questions.
He wants to talk about electric universe, guys. Fuck. Don't you get it?
These are different
Solar
questions than
jets
earlier,
or
Grim.
what plasma jets or something.
Grim, these are different questions than earlier.
Sorry, Bacon.
Double
yeah,
layers,
these are
double
very
layers
different
of plasma
questions.
are a source of. That's how you you get those particle accelerators. These are particle accelerators, plasma double layers and filaments. They
All right,
accelerate.
Grim, no one's arguing with you because none of us
I know.
understand what you're saying, man.
It was cool that we were touching on that subject for a little bit. I said I'd be right back with the date for you. It's not a surprise that I'm back, is it?
Okay. After these questions, because I don't think Bacon's going to ask me that many, we can definitely get into plasma jets. Like, I don't think anyone would have a problem with that, right, guys?
Oh God.
Yeah. All right, Bacon, if you could repeat the question you just asked me now.
Yeah, what's the difference between a solar day and a sidereal day? Which one is longer and why?
I would say... Ooh, off the top of my head, I forgot, but I know the difference is at a solar day, you're looking at how long it takes the sun to revolve around and come back to its same position in the sky, while the sidereal day, it's how long the backdrop of stars take to revolve and get back to the same position in the sky. and I think a solar day is just a bit longer. I might be wrong, but I think a solar day is just a bit longer than a sidereal day.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
What needs to happen in order for the moon to turn red during a lunar eclipse?
What needs to happen in order for a moon to turn red during a solar, or you mean a lunar eclipse? Or
Yes.
during a lunar eclipse. Off the top of my head, I don't remember.
I know the answer.
Is this like stupid shit Lober saying?
I forgot. Like I know what the answer is, Bacon, but I just.
Well, most
Okay,
flat earthers,
someone gave me the answer.
Too, right?
So you can just ask me the next question. Someone gave me the answer, man. So it wouldn't be fair for me to say it.
Why do we have an analemma?
Oh, I totally forgot.
Oh,
I
can
don't
go to the
remember.
next
I'm
one.
sorry, Bacon.
No problem.
Yeah, I don't remember.
That's not that's not an easy one.
Come on.
I mean,
you
the
know
next
this
one is also not
It is
an easy one.
Think for just a second. Give them 3 seconds to think about this one. It's super easy. You got this. Analemma.
I forgot.
I mean, there's 23 reasons. 24 and a fraction.
No,
reason.
there are 2. Well, all right.
Well, no, but if you count the degrees, bro, come on.
Anyway, so
Roughly
the next
24 degree tilt, right?
The next one is why tides happen in both sides of the Earth simultaneously.
Because on one side of the Earth, the moon is pulling the tide, and this causes an equal and opposite bulge on the other side. I know there's a force or a mechanism for the name of this. I just forgot what we would call it. I don't want to call it tidal forces, but basically, as the Earth is the waters on the Earth's surface is pulled towards the moon on the other side, we see the same effect happen on the other. I just forgot what you call this, man. Ugh.
Gravitational pull on this with the sun too. Causes multiple tides. A better way of saying it.
Yeah. Next question.
Oh, that's it.
That's it. All right.
The last one, that's correct, right? Because the sun and the moon both have a gravitational pull.
No, that's not the answer.
That's not the answer, Sean.
Yeah,
what's the answer? I want to know.
Yeah, well, tides are more complicated than they sound. If you think of the moon as orbiting the Earth, it would make sense for the high tides to be always pointing towards the moon, because that's the direction of the force of the gravity of the moon. And then in the other side of the Earth, it would still be pointing towards the moon. So you wouldn't expect high tides, you would expect low tides. We can get to the sun later.
Isn't it the single pole? Am I wrong?
Sort of.
Yeah.
Okay, so the moon exerts a different gravitational acceleration on Earth at each distance. So the closest part of the part of the Earth that is closer to the moon has a bigger acceleration than the furthest part. And the middle, like the center of the Earth, has, let's say, an average between those two acceleration towards the moon. And Earth cannot accelerate in like it can only accelerate as one thing. It can only accelerate all together. So the acceleration that it actually accelerates towards is this average acceleration. But if that's very confusing, you have to remember that as the moon orbits the Earth also orbits the moon. They both revolve around the center of mass. So the Earth isn't like fixed in the center of the moon's orbit. It's also making its own circle. And
this is what causes like
circle,
a centrifuge, basically. Yeah.
Yes, and so the part that is away from the moon is not accelerating as fast as the center of the Earth. So it lags behind while the Earth is making this small circle. So you have tides in both sides. And the sun has its own tides. It happens the same thing. You have opposite to the sun and towards the sun, you also have tides. They're just smaller. So when the sun and moon are aligned, you have those both tides added. So you have the highest tides when you have a new moon or when you have a full moon. And then it starts as the moon keeps orbiting, they separate. So the tides won't be as high as they were before. So yeah, that the other side isn't related to the sun. It's just because the Earth is also moving as both moon and Earth orbit each other.
Could you explain the Analema one? Because I know the Analema, it's like that figure eight we see with the sun, but I just forgot what that's called.
So if we think of the Earth orbiting the sun in a perfectly circular manner, and with a perfectly perpendicular axis of rotation, you would have the same duration of day the whole year, right? So let's say the whole year you would have 24-hour days, and the sun would always be at the same spot. So if you take a photo of the sun 3 o'clock and you do that every day at 3 o'clock, it would be always in the same spot. And then if you introduce the axis of rotation, then that would make the sun move north to south, right? Because the plane of rotation is no longer aligned with the orbit of the Earth. So in one extreme, the sun would be most to the north, and the other extreme would be most to the south. But you would still have a 24-hour day the whole year. Now, if you change the orbit to be elliptical instead of circular, then that changes, because now as the Earth gets closer to the sun, it speeds up, and as it gets further, it slows down. So the rotation of the Earth and the orbit are no longer in sync. So as Earth rotates faster around the sun, days last longer. So now the sun starts to shift towards east, and as it gets further from the Earth, and then the orbit slows down, it gets shifted to west, and then you have this east-west offset. And when you add both of them, you get the Analema.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. And then with the solar and sidereal, was I right that the solar is longer?
Yes, exactly. Because the orbit of the Earth and the rotation of the Earth are both in the same direction. So if for the Earth to have a complete solar day, it has to rotate a little bit more to catch up this extra arc of the orbit, and that adds up to the solar day.
That's why it's not.
And then with the
24
first
hours.
question,
the first question was wrong.
You would get heavier till you reach a certain point, and there's more mass above you, right?
Can I take a jab?
Yeah, you just
And
get
then
lighter.
you start getting lighter. Yeah.
Like, well,
I
if you're at the
didn't think about
surface,
that part.
It would fluctuate as you go.
No, if you're at the surface, as you go higher, you get lighter. But if you're at the surface and you go deeper, you also get lighter, because you have less mass below you and more mass above you. And
well, isn't it you would get heavier till a certain point, then you start having more mass above?
Yeah, that certain point is basically the surface of the Earth.
So you saying like straight from the surface of the Earth, if I start going down, I'm already getting lighter. I don't agree with that. I think maybe halfway between, somewhere between.
The core and the surface. Like the core and the surface halfway, that would happen.
Yeah. I don't know if straight off the bat, straight on the surface, if I dig a 8-foot hole, I'm already lighter. I don't agree with that, Beacon. I don't know.
Why? But why? If mass attracts mass, you have less mass below you and more mass above you than you had at the surface.
Yeah, but 8 feet down, I don't have more mass above me.
Yeah, but you're thinking as, like you said, you're getting closer to the source. But there's no like a point source. The source is every atom of Earth. If you take that into account.
So imagine if you're at the surface.
But some sources are heavier,
Yeah, it's just it'd be like just the same thing as going away from the surface, just in reverse. So closer to the surface, heavier. And then it'd be heavy about halfway. And then once you reach that halfway point, then the masses start changing. That's when everything starts happening. So you
Mass
get
never
lighter till you get to this. No, not the mass. I meant the gravitational pull. That's what I meant. The mass to say the same. I didn't mean the mass.
Well, I don't see how you would get heavier going deeper.
No, you get heavier. Well, to a certain point, because there's still all of the mass is still on the Earth. So when we're talking this situation, and you get about halfway, it's not halfway to the core. You still have a whole other half of that Earth on the other side of the core.
Yeah, but that's
still
much less than you used to have, right?
Exactly. So that's why once you get to a certain point, then once you start gaining more surface, the lighter you're going to get, because the more surface above you, the lighter you're going to get.
It doesn't seem that point would be anywhere below the surface.
Bacon, I totally agree with you that there isn't like a central point of mass. It's all pieces of Earth. It's all the pieces of mass on the Earth pulling at you. But what I would say is when you're at Earth's surface, it's a lot of pieces pulling against you, and because all of these pieces are below you, you would be heaviest there. But as you start going down, you now have mass below you, above you, to the left of you, and to the right of you. And the mass above you, to the right and to the left, would net off. But the mass below you is still strongest because of how Earth's core is. It's so dense that it would have a stronger pull than the mass to the left, right, and above you, until you reach a certain point where there's way more mass above you way more mass to the left and right than the mass below you. Then you start getting heavier the further down you go.
You mean like,
but I wouldn't say right at the beginning.
Okay, so
in your globe model, the second you go down, globe works, guys. Come on.
No, the second you go down, you don't get lighter.
We couldn't hear you, Jeremy.
You go down.
The second you go down?
The second you go down from the Earth's surface, you weigh less. That's how your globe works.
Well, actually,
less
is making sense here. That would be the case
because you don't know the globe model.
That would be the case if we had a even distribution of mass on Earth, but that's not the case. We have a lot more mass concentrated in the core, so maybe that will actually work for a little while.
Yeah, for a little while.
You guys really don't know how to globe
eventually
works, do you?
You would start getting like. I totally agree, but
what's
not
our problem with
in
this?
the beginning.
Yeah, what's our problem with Les's answer?
Hang on. Les and Bacon. Do you guys know who Barney is?
Who?
Probably not. I don't know if you guys were around then.
I love you. You love me.
He's a super shut up. He's a smart ass dude. But he's I'm talking. He's come up with a theory for gravity. He actually put it through peer review. It didn't work, but he's a really smart dude. He's also a computer programming shit. He came on my stream and he talked about exactly this thing. And he was talking about, like Bacon was talking about, the moon and this Earth orbiting each other. I just put the link in the chat. It's like 3 hours long. It's kind of long, but he's super fucking, he's a genius, and he talks about a lot of these things you're talking about right now. Watch that. He explains what we're trying to explain in detail with what would happen as you go through the Earth.
Right. Yeah, that's yeah, thank you. I'll take a look.
Yeah,
I'll definitely watch this.
Okay,
yo, I'm sub to you, Sean.
Jeremy's objection.
I didn't even know.
Jeremy, I mean, your answer, I would agree with Jeremy, but your answer convinced me. So I want to know what's Jeremy's objection to your answer, because to me made sense.
I also agree with Jeremy.
I don't know how the bullshit space works.
Yeah, I'm right again, guy. I don't know why you guys would ever go.
All right, but I mean, Jeremy, explain it to us. Like, why do you just get heavier straight off the bat? Because Jeremy, what you're saying is, if you dig a 2-foot hole and you stand in that hole, you're automatically lighter. Why?
There's less mass under you.
Why?
That's how it works. You're in the globe model. There's less mass under you.
Yep. What about the mass to the left and to the right of you?
Well, that would be pulling you to the left or the right. That wouldn't be making you heavier. That wouldn't be that wouldn't be pulling you down.
But wouldn't that cancel out the downforce? Don't forces cancel each other out, Jeremy?
No, they're perpendicular. I mean, I don't think that's a valid answer to Jeremy. I think that Jeremy would be correct if we had an even distribution of mass. But if we don't have, we cannot treat the whole Earth as this single thing. So, for example, if you have an even distribution of mass, you can just replace the whole object by a point source if you're outside of its boundary. So if, let's say, the core is much more heavier than the rest of it, you have to treat both of them as their own sources of gravity. So as you go get deeper into this first lighter layer, you could still be treating the core as a point source of gravity, and that would actually increase. At the same time, the gravity of the lighter part would decrease. But if you don't know how different they are, you can't just say that you're gonna get lighter right as you start doing that.
Right off the rip, you're gonna get lighter. You have a certain amount of mass under you that's pulling you down. You know how space-time works, right? With the mass thing.
I don't think
you take mass from under you.
Listen to what I said.
If you take mass from out from under you, and now there's less mass under you, you're gonna weigh as much.
Yes, but at the same time, I'm closer to the mass below me, right? And as you get closer, the force increases. Because the force is inversely proportional to the square of the distance, right? So as I get closer, that also strengthens the force. So you have both things happen at once. And if the distribution of mass were even, I would agree with you. But
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying, yeah. You're getting closer to the center, which is supposed to be more dense in your model, yeah.
It is.
Yes, no, that's a good point. That's a good point.
Yeah, I don't think it.
Oh, thank you.
I don't think the
it's less
center.
as point.
Jeremy, you should go ask this question in Gems. Have you asked this question in Gems before, Jeremy?
No, I mean we've dabbled around with this, but I don't think I've ever.
Dragon
Don't
went
poach
to
the
Gems today.
server. Don't poach the server, dude. I'm just playing.
Dragon went there today. That was
because I mean Jeremy likes throwing out these questions and then making the Globus fight against each other about it. So.
I do like that. Yeah, I like that part. That's my favorite part.
So this would be a good question. I'm just saying.
Have them ripping each other's throats out over this one.
Oh, they definitely would. They would go at each other over this one.
You can't do nothing over there, dude. You got Pete nonstop and Johnny Bernard jumping in. It's ridiculous.
I mean, were you there? Were you there today when Dragon went there?
Dallas Dave's off the charts. Oh, now you got Dragon over there. Perfect.
Yeah, Jesus.
Dragon's there?
He called me. Yeah, he called me I think it was something like Arab ass rape or something. Don't remember. Something like that.
Jesus, he's such a weirdo. What's up with him though? Like,
you.
Is he just drunk or like he don't take his meds or what?
Oh, he's a child. He's a man child. I think he's like 17 or something.
Just like
as you go higher off the surface of Earth, you get lighter because you're getting away from the mass. I don't know. I think as you go down, if the core is just a super dense thing, then I mean you could be right because you're getting closer to more of the mass. It'd be
I think it's tough. It's tough with M1, M2 over R squared when if M1 is the Earth, then how do you measure the distance? Because you have the huge sphere, and if you're inside it, how do you use the formula?
That's a tough one. Good call, Bacon. You son of a bitch. Oh, he's muted. He's deafened.
Yeah, I read the thing that you get lighter, and it makes
he
sense.
Left on a high note.
Less mass. Yeah.
He was smart. He left on a high note. Yeah, you would think that would be your first intuition that there's less mass underneath you, so you would be lighter instantly. Like even if I dug if you remove your carpet from your house and then you're standing on the floor, you should weigh less because there's less mass.
If all the
under
mass were homogeneous, that would be true. Yeah.
Yeah, but now you got mountains above you and all this other shit.
No, it's all about
Mass
what's
isn't
below you, though.
distributed evenly.
It doesn't
But
matter.
I
The
think
side or
Okay.
the side or above you doesn't matter.
Okay.
No, it does. I think I read somewhere that they made some kind of a, because I read the thing that you'd be lighter, and I think
Could even be pulling you
there
up.
is.
Honestly, yeah, that might be pulling you up once it comes off a perpendicular, off of
But I
horizontal
think
from
there
you.
was a test. There was a test done in a mine shaft somewhere, where they did something with scales to test the weight thing.
Yeah, think about it. The mass
Yeah,
that's
they calculate the buoyancy, extra buoyancy from all the air pressure.
the mass that's on the side of you, not horizontal to you, but at like maybe anywhere from 0 to or 1 degree to like 89 degrees or whatever, that would be pulling you up actually. So that would definitely have an effect on your weight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Jeremy, like, are there any flat Earth paradoxes that you know of?
Between
I
both.
mean, flat Earth is crazy, bro. Flat Earth is crazy. There's a lot of shit that we don't know. Flat Earth gives you more questions than answers.
It gives you a lot of paradoxes too.
There's a paradox that I can think of right off the top of my head, and that's the way the sun goes in a straight line overhead.
Yep. Also, how it
At the
goes.
equator on an equinox, you're saying.
Yep, and in Australia, in the summer, it goes from southeast to north to southwest.
Well, there
And
was
it
a
should
lot of
be
things I brought.
Southeast to north. It goes
Yeah.
what? Southeast to
Yeah,
north
it rises
to
from
west.
Yeah, it rises. Yeah, it rises from southeast, then at midday it's north, and then it sets to southwest.
Yeah.
Like a triangle almost. Yeah, that's crazy.
No, it's a curve, but it's if the Earth is flat and the sun is revolving around the North Pole, it's going the opposite way.
Yeah, because he's up north.
Yeah.
What do you have to say to that, Jeremy?
We don't know what
Well,
the
that
sun
would
is.
help Jeremy's argument a little bit in his right, because then now there's an arc.
No,
The arc
it's
of the
the old.
sun just
We don't
throughout
know
the
how
day?
the sky works.
There's an incoming and outgoing.
Yeah. What's the problem with the arc of the sun?
It's going the wrong way.
The wrong way for what?
Yeah. There's that. But I mean, just forget that part.
What's the problem with the sun?
It's going the wrong way in Australia in the summer.
Why is it going the wrong way? The wrong way for what?
It's rising southeast, then it goes north, and then it sets southwest.
So
when it
east
should do
is
the opposite.
east is at. So if you go east, you're looking at the equator. So it's
No.
rising south of that.
No,
What do you mean no?
No, you're not looking at the equator if you're looking east from Australia.
Sure. When you look east, the sun rises over the equator on an equinox. It's east for everyone.
No, I'm not talking about equinox. I'm talking about the sun.
I know. I'm just talking about where east is.
Parallel to the equator.
About where east is.
It's the parallel latitude line.
You don't look up to the
Stop.
equator. You just look exactly east, parallel to the equator from your latitude.
Yeah.
Agree. When the sun when east, you're looking at the equator, and the sun's the south of the equator when this happens. I'm guessing, right?
Yeah, sun is south of the equator, north of the tropic of at the tropic. Of,
Yeah, that's
was
fine.
it-
That's fine.
I don't remember.
So it's south
Yeah.
of the equator. It rises southeast, so south of east.
Yeah, and east is 90 degrees to north.
What's the problem? The sun rises south of east because it's south of the equator, and east is the equator.
It would happen differently,
No,
like almost the opposite on a flat Earth.
Why?
Yeah, east isn't the equator.
How would it happen on a flat Earth? Where should it
would
rise
be
on a
north.
flat Earth?
It would be north of east. It should never come south or at even east.
Well, it would have to be north. It would have to be north of the equator.
Yeah, unless the sun was snaking
east.
across the flat plane, it would be taking a snake pattern for a second there, and
What
you'd have to
snake pattern?
incorporate that.
What?
Well, because
Yeah,
it would
for
be
all of
coming from one direction, going up, and then coming back into, further out from the other direction.
So you're
That would,
standing
like,
in Australia, right? Is this in Australia?
looking to the left.
Yep.
In Australia, you see the sunrise south of east.
Yep.
It travels along its path. Voila. Now it's
Yeah,
new
to
when you
north.
see it north.
In midday.
Okay.
Yep.
Then
Yeah,
it
moon
sets
gazing
south
to the
of
picture.
That's south of west.
Yeah, and moon gazing just posted the picture of it
Why did they draw the curve like that?
because
Draw
that's
that
the
curve like
curve.
that.
Because that's the path that you see from the ground.
Crazy.
That's where it is.
Yeah.
What's that? What's the
Kinda
azimuthal
blows.
angles? Azimuthal angles.
South of east and south of west for the rise and the
What's the
set.
numbers?
I don't have the numbers now, but
It's game over for the flat Earth, bro.
it's more than 90 degrees, and then less than 270.
Got a lot of weird shit going on in the sky. All right, we got. There could be crazy things
There we
going
go.
on. You have to know the.
Yep.
You have to know the medium in between you and the object to know what's going on.
So now that you can't bullshit your way with the equator east, you're saying sky's magic.
I'm not saying the sky's magic. I'm just saying show me the medium in between us and the objects we're looking at, and then we'll know.
But why does the media matter, bro? It's over for the flat Earth, Jeremy.
Nah,
This
because
is
there could be
crazy.
like there could be a convex lens or something
plus-
between us and the sun, or it could be a reflection. We could be looking at a reflection off of sun and going through a lens. Like, you have no idea what's going on up there.
Oh, the
I
Earth
don't
is
know,
a globe.
idea.
Jeremy. This looks like it's a rap, bro.
Bro, it's a wrap for you guys. This doesn't prove anything. This doesn't prove anything. You don't know the medium in between us and the sun.
Well, why does the
for you
media
guys?
matter, Jeremy? I don't know, bro. Like I don't know how you would explain this on a flat Earth.
Convex lens in between us and the sun, or a concave lens between us and the sun, or both, or one of them, or the sun's a reflection and there's a lens. Like, there could be so much shit going on. You have no idea, dude.
Yeah, but then Jeremy, this lens would only be above Australia. You know?
No, it could be over the whole. You need to prove the medium in between us and the sun before you start making wild claims about this. This doesn't prove anything for you guys. That's all there is to it.
I don't know, bro.
Yo,
You
straight
sound
up,
like you're
bro, this
scrambling right now.
I'm not scrambling. You guys are scrambling. This doesn't do nothing for you. Like, what's this proof?
Jeremy.
Oh no!
When I came in from Flat Earth and I started mucking around with the models, the first thing that I did was take a square and stationary Earth model and base that on one hemisphere, then make my second hemisphere the same, and then let them face each other like a pair. And if you look at it from the side, it almost be like a pair of eyes, or two Christian fish symbols joined together at their tails.
Yeah, but the thing is, you can't model. Hold on, you can't model the sky, what the sky is doing, because you don't know the medium in between us and the objects. So
yeah, but if the sky that you see on a flat Earth is the same sky that I see on a flat Earth, we've just got two flat Earths looking at the same thing from different sides of the coin.
I don't know, bro. I'm just saying,
me,
I wouldn't go making any crazy proofs off what the sky's doing just yet.
Yeah, but I wouldn't use the observation of the sky too much. But it does help us with a lot of things. But you could observe the same thing with two squared stationary Earth models, which are concave. But the point is that you get two of them. You put like a roulette table, two roulette tables facing each other, and they're sealed on the side. So it can be flat. It can be anything you want to, and the southern hemisphere could be something like 1,000 miles from the northern hemisphere, and in the center they join up as a monopole. You know, when we say dipole is two of the same. So if the two are the same, then in one way, is it a monopole? You know, but I'm seriously going back to that model because I think this rugby ball thing is one way of looking at it, but you could easily elongate it. And like I said, you know, like two drum cymbals, but you know, closed hats, that sort of thing there. But not too sharp at the equator because you can't be too sharp. You know what I mean? So it's like it's just working with things. But definitely, that's where I started, and that's where I'm going back to. You know, I think it's got a lot more like the toroidal field and the torus, the donuts, that sort of thing there. But more inside than outside makes more sense because it's a closed unit. Jam donut, you know, gravity is repelled out from the jam. I definitely am going back to that sort of model, man, which is twice the flat Earth, but the area is closer to the convex heliocentric model by doing that. And even if it was pretty much flat, you would still be able to. You would almost be like diamond shaped sideways, but you'd be able to get the math to get close enough that there was no argument. So, like, if the northern hemisphere of the flat Earth map is close to area, the speed in the same area, close, but it's not safe, then you pretty much northern. Sorry, I feel like I'm just talking now. Sorry.
So you guys just drew an arc, a strawmanned model, and said that the arc is wrong. How do you know that the sun is actually doing that in the sky?
Yeah, they only have an
And
apparent
it's not
position.
an arc in the other direction.
They only have an apparent position of the sun, exactly. Not actual.
I don't know, Jeremy.
Like they were laughing, like they
very
had some
hard
kind of
for you
big
to
W.
like wave away.
Dude, it ain't hard for us to wave away. It's hard for you to prove. I'm accepting it. I'm not waving it away. I accept it. Okay, this is what we see. Fine. What does that mean? Do you have an actual position of the sun at any moment throughout this whole observation?
But I mean, will you at least admit that this is a problem for like the flat Earth? That is
If you had a
something you
medium
guys
in
really
between,
need to.
if you had a medium in between us and the sun, it'd be a problem. Yeah.
Well, or also, how do you know that it's the arc? Right, you have the arc going in the direction it's going in the cartoon that was drawn on a strawmanned model. How do you know that the sun is actually doing that and it's not some sort of optical illusion where it could be going in an arc in the opposite way? How do
Why
we
is
know
this
it's actually
optical
curving in
illusion
that
only
direction?
happening above Australia? The rest of the world doesn't see this happen, but all of a sudden, over Australia, something weird's happening.
Well, what's going on in the sky in between us and the sun when you're in Australia? My bad.
Well as
Go
most
ahead.
of the
No,
world,
this is something.
Also, most of the world is north of the equator too.
Can I just ask?
Not really. There's plenty of people below the equator.
Just for clarity, can I ask something? Can I ask a quick question? Does this effect also happen in South Africa and in southern Argentina?
I don't know. I haven't thought of that.
You would need to know that, right?
I don't. I don't know.
Well, if that's
Mailman?
not the
Has this
case,
happened?
then that would be a consistency issue for your argument.
I hear you, but let's get someone else in on this. I'm not the one that brought this proof forward, but I do understand it, and I do understand it's a problem for the flat Earth. But you're asking a very good question, Chris.
Nothing.
An isolated incident is not proof of anything, nor a pattern.
Well, all I'm saying, right, is that if this only happens in Australia and it doesn't happen, I mean, Mailman's claiming that it does, whatever. Yet to see any evidence of that. But I've got family in South Africa. I could easily verify this myself for South Africa. Does anyone have any family in southern Argentina? Maybe we can actually do this ourselves. Regardless, if it isn't consistent across all of those southern countries, then you have a consistency issue with your argument, or we even have to address it.
Well, if this, let's say this only happens over Australia, we can explain why it only happens over Australia on a globe.
No, you
but
can't.
there's no explanation on
No,
a flat Earth.
if it only happens in Australia, that's a problem for the globe.
Why?
Yeah, unless
Because it's not consistent.
Why? What do you mean it's not consistent?
It would have to happen in all of the southern locations.
Why?
What do you mean why? Because you're
Every
on a globe.
latitude.
If you
Every
don't know why,
latitude.
then
Nate, every latitude you're on would have to
So,
have the same.
Crypto, do you have the data on this?
No, I'm asking for the data.
So you don't have the data?
I'm
trying to get Mailman to unmute so he can explain this.
I can't make that more clear.
We hear you, Crypto, but
Yes,
I'm telling you, I'm not the one that
apparently he
brought this
doesn't.
forward. I understand what's happening.
Move by pressure.
The guy that brought it forward is muted.
I respect you a lot. I actually quite enjoy talking to you, but there are some very dishonest people in here that will push points that don't matter just to waste other people's time. So I have to be crystal clear in order to not get strawmanned by these dishonest people. By the way, I'm not including you in that. But
Okay, I hear you. Okay.
There's no
So
dishonesty
Mailman
here.
says he
got
can't
you
talk right now, but I think he's going to explain it in live stream text. So that's the path of the sun, okay?
Dude, even if this did happen everywhere on the same latitude or whatever, we still got it. Still doesn't should tell us anything because you'd have to know what's going on in between us and the sun.
I came in late in the conversation. Was this something to do with the sun rising south of Australia, southeast of Australia?
Yeah, southeast, and then it goes north, and then sets southwest. It does like an arc.
Yeah, but the other fella said that he saw it goes. He said that it rises in the southeast, sets in the southwest, but after it sets, the light starts moving northwards. And that would only
I don't know who said that, but Crypto, Mailman says this happens on. It would happen in Australia, in South America, and in Southern Africa. So yes, it's consistent on a globe. We see this everywhere on a globe. So we still don't know how this is explained on a. Well, we have evidence in that if you called your family in South Africa, they would tell you yes, this happens. If we speak to Australians, they've told us yes, this happens. And Bacon is in South America. I'm sure he could tell us that this does happen. So, so how is this happening on a flat Earth?
Well, no, I mean that's. Forgive me for not just taking your word for it. I would need to.
I understand, but cool. Yeah, you can call your family, but in the interest of time, let's just say like this is what's happening. How's this happening on a flat Earth? I think it's game over.
Well, I don't think we need to answer it because I don't know that that's true yet.
Okay,
that's fine.
I'm in the northern hemisphere. I'm in North America, right? And I've witnessed the sun come up in the quote unquote east, right? If I'm looking like directly east, it's been very much. It varies from how south it is of east, and how it there's a pattern. It goes from south of directly east all the time. So that happens in the northern hemisphere too.
Yeah, but in the northern summer, or the right period of time, the moon comes from the northeast, way past. Like if I'm at 51 north, I'll see the moon rise, or trying to think about the sun, but it will rise more north than I am. It'll rise north of my east, my latitude east. So the same thing's happening in Australia, that it's rising further latitude south of the tropics. So that
but that can still be that can still be explained on a flat version of something. It just that the arc of the circle starts on your far direct on your right, and then in the middle of the day it'll go towards your middle, and then if you're looking north, it'll go towards your left in the east, in the west at the end of the day. So that's not like that still works.
I think what I'm trying to say is that I'm talking about in a globe model. It shouldn't do that either, because naturally, if I'm at 23.4 south, I should see the sun rise in my east. If I move any further south, the sun should always rise above. Should rise north of the equator.
That's not true.
No, not north of the equator.
It makes
Sorry,
perfect. It
I'm
makes
talking about
perfect
like,
sense on a globe.
if you're
If
23.
just look at the image Mailman posted. If that red line on a globe is where the sun travels, then this all makes perfect sense. But on a flat Earth, maybe I understand if not all of you agree with the flat Earth model, with the common one. But in that common model, the sun is like flying overhead in a circle. And this just wouldn't make sense. Unless you guys have a different model or different interpretation, then that's something else. But on the common flat Earth model that most of us have seen, this doesn't make sense at all.
I agree with that. I'm still concerned
Yeah.
why the sun rises south. It comes from the south. If you're at Sydney, for example, and you're 33 south, why is your sun rising south east of you instead of east or even more north of east? Don't you? I'll say this again. I'm in
Because
Australia.
of the way.
I'm in Australia,
Go
and the
ahead.
same thing happens in the northern hemisphere. So the sun's rising way more south than the tropics. So what degree south is that? If I'm in Australia and I'm facing east, then I should expect it to rise north of east, because if I'm lower than 23.4 south, but it doesn't. It rises at like 30 degrees south or 35 or 40 or maybe double that.
Mailman says 15 degrees south of east. That's where the sun's rising at.
For
And he's
Australia.
posted a link proving this from timeanddate.com.
Yeah, so that means that it's kind of rising up at 23.4
And
plus.
he's saying that is today in Johannesburg.
Well,
That's in
peak
South
time.
Africa, right?
Peak time in Johannesburg will be in December, so you would have to wait till March for it to be at east. So at the moment, it's moving back towards the equator. It's probably about 18 degrees south. Yes, that's exactly what you said. But what we're talking about is when we've seen the sun rise in Australia. This week, are we seeing the sun rise 18 degrees south? Fuck, you know what I mean. If I'm looking east, so it's 18 degrees southeast.
I know what you mean, but basically this same phenomena happens on, if you look at that image he posted on that red line, anything on that red line, they're seeing the same phenomenon. Sorry, anything below that red line. Anybody living below that red line, they all see
below
the
the
same
red line.
phenomenon.
See, it's like when I
Oh,
in the
thank you,
winter.
Bacon.
In the
So,
winter,
Bacon, have you been following what it is we've been talking about?
No, I just got here. I just saw a red line and passes above where I live, and I got excited.
Okay. So, I'll post this image again.
so like when I'm in the northern hemisphere, I see the sun rise in the southeast. In the summer of the southern hemisphere, I see it rise southeast as well. In the UK.
Okay. So, Bacon, in that image I posted, everyone below that red line right now, they're gonna see the sun rise southeast, go north, and then set southwest, like an arc, right? And that can be explained on a globe. But on a flat Earth, if you look at that image I posted, that is what we would see going on, and that doesn't fit the popular flat Earth model. Maybe there's a different flat Earth model we don't know about. I don't know. But the popular one where the sun is kind of just going in a circle above everyone's head, this can't be explained on that.
But in your drawing right there, at no point do you have the sun going directly over Australia, right?
The sun goes in that
That
circle,
arc that you
man.
drew?
That
So
not the
the
arc,
yellow arc. So
the yellow arc drawn in is what should be happening, but on that model, that isn't what happens. There's another
Right,
yellow ring there.
Right, but no, but so on the other map that has the red line, there's clearly it goes through Australia. So at some point, the sun is directly
No.
over
That
Australia,
red line
right?
is telling us that anything below that red line, anybody living below that red line would be seeing this phenomenon. The sun isn't traveling along that red line. It's just if you're below that red line, you're seeing this phenomenon. Sorry, the sun is traveling along that red line, but it's only if you're below that
Thank you.
red line that you see this
Right.
phenomenon.
But
Sorry, yeah.
what I'm trying to
Okay.
say is that if that model is accurate, that red line travels directly
Mm-hmm.
through Australia, right? So at some point, the sun is directly above Australia on that red line. But in your drawing, at no point do you have the sun going directly over Australia at any point. So I'm not quite sure if you have your drawing of the sun correct.
Yeah, but that's because in that drawing, they're trying to show what we would see in the sky. In
Yeah,
the
I
sky, we
understand.
would see
I
the sun do
I think
this arc.
I
So
get
is it
Fuzzy's
never
point.
so?
Like
Yeah,
I think the
it's
drawing
not
would
it's
be
not accurate in some way because at no point is the path of the sun
Okay.
directly over Australia.
I understand.
it's
Yeah.
not.
Yeah, but the drawing isn't showing us the path of the sun. The drawing is showing what we would see the sun doing in the sky. We would see the sun form an arc. The sun would rise southeast, go north, and then set southwest. The sun's actually moving in a straight line, but that's what we would see in the sky.
You
We would
can
see
just
an arc,
displace.
but this.
I mean, you can just displace the arc towards the south to get the tip of the arc above Australia, and that I think would be a more
you
accurate.
witness so that would be
That's
more
fine.
so to
That's
be
fine.
more accurate than you really witness the sun coming up that far drastically behind Australia, or like
It's maybe a bit exaggerated. I'll admit that. It's not the most accurate arc. I'll admit that. But generally, what we would see in the sky is the sun moving as an arc.
Okay,
What's
right, so I
actually
guess
happening is the sun is just moving as a
so
straight line across.
So to use your same argument, though, that the straw man model of what you consider to be a popular flat Earth map is considered, yeah, well, it's not the most accurate. It still needs some work, but it's generally a good concept of what's actually going on.
Well, it's not the most accurate because it's flat.
Well, no, but you just drew a model that you're now straw manning us with, saying, well, it's not the most accurate, but generally that's what's going on.
No.
Believe me. That's
What
right?
I'm saying is that arc drawn where the two suns are, that isn't the most accurate. But that model, that is the model a lot of flat earthers subscribe to.
Yeah, I know about it, right? So, but again, you don't see how you're. I mean,
All right, if you want, we can fix that arc. That arc, as Bacon said, can be displaced. We can push it downwards, and we can exaggerate it less, flatten it out a bit. But
So I
it
guess
still
the more-
can't be explained on that
Right,
model.
but here's the thing. It can, if all you want is an explanation, I can explain it. We're asking for any kind of
All right,
proof of
explain it.
anything, but here's the point. Well, again, the more you flatten out your arc, the more it absolutely fits on just the fact that it's a giant circle arc, and you're looking at it from far right
It
to far
doesn't
left.
fit. Uh-huh.
No, if you flatten out
on
the
a
arc, it's going to be further from that circle.
No,
It's not
just
going to
going
match
to
it
be
more.
it's optically what you could see. It's to be the opposite of what you would look at in the north. Like it's a giant circle arc.
Okay, so
I mean, I
so
guess
do
all
we
I'm trying to say
agree?
is that I can explain it. My point is that I can explain it to make it work on a model to explain. I could offer explanations. So, and that's just how refraction works
Fuzzy.
during sunrise and sunset, and that's how it looks like. End of explanation.
Is it?
You're scrambling and you're running defense right now.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to.
So
I'm trying
Fuzzy,
to
do
use
we
your
agree
same argument.
that
No, I'm
on
trying to use your same argument to the other way around, to say how it's not, doesn't prove anything. It's just an explanation. And again, if you're straw manning a model and so make a most accurate model you can possibly make to then come with us at us with what you think you have. You know what I'm saying?
So I just posted a a GIF of the flat Earth model. That's how the sun moves on your guys's on the popular model. Not everyone, not all flat Earth. You gotta let me talk, Fuzzy. I was quiet and you finished what you were saying, so please let me finish.
Another wrong,
No, Fuzzy, please
That's
stop
not
interrupting me. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you don't agree with it. Please stop interrupting me, because it's just not fair. Otherwise, you're going to be talking to yourself.
No,
really.
I hear you. No, 100%. But
No,
like,
yeah, but let me talk. Let me talk.
No, I'm
We
agreeing
don't need
with
to
you.
agree.
I'm saying, okay.
But then let me talk. So that is the model most flat earthers, maybe not all of them. You know, I've heard some say we don't have a model. Cool, but most flat earthers agree that's how the sun and moon move across the sky. Now, what we see the sun do when we're in Australia is we see it make an arc that just doesn't fit with this. Now, I agree with you. It just can't be explained. It's not proving anything, though. But what it is telling us that this model at least doesn't work. It's not saying the Earth is flat or the Earth is a globe, but at least this model that most flat earthers subscribe to doesn't work. So you need to come up with something else. That's all this is saying.
Well,
I'm just teasing by saying it's game over and whatnot because, you know, it's funny, but that's all.
Well, but again, I hear you, but that's the point. Though, is that you're straw manning another model, because in this model you just posted, that doesn't show eclipses. So again, you just, that's the problem here, is that we don't have accurate maps, and that is precisely the point. That's the problem.
Yeah,
We need
means
to figure
maybe
this out.
you're getting the. I mean, if you don't have accurate maps, and that's a problem, maybe that's because you're getting the shape of it wrong, right?
Well, or show me an accurate globe, that's scientifically accurate globe model.
Google Earth.
That's scientifically accurate.
Yeah.
The best flat Earth maps you could use would be a northern hemisphere projection, a southern hemisphere projection. Remove the anomalies and make up for it by pulling the middle upwards, and then join them at the sides, and you've got yourself a flat Earth.
It's here.
But
Okay, wait. If you're getting a northern projection and a south projection, and you're merging in the sides, don't you get a sphere?
No, because you haven't inflated it that much, have you? Your diameter. Yeah. You can have an assumed diameter, but there's other ways of doing it. At the moment, we've measured our equator using the celestial equator path, and we've measured in that direction, and we've got 40,000 kilometers. But physically on the Earth, if it's not a sphere and it's slightly longer or something like that, and it's actually got a physical, obvious equator. I lost my train of thought. Our maps and everything is based around the sun. Everything is based around the sun, relevant to the sun. But if you take the sun out of the equation, you start to realize that Earth itself has its own time mechanism. And we're not using that because we're trying to slow down time so people don't see the shit when it happens. They're trying to predict it. It's going to happen in many years' time, but it could be a period of 2,000, 3,000 years. It could be 300 decades. You know, if they told you that we're going to go in ice age in 500 years' time, what do you think we're going to do? They're going to say, well, why the fuck? No, this doesn't make sense. No. They'll ask questions. It's getting warm in the UK, man. It's getting warm. It's February now. We had some fucking hot. It was pretty hot today. Not pretty hot, but it was. You wouldn't get this weather in February. You'd be lucky if you got it end of March, April. 2, 3, 4 years ago. There's definitely been a rapid change in the last 3 or 4 years.
The Realm, how old are you out of interest? You don't have to tell me exactly.
He
just
left.
Oh, did he? Okay. Because, I mean, I remember when I was a lot younger, summer of '96 was absolutely scorching in the UK. Like, one of the hottest I ever remember. And I think the idea that it's rapidly changing is pretty stupid, to be honest. Like we've had, I mean, from what I remember of England, which is coming up to 40 years, we've had a lot of kind of variations. It seems to come in like 5-year cycles. There'll be like 5 very warm years, and then there'll be 5 colder years, then 5 warmer years, 5 colder years. I don't think that could be an indication of anything greater. But that's just my personal experience.
But yeah.
Hey, Fuzzy. You had an objection with the Salanilion. Do you want to continue where we left this topic?
Well, I just you whoever brought up that model with the arc, it has to be more accurate. On top of the fact that if all you want is explanations, anybody can explain anything. It's not gonna. I mean, one way or the other, it doesn't really prove either way. So it's kind of just distraction, you know.
But we get to. You have to admit that in this Gleason's map, and if you get the southern summer, the of the latitude 22.5, the sun rises due east and it sets due west, and that's pretty hard to match
Okay,
that circle, right?
Show me a map that accurately shows the path of the sun that's above, you know, wherever it's noon, the path of the sun, where that red line would be on the other map, that accurately on the Gleason's map that tracks the sun and also is an arc of some kind, and then I'll offer an explanation.
I didn't get it.
So if you can basically get a Gleason's map with an accurate arc, if that
What
makes
arc are you
sense.
referring to?
Your yellow arc of the path, or the yellow arc.
Right.
What we're going to need is the most accurate version of that you can come up with, and then I'll offer an explanation.
Okay, yeah, I can do that. 1 sec. I'll use Blender. Fuzzy, I was about to become your enemy.
Mic check.
Work.
What? Someone said I heard my name.
Yes. I said I was about to become your enemy.
Why is that?
Because I was doing what you asked, then I saw you leaving, and I was like, motherfucker.
Oh, you're making that map right this second?
Yes.
What day is it gonna be, like, of the year?
Oh, I didn't calculate. Oh, I think that would be December 21.
December?
Yeah, I think it would be December 21.
There will be a point at some point, maybe in the next 10 minutes, that I will have to go. So I have a hard out that I have to go in a few minutes. Just saying.
Okay. Hmm. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna do that in time then.
I'm visualizing it myself the way you've already drawn it, and the fact that at some point your arc has to happen over the top of Australia, you're gonna have to flatten that arc out pretty good for it to match up. The more you flatten it, the more you make it less arcing, the easier it is going to be for me to make an explanation to whatever I can't actually prove what's happening in the sky.
Well,
I mean, nobody.
see when I
You can
get
make
there.
explanations all. You can make explanations all day. It's not about what you can explain. It's about what you can prove. I can explain how unicorns work. You want to hear it? I'll give you math for how much they eat, to how much they weigh, how much they poop.
Well, but
You
if
want
you're
you want the unicorn stuff or what?
Well, once you already have a model, you can just come up with any
I got a unicorn
random
model.
explanation. Okay,
That's what
so
I got a
it's no
unicorn
longer a
model.
flat. Okay, so we're
I'm
not
trying
talking
to
about
point
flat
out
Earth model,
before,
right? Talking about a
we're gonna-
unicorn model.
what I was trying to point out before is that if all you're asking for is an explanation, like I got explanations for Santa Claus and unicorns. I mean, its explanations are great. How do they prove anything one way or the other about something that we can't prove that's going on in the sky? And how that is relative to what we're actually standing on.
Well, I'm going to do this either way. This is taking longer than I anticipated.